to try to change this up a little bit, guys. Add some color. Some color. No, I'm Orange Man. Orange Man good. Orange Man good. Hey everybody, it's Saturday night. We've got Tiger Paranormal again in for their second night. They had an interesting night last night after I left around midnight, and then they spent the night here in the monastery, and they've pretty much been doing daytime type investigating throughout the day and making the best of their time here. Looking forward to tonight. Again, it's another overcast, kind of drizzly night. Not a lot of lightning or anything. It's been fairly cool today, so I don't expect a lot of lightning, but got that drizzly rain thing going on. It's interesting in talking with them today, and I should have streamed it actually because we got into a really in-depth and deep conversation about several things involving paranormal and paranormal research, and I really kind of regret not just starting up that stream again. But I didn't expect it to go on and on and on, and it did, and it turned into, about a hour and a half little conversation, which was pretty cool. Just random stuff that we discussed, and then talking over different investigations that we've done, and he shared some of his files from his past investigations and stuff, and we discussed back and forth different ideas and stuff. It was just fun, and I'm sorry I didn't record it for you guys, so that's mine to keep. Sorry, I'm being selfish, but that's the way it is. Did get down to get the rest of my drugs, start them. They immediately made me sick, but I got to do them. So, but actually after sleeping for a while, I just got out of the hot shower and I'm feeling pretty good actually. Hope to maintain that throughout the evening here. So while I was in the shower there, I got them pretty good. They could hear me as I came out. Of course, as I shower, it's loosening up all that stuff in my chest. And so I generally, after I come out of a shower, or even like first thing in the morning, I sound like I'm a 5-pack a day smoker, just getting out of bed, coughing and hacking, and that's just my routine with my lungs. And so they heard me all the way upstairs. So they're investigating, trying to figure out where that coughing noise is coming from and all that. And so I could see their movement because the glass on the doors are kind of like shower doors, so that you can kind of see silhouettes on the other side. And they had a light on to the men's bathroom across from where my shower is, and they're sitting there and they're crossing back and forth, and I could see their silhouettes and in the dark and the shadows and stuff, and then they cross back the other way. And then I managed to control my coughing for a little bit, and so I was just sitting in a chair till I mellowed out, and I could see them going back and forth. And every now and then I'd cough a little bit, and they'd come back and wander the halls. And next thing I know, the last time I coughed, they must have figured out which room I was in, because they come up with the flashlight, and I could see the flashlight outside the door. And he was kind of hesitant at first, but then he finally knocked at the door, and so I growled. Made a big growl because there wasn't any lights on inside my room, and I did that on purpose. So I growled, and the whole team were out in the hallway. So I waited a second, and Derek, from what I understand, kind of stood back. In fact, I bet I've got it on camera. I have to go back and find the moment. Let's see if we could do that real quick. At any rate, he kind of stood back, and then I reached out the door and down low and started grabbing at his feet. Scared the hell out of him. Hey, Nicole, how are you? How are you doing tonight? Let me see if I can find that little clip here. So I gotta get those cameras up if they're not already, because I'm not sure if they are. left my phone here. If you tried to call me today for any reason, my phone was in command all day long. I left it up here and never bothered to come up to get it. So that's why I haven't been returning calls. I think Sean's called me. But if you tried, that's why I didn't answer. Okay, let me change these cameras real quick. Let's see if we can capture that moment, because I'm pretty sure it's here. I'm going to catch where I scared you.
Oh, no.
Playback. Smile, you're on camera. I think it's camera 4. We'll see here in a second. Camera 4. Is that TV on in there? Camera 4, I think. Search. There we go. Yeah, it'd be about right here. So this is where I'm coming in to take my shower. And this is the end result. So now they're looking to see where that sound's coming from. Oh, I already came out the door, so I already got them at this point. Let's go back a little bit.
Oh, dear.
Alrighty, Stream Deck update is available. Not now. Play. Nope, it's still there. So we got to go back. And come on, movie. Okay, let's go this way then. Rewind. We want that. We want to rewind. Okay, they haven't. Now there's, nope. That was after I left already. Come on, cooperation. There we go. Nope, I'm just not coming out. So we'll try it again. A little further back. And because this camera is set up different than mine, we may miss the moment because it only records movement for 15 seconds. And then it switches, which kind of sucks when it's recording. All right, let's try this. So I'm in this room right here. And it's going backwards, of course. Oh, of course. There we go. Come on. What is up with this thing? It doesn't want to cooperate. Let me switch scene so you guys can pass over here. Okay, let's go. Zane, Derek. No, that's Robert, right?
Mm-hmm. So they heard you, and then they went upstairs to get me.
Someone's in the building. We don't need slow motion. Hey, what Bass? How are you? It's it's overcast and kind of drizzly out. Hey, Mike, how are you, buddy? How's the weather? Hi, Nicole. Hey, Sir X. Dark Angel, I'm feeling a little better today. A little bit better. Okay, I'm just trying to get this thing to cooperate, and it doesn't want to cooperate. I should just be able to click this and fast forward a little bit. Now it's backwards again. Look, either that or you're backing up.
No, they're backing up.
You haven't knocked yet. I know you hesitated because I could see the light kind of hesitate and your hand get close, and then
yeah, because I'm not with them. Yeah, I'm not with them at this moment. I think they're freaked out. Yeah, they want to come up and get me first.
Okay. So I'm still coughing and hacking and basically dying. And let's see if we can move it up a little bit here. About in there, maybe. Okay, I'm not out yet. Wait, that is me, isn't it?
Yeah, so you went over again.
I got no shoes on. Let's go back to this then. So
Okay,
now,
there we
okay,
go, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So let's go full view here
In slow motion.
in slow motion. I can't, for some reason, it's not changing. And I could probably close it and restart it. I just don't want to.
Yeah, that's right.
But I'll clip it and redo it later. Anyways, back to full size. So they're hanging out there for a minute. They still don't know that I'm in that room. Hey, Tim with the T. Tim with the T. Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, they told me it was that door.
Okay, so they still don't know that I'm in here. They don't know that I'm in the building. And finally,
Yeah, I was like, this one?
because they shower in the room next to me. So I see him hesitantly reach up and go to knock at the window, the door. And then he steps back. So I get down low on the floor. Well, first off, I growl.
Yeah.
You knock at the door, and then I start growling.
I don't know if it stopped or we're just frozen.
Frozen. Come on. Play. You know what? Let's just restart it. What am I at? I'm on 23075140. 23. Which we know that. There, 07.
Okay, yeah, then I start freaking out.
Okay, that's when I saw your light, I think.
Zelia, yeah, she completely just started walking off.
And that's when I growled, I think.
Yeah.
She says, what was that? Kind of, Nicole. What they ended up doing, there was 2 hot water tanks side by side, which give me about 80 and 90 gallons of hot water. There we go. He's backing up, and then I reach out the bottom of the door here. This is right after I growled. So we'll have to go back to full time in real time.
Yeah.
There, now he kind of steps back a little bit. What's that coming out the door there? And you guys can't see it because it's just around that corner.
See, then I think I was on my way to start pushing you out. I was actually going to try to shut that door on you.
Then I peek out and start laughing. This is where he realizes he's been punked.
It would probably look more better if it was on.
Yeah, if it was
speed,
full.
yeah.
So I'll clip this, and
I wonder if it shows me actually laying down.
it will. Yeah, I won't stop it if it continues there. Okay, we're at 07:52, so I would go probably 51. 07:51:00 and try that. Camera 4. Yeah, I'll clip it at full time. I think I'll just shut this program down, restart it, and then we should be able to see it.
Memories.
But yeah.
There you are. You peek out.
Yeah, I'm laughing because he's already down the hall here, laughing. I mean, kind of getting his composure back. Anyways, fun at the Abbey.
I got the file. Want me to put it in yet real quick?
Yeah, if you want to. All right, guys, so we're going to go back to command. This is Mr. Derek with Tiger Paranormal here beside me, in case you missed him last night.
Just get that in, get that video.
You're out of here. Nicole, you just got here. Just put it in your file. Just minimize that.
Minimize this.
Yep. And then slide that file into your, right here it is, folder.
I need to look at that first. There we go. I think I slapped it on here. Yep. Wait, hold on. There we are.
Okay. And go ahead, open her up, and then we'll switch it over to the other monitor. Let me bring that screen back up so I could see. There we go. Close. I'm going to restart that window completely. So we'll just close it. All right, let's get that video up over here.
It's under the tire.
That's right.
File.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh no, go back.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, let's move it over here. Hang on a second. Let's get you guys back into the group here. And we're ready, I think. I want to turn up the volume so everybody can maybe hear. What are we listening for?
Okay, so just put in the context, we were doing a daytime investigation up on the 4th floor and doing a spirit box session. Wanted to put the spirit box in Abigail's room, and what we did is I put the spirit box on the doll that's in that room. Got a voice coming out saying it was comfortable, so at least it was something.
Sound like a nice chest lid.
Probably. So anyways, continuing on, about like a minute and 10 seconds into it, it sounds like you'll hear something coming out of the spirit box device, sound like something dragging, and then it will kind of build up into another event, which is the keyboard, the cat keyboard that's laying right next to the doll. So if you listen to it, it'll kind of make sense to you.
Okay, you actually kind of
So I
clipped this, didn't you? Because it's only 41 seconds. You
yeah,
said a
so I
minute
clipped
10.
yeah, so
Hey Sean, how are you?
so
I needed you here, brother.
So I wanted to be quick on it, so I just shot video, so that's why the video looks, like it does, me shooting on the floor, because I was just trying to catch audio. And yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm just messing with you. I'm trying to make you feel bad. Hope you're having a good time at the Outlaw Museum tonight. Now that came out of the portal, that sounding like
Yeah.
a chair dragging across
Yeah.
the floor or something.
Did you hear what he just said? He said out.
Did you just make that cat piano go off? Did you just touch that?
Did you hear the weird sound?
One more time.
Yeah. And you stop it when you hear it and then replay it again. Just back it up a little bit.
Okay.
Slide it back, and so you hit your pause button.
Right there, yeah.
Okay. All right. So again, what are you hearing?
It sounded like a dragging sound, and again, like it was coming from the spirit box, and I can't explain it. I never heard the spirit box do something like that before.
Now this was your spirit box. You weren't
Yes.
using my portal.
No, I wasn't. It was
Okay.
just a Pelagian SB7 spirit box.
Okay.
And I was sweeping through the FM, I think it was the FM channels.
Cool.
And then the keyboard.
Did you hear what he just said? He said out.
Did you just make that cat panel go off? Did you just touch
See, I
that?
didn't hear that. Did you?
The cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was the dragon sound, and right at the end of the dragon sound, you hear the meow.
Because let me tell you one thing about this toy.
Mm.
If it's left on, it automatically shuts out, and when it shuts down, it'll make that noise.
Okay.
So that's debunked.
Okay.
That's debunked.
So
As
that's
far as the
debunked.
dragging noise, I don't know.
Okay. So even if that's the case, is the convenience of the timing of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, but I'm just saying that's a
Yeah, so
default
that's-
with that toy.
Okay, so if that's the toy that's shine off, okay, then
It also makes some other grumpy noise. Like I can't remember, but it scared the shit out of everybody when they first put it up there. And
Oh,
then
really?
They were walking through the hall, and about 5 minutes after they were in that room, then they hear that whatever grumpy voice was that come through. What was that? It took us a
Okay.
while to figure it out. It was this cat toy.
all right. Okay,
Yeah.
well the cat toy mystery is solved then.
Yeah.
But still the dragons. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's not, there's just not enough there to
Yeah.
do anything with it. But that's
Yeah.
cool. At least you're catching something,
Oh yeah.
and good for you guys for hearing it and then cutting it, clipping it, because you never know.
Oh yeah, definitely. And there's a lot more, but I have to go over that stuff. But of course,
Yeah.
you'll see it by the end result.
So what's the grand plan tonight? What do you got?
So I know a lot of us were paired together most of the night last night, so we're going to kind of be together for some portions of it, but then we're going to start splitting up, like one group on one floor, then another group on a different floor. But we are going to be doing some spirit box sessions all together on the fourth floor and the chapel is what I'm planning on doing.
Okay.
So
And now is Zane gonna go down there and do some magic with the organ? In fact, I would
I'm pretty
probably
sure.
have him do it now.
yeah, I could.
Kick off the night early and maybe
Yeah.
get some video for you guys and share it with me later.
Yeah, sure.
You're more than welcome to go do that. And because every time I've started the evening off playing the organ,
Mhm.
it's always been an active night.
Really?
We've had 3 nights of rain, and as you know, last night we had a lot of electricity.
Mhm.
That that electricity hasn't gone anywhere. Whatever was in this building is still in this building.
Uh-huh.
And so they can use that tonight, maybe, and I hope for your guys' sake to use that energy to, let you guys know that it's here or they're here and stuff. So that's another thing too. What are some of the things that happened after I left? There was some pretty interesting things
There were some interesting things.
after midnight.
Because
Is that mine?
Yeah.
Thank you.
so I know around 2:00, 2:00 we were in the basement, did some basement sessions down there. We were trying to communicate in the kitchen. Nothing really came out of it, so we went ahead and moved to the monk's cafeteria. Sat down, did a little session. Nothing much was really going on until I was suggested to go sit on the chair over there. I had the GS2 laser grid going, which is a laser grid that's able to display what's in front of the grid, so you're able to see motion and temperature and such. So I was sitting on the chair, and the other members there were seeing what seemed like a blast of blue from one side walking to the other towards where I was sitting. And then around that time, I was starting to, Robert was starting to ask questions. And during that moment, I was starting to feel a burst of anger going through me. There's a burst of emotional anger, um, and it was like it got to a point that I like wanted to tell Robert to shut up with the questions and stuff like that, and I just want to throw my hat. Like I couldn't explain why I was getting these.
You hear that, Sean? That's because I was possessed.
So I was just feeling that I had no idea why. The members were definitely noticing. I was just kind of like trying to calm myself down. But once that was done, I got out of the room. Then I started feeling fine. Nothing else was going on in the basement after that. So I went up to the chapel, and we kind of role played a little bit. Zane was doing some of the organ, and we were just kind of pretending having like a little service. Zelly and Rob were sitting together on one of the front benches, and Rob believed that he felt somebody almost like sat down right next to him on the left side, and there was nobody on that left side, so that freaked him out a little bit. And you'll actually, if we're able to find that part from last night's clip, we'll actually see him stand up and jump and so on.
Was it in your files that you give me?
No, I have to look for it.
Oh, okay.
I know it was probably caught on the chapel camera though. I'm pretty sure.
And I haven't had a chance to look at that.
Yeah,
So you
so-
said between 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, around 3 and 4. Whenever we entered the chapel, I think that was around that time.
Okay.
So yeah, you'll see a reaction of him with that. After that, nothing much else happened. We tried to get a hold of Bonaventure. Nothing out of that. But then we started hearing noises coming from the library. So we picked up the gear and walked down to the library.
Here's something interesting. Sean, are you still listening, I hope? Bonaventure never showed up in the chapel last night. But they were having those crazy experiences with something very, very low to the ground. So I think there's some conflict going on again between the crawler and Bonaventure in the chapel.
Yeah, Zelly, she did, while she was sitting down on one of the front benches, she did feel like a poke on her lower back. She said this felt innocent. While we went to the library, though, she did got poked again back there. It was a bit of a different feeling this time for her. Around that time, I sat down around the middle section of the library. I turned my head, and I looked like I saw a silhouette peeking over one of the doors. And then,
Have we ever heard that before?
So I saw that, and as soon as I noticed it, it just disappeared. So I ran over, just wanted to be sure there wasn't anybody else in there. I didn't see anybody. Around that time, though, Zelly, I know it was kind of a cluster of everything, a lot of things going on. Zelly heard a hum like next to her ear. I think she also said she felt, I think that's around she felt the poke. Zelly also mentioned that when she looked over down to the glass window section further down to the library, she saw what looked like a shadow of an animal off all fours on the floor, just skirting across very quick. And again, that did sound like it could be a crawler thing, but that's on her eyes, not mine. So
Wow. And then what about disembodied voices or shadow figures?
other than seeing that that one peeking, we thought we saw another shadow in the library. Then the shadow that Zelly saw that was on all fours. Other than that, that is about it. Disembodied voices. We did hear like humming, or Zelly heard like a hum. I think that was about it. I did leave out that we also heard a whistle in the basement, but
Cool.
Yeah.
Could you make out if it was a song or just a couple of notes or?
no, it was just like
Yeah,
yeah.
we hear, or there's been times we've heard actual tunes.
Yeah.
And then we argue over, well, was that the X-Files or was that Irish Spring? Or
And what was interesting is that we were in the middle of packing up and leaving the basement, and the group, they were just kind of singing. They were like just doing a little song, and it just seemed like it was kind of wanting to whistle along with them almost. But yeah, we heard that, and I stopped everybody. I'm like, "Did somebody whistle?" And they're like, "No," but we heard that too.
Okay, I can't find it offhand real quick. Somebody did a drawing of the thing looking over the top of the door in the potato cellar.
Ooh.
And it was not ghostly. It was more like it was alien.
Ooh.
Yeah. And there was five witnesses that all saw it.
That's creepy.
But here, this might be the drawing here. Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah, so let me show you guys that.
Look on top of the door in the basement?
That would have been the door to the potato cellar that, stands open, and then you go down the long corridor there,
Oh.
right outside the cafeteria.
Oh.
So if you look, the ceiling is way low right there when that
Yeah.
door is open. You've only got about a foot, maybe 16. I wouldn't even give it 18 inches between the top of the door and the ceiling there. So it had to be pretty small to be able to lurk over the top of the door like that.
That's creepy.
But they were going to go down to the potato cellar and do an investigation. That ended that. They all said, that's enough, we're done, and they quit their
Oh
investigation.
yeah, if I saw that, that'd be done too. Holy crap.
So of course I had to go down and find out what's going on, and
Yeah.
I never saw anything.
Wow.
And then the next day I spent 6 hours down in the potato cellar in the cafeteria and never got anything.
Never-
And I think a lot of that too is they're familiar with me, and they said what they did is they look over, they were surprised. This thing was kind of surprised, and it went down.
Oh, so like it almost scared it almost.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
much as it scared
They
them.
both weren't expecting each other because all of a sudden there was a light shined onto it down that corridor.
Did they say it looked physical, like solid, or?
Yeah. It was not like a shadow figure or anything like that. He was able to draw what he thought was this is it. It looks like a kid's drawing, but that's what he thinks he saw. So it looks almost more cryptic than it does ghostly. So,
I wonder what that is.
and again, Dennis with the D. Do I have my sound off? I don't know.
We can hear you on the other room though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, but I can't hear them, and that's the thing. Because I got sound bites that when they want my attention, they just say, "Hey, Dennis." Can somebody hit that "Hey, Dennis" for me? Let me check the sound, make sure that I'm getting sound on this side. And I may have it turned off, I don't know.
Hey, Dennis.
Nope, there it is, it's working, I heard it. Okay, just making sure, thank you.
It was at this moment he knew he fucked up.
Oh, right, I told Sir X, and Sir X was the guy that checked.
Wow.
Right, can't be there, there's no birthday cake, right? Nobody brought me birthday cake this weekend. Nobody's even said happy birthday, sang me anything, lit my candles, or even brought me pie. It's a sad situation here at the Holy Cross Abbey in Canyon City, Colorado, with Tiger Paranormal, who has turned their backs to my birthday.
You never told us.
Yep, totally. Yep. You heard of ghosting people? They're ghosting me.
Happy
Yep.
birthday.
Yep.
Hey, Dennis.
Misty is the pie girl. That's right. Misty is the pie girl. She always makes up for all those people that forget.
I want to check with the others, and we're
Sure.
gonna get prepared. So we'll get the organ going.
All right. Yeah, I might step over the rail there and kind of listen in. I'd like to hear him play. So, yeah, cool. All right, guys. So that's what somebody else dealt with when they saw something down in the basement hanging over a door. So we never know. Anything that happens in here, I'm suspicious of some stuff, but there's so much that even when I tell the story, and I've witnessed it, and I see these things happen, when I'm telling you the story, and I'm that guy telling the story, I know you guys are just standing there saying, this guy's whacked out. He's got He's been doing this way too long. Because it even sounds strange to me. And if it was you telling me, I'd think you were full of shit, quite honestly. But I can tell you this, that it actually happens, and I've actually witnessed a lot of this stuff, and I have no explanation. I still won't go to that paranormal conclusion. I'm like Rich. I'm very hardcore about using the word paranormal or haunted. I don't like to go there. So we kind of avoid stepping in it by saying, well, that's interesting. And that leaves us an open end either way. But I've seen way too much that is just too crazy and too unexplainable. By the way, guys, look at my t-shirt. I wore it tonight because that is my code word. When I kick the bucket and you're doing EVP sessions and you want to know if you're actually communicating with Ghost Gramps, my word is brass monkey. Don't know what the hell it means, but my dad always told me, Dennis, you could screw up a brass monkey. So that became my word when you're doing EVP sessions after I kick the bucket. If you hear an EVP that says brass monkey, you know that that's me. So I got my brass monkey. Here you go. I don't know if you can read this. It may be backwards. I can't tell. Got this at the Brass Monkey down in, I think it was on Treasure Island, Florida, down outside of St. Petersburg. Yeah, Beastie Boys song. Oh, it's a Beastie Boys song. Okay, Brass Monkey. Well, this was way before Beastie Boys were even, hell, they weren't even thought of yet. My dad would say that back in the 60s and 70s. Inevitably, me and my dad would be working on working on a car. That's back in the days that you could still work on a car. And so, like, I was the tool guy, right? The old man would be underneath changing the oil or doing something, and I was the guy that was handing him tools, right? Inevitably, it always happened. He'd say, hand me a 7/8 or 7/16 or hand me a crescent wrench. Inevitably, I would grab that crescent wrench, butterfingers, drop it, and it would slide down, hit the alternator, hit the firewall, slide down beside the alternator, and catch him right between the eyes. Every single time. Every single time. And that's when he would always say, son, you could screw up a brass monkey. He was Air Force retired. He was 22 years. He was a whatever the highest sergeant ranking was. And so he was pretty stern. He never went around my dad without a pen. That drove him nuts, that you didn't carry a pen, because a good sergeant always had a pen. I wasn't a very good fucking sergeant, apparently, because I never had a pen. So anyways, that's a little story about my dad and I. And that's where the brass monkey come from. Let's see. Yeah, so I bet you if you look online, they probably got them for sale and would be happy to ship you one. But it's the Brass Monkey on Treasure Island in St. Petersburg, Florida. Yeah. Yep. Spank that monkey. So, cool. Yeah, and you know what? Nowadays, I always got a little notebook and a pen. I actually prefer pencils. First off, I don't have them leak in my pocket, and secondly, they write when I want them to write at any angle, whereas a pen or they get finicky, and I don't want to. I'm old. I ain't got a lot of time to fuck with shit, and I don't want to mess with a pen that's not wanting to cooperate and write at the time I need to write, right? So, yeah. Let's see here. I did see something, Mackenzie. How are you this evening? By the way, Tim with the T and Mackenzie, did you guys leave a jacket here at Mayhem, like a maroon, black, fur-lined woman's jacket here at the sister's house? because I still have it, and I wrapped it up in plastic because it belongs to somebody. It was left at a sister's house, but damned if I know who wore it. So I'd be happy to send it to you, or you're welcome to come up and get it and do some investigating if it's yours, you know. However it works out, but I do have that jacket. If it belongs to you, let me know and we'll get it back to you. Another thing that was left was it looked like a plug-in, the transformer plug-in for a laptop. Right here. This was left behind. We found this in the viewing room. So obviously, you know, it's going to cost somebody 35 or 40 bucks to replace it for their computer. Let's see, it's a power supply, but it doesn't say if it's a Dell or whatever. So I don't know, but if that's yours too, I'll get it back to you. Just let me know. All right. So, oh, was that Sean's? Well, I'll definitely see him again, so I'll get it back to Sean. I wonder why he hasn't said anything. He's so meticulous about his stuff that he usually knows if something's missing or out of place. So I'll check with him. He's up there at the, as you guys saw a little bit ago, he's up at the Outlaw, the museum and prison in Cripple Creek tonight. He's doing an investigation with another group out of Colorado Springs. The Outlaw prison is okay. It's probably of all the investigation I've done, I won't say it's the worst, but it's a very difficult place. Okay. Yes, the jacket is Mackenzie's. Okay, cool. Now I got that solved. So up in the whispers, or you can private message me in my at simplyghost.com. Better way would be Dennis@simplyghost.com. Email me your address and stuff, and I'll ship it back down to you. Because it looked like a new coat and a very nice jacket, and I want to make sure you get it back. So, yeah, just send me over the information, and I'll get it out to you. How soon, I don't know. I don't get down to the post office much, and I'll try to get UPS to pick it up if I can. Because you guys know me, I'm fat and lazy. I'd rather not go out if I don't have to sit here and eat pie and cake and ice cream. When people remember to bring it. Yes, I'm talking to you, in case you're wondering. All right, so, yeah, honey buns I've kind of laid back on. That's more your thing, Sir X. We get those for you. And we also know that's probably the last thing in this world you need. But that's your demon, man. That's your demon. Yeah. The one thing that did get taken at Mayhem, you know, they brought me 3 pies. And I'm not a big berry pie, so there was like a blueberry pie and like a mixed berry pie. But somebody took my caramel apple pie, and I was just not in the mood, as you guys recall, or feeling up to having a piece of caramel apple pie, that I never dug into it, and I never got the opportunity. Somebody took my caramel apple pie. I don't know who it was, but I was very disappointed, because when I did feel like eating some caramel apple pie, there was none to be had. Yeah, I know the gall of some people. All right, gang. So tonight I'm just kind of letting them do their thing. I think they're down in the chapel. The one young man, Zane, knows how to play a little bit on the organ. If I could take you down there, if Jason would have showed me how to use my Discord, which I still don't know, I can hear it right now, then I would take you down there and let you listen to him. But I don't know how to do the Discord thing on my phone to be able to share it with you guys. And I haven't been able to hook up with Jason for more than 2 minutes since Mayhem to, everything I was told during mayhem doesn't count because I was down and out and I was dug deep, deep, deep into the weeds at that point. So I wasn't retaining any information. And there was a lot of changes made here. We got that big screen TV next door now. Some things that were made on my Stream Deck, changes on my keyboard. We got the Wi-Fi down in the basement, which I know very little about. So if something goes wrong, I really don't know how to diagnose it. I have to get a hold of Wanty. And even though he's in Boston, he has full control of what's happening in the basement here. So I don't have to worry about it. He can diagnose it, restart it, and take care of everything from Boston. But I want to know, in case he's sleeping or doing whatever, I need to know how to, do this stuff. But yeah. And also we figured out too, Jason and I have figured out, Jason can actually sit in Arvada at his home and run my entire command center while I'm investigating, just as though he's sitting in this chair, but he's sitting in the comfort of his very own home. I can do that with anybody across the United States. They can, as long as they have the information for my stream, they can get into my control panel and take control of the command center here. And you guys will be able to see as he clicks cameras as I move from hallway to hallway to hallway. And he's, a couple hundred miles away. So that's pretty cool. That's coming up. I just need to get some air, and I'm feeling much better tonight. Finally got some more meds today that seem to be kicking in. They made me sicker than hell when I first took them, but feeling like I do now, I probably feel better than I have in some time. So already they've started taking a major change, and I'm not having such breathing issues tonight, even as I did last night. All right, I see them moving down and around the building here, so we're going to go ahead and switch up a little bit, get out of command. We'll go to the all cams. They're down in the chapel, or will be very quickly. Whoops, wrong mouse. Wrong mouse. There we are. All right. So this young man here, Zane, is going to fire up the organ. And I wished I could share it with you, but I can't. So I think Derek is going to go ahead and record it, and then maybe we can have him play it. I'm going to walk down there real quick and listen to him play, because I heard he's pretty good. So I'll be right back, and you guys can kind of watch what's going on here. Julio. That was fun. Excuse me. I recorded that as best I could with my phone. Excuse me. I'll play it, try to load it up and play it back here soon. No, nothing happened to the sound. I'm just not here. I wasn't here. I'm back. I went down the hall to listen to him play the organ. I see that the lights are out behind me. So we need to fix that, right? Because you just need it. Da-da-da-da. We're back. Okay. All right, everything's good. And by the way, Mackenzie, I did get your text there. Anytime, just give me a holler. Anytime during the day works for me. Just give me hang on. Sorry, anytime I move a little bit, that starts my chest going. But anytime you want to come up during the day, just give me a day's heads up, and I'd be happy to have you up here. If you get here in a late evening and I don't have sorry, anything going on, then maybe we can even investigate a little bit. So whatever. But yeah, I got your jacket. It's whenever you want it. It's safe. Like I say, I wrapped it up in plastic, so keep it clean and nothing happens to it. And whenever at your convenience, just shoot me a text. That works for me. So yeah, these guys, it looks like they've got. Let me see if I can open it up a little bit here. I don't know. Without Discord, I don't know really how. Whatever cams I would put into this window, it would play, but for some reason, it just wants to show me the cameras in the basement. I haven't had time to mess with it. Axe Batch and I fooled with it one night for a little bit. Couldn't figure out why it's doing that. It used to before, but we got so many other options now that work so well. I don't want to screw anything up. But I would sure like to get that chapel view and some other views in there. But it really likes those basement cams. That's not bad. That's 9 of 16, half the cameras. And then I can zoom in to what they're doing there. Sorry for the coughing and hacking. Take me a minute to settle down. You see a lot of dust orbs in here, a lot of moths, millers, whatever you want to call them, depending on what part of the United States you're from. They don't seem as bad tonight, though. Last night, they were awful. See that little orb floating right across here. So I think his plan is to kind of investigate as a group tonight. Who are we missing? Derek, Robert, Zella. There you go. That's a moth. That's a moth. Zella and Zane. So those are the four. There's a piece of dust floating through. Those are the four that are here tonight. We had two more last night, but that was his mom, Becky, Derek's mom, Becky, and her husband and Derek's stepfather, Chris, I believe. No, Terry. And they were just here to investigate for a while and then went home around 10:30, 11. Cool. All right. So anyways, I've did bring in another hard drive. I was going to try to go through some of the way back Wednesday stuff. I think I'll save that. I don't want to get too involved tonight. I'm still not quite up to par. Although I am feeling much better. That's good. Let's see here. 15. Cool. All right, let's see here. I need to go to some of these other scenes. Let's go see what's happening in the second one. Nothing really going on. Nothing in the hallways anywhere. I did want to see this hallway. I noticed that light is on. They need to turn that switch off right there. And I don't know who turned it on, but I'll tell them if they want dark, they have to turn that light out. Nobody at the front door. That's a good thing. Nobody anywhere in the hallways. Offices are locked tight. Nothing in the stairwell either way, up or down. Again, back down the hallway to the sacristy. So this door here is the sacristy. This is the two back doors into the chapel. So if we go to the here, these two doors that you see here are the two doors that go out into that hallway. And then if I go to the sacristy here, I got to go back to all cams here. There we go. And now everything's out of order, so I need to change things up a little bit. I want the basement back. There's the sacristy. So as you enter that other door on the opposite side, you'll come through this doorway right here. That's where the sacristy is. Basically the monks, the priest, the altar boys' dressing room, choir boys and whatnot. So that's their dressing room. Let me get these chair rooms. All right. Get that basement up there. Get the other basement, which is slaughter room. Okay. Chapel. Library. Viewing room. And sacristy. So that's all the first floor cameras. Then we got the third floor north. And about halfway down from here is this view here that finishes the rest of the hallway. We got fourth floor. This is Abigail's room here. And way down at the other end is this view here looking the opposite direction. Let's get this out of the way. Okay. My command center is right here. You can see right here. Moth. Very clear. So from where I was just listening to him play the organ, I was in the clock tower here, the bell tower. So command center is about right here. The staircase is about right here. and it shoots down all the way to the end of the hallway. When you get to the end of the hallway there, and then you have the classroom. And that way I can see if anybody goes up the ramp or down the ramp. On the ramp end, that's the north end of the building. The ramps go from the basement all the way to the 4th floor on the north end. If you're on the south end, then you have stairs that go all the way from the basement to the 4th floor. So you have your option of either going upstairs, up and down stairs, or going up and down a ramp. The ramp is extremely steep, but I prefer I personally prefer the ramp end, and you can kind of get an idea in that classroom shot here just how steep those are. That's quite an incline to get up the ramp, and there's a landing, and then you go up another section just as long on every single floor. But I prefer it. It's easier on my knees, and I like it better. So that's pretty much the monastery. What we got going on here. They are in the chapel area right now, doing an EVP session using I let them use my portal. So they've got it connected to an SB7, and they're doing a spirit box session. You look at that there. Great big piece of dust. Now, according to them, Bonaventure Bandy, did not ever come through last night. However, they were feeling like the crawler might be in there again or something that is not nice. We won't say demonic because I don't believe there's anything in here that's demonic, but something that's not nice. And we feel like there's a battle going on again for King of the Chapel. And I know that last week Bonaventure had captured the chapel again and reclaimed it, and he was holding it. But it sounds like maybe now they're trying to take over the chapel again. So it's going to be interesting. I'll get Sean in here and we'll do an investigation and see what we can come up with. Sean even feels there's something very again, I don't want to use evil or demonic or, but there's something that is not nice there that we probably need to keep it moving somewhere else and get it back out of the chapel. We did that and we've succeeded, but it sounds like there's a battle going on again. We'll see who wins this battle, who wins round 2. But yeah, there you see the odd thing about that, you can see it flashing. That means it's going in and out of the IR light as it's coming across the field of view in the camera. Let me see here. Get my Roman cam back on there. Or I'm sorry, the command cam. There we go. There. Now you can see me. Now you can see me. There he is. All right. Cool. Kind of tack her down there for a minute. There we go. All right, good. So, yeah, we're going to see who wins that battle. And even during mayhem, there was stuff going on in the chapel that had changed. One thing that we've noticed too over the last 2 months, things have really started getting more active. And we believe that's because we're on the 100-year anniversary of the monastery being built. They started construction in May of 1923. And here we are in June. So I'm sure that that would have something to do with some of the activity within this building. Is it going to get worse, and is it going to continue to ramp up? I hope so. I want to communicate. I want to, I want them to come through. There's that orb again. Now, the fact that it's not getting any larger as it gets closer to the camera and whatnot, I think it's just falling straight downward. But because it blinks, there's another one right there. Just went into his shoulder. Because it's going straight downward, I believe that that's particles of dust falling from the ceiling. And you get that blinking effect because as you know, inside the IR camera itself, there's like 30 or 40 different little IR lights. And so as it passes through each IR light, it's going to flash as it continues to fall. So that creates the blinking. But I can almost assure you that that is dust. Now, if they come out flaming green or blue or, there's other characteristics involved, they would be suspect. But that didn't. And I could tell by, I've seen so much dust that I can tell that that's what it is. And sometimes you'll see it sweep sideways. That one you just saw go upward. There's a balcony right here. And so as the wind catches it, it's going to create an updraft and send all those orbs back up into the air. And then they'll just go back in and start raining down somewhere else. There's that. See it there? I got one racing here. Now, if they stood up and started pointing at something, then again, and I'd have to find out what they're talking about to see what they saw. Again, I'm not there. I don't know what's going on. I just saw him look up. You heard a noise. I thought I heard a rumble too, even here. But I'm not there, so I don't see what they're seeing. I'm only observing from a distance. And that's what I get a kick out of. So many people will send me their oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Sir X. That's awful. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. The whole thing about orbs is just they're nearly impossible to prove. And you get so many pictures and so many, and that's another thing too, the quality of digital camera versus back in my day. Look, he's got just shined the light and there it is right there. A light just came on right there for whatever reason. There's more dust coming in. So imagine it's blowing in through this door because this is kind of grated and it's big enough that dust can easily blow through these little vents inside this door, these two doors here. And definitely some airflow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Sir. Actually, you lost that young fellow with in that murder the other day, and now this little girl. Yep, it's too bad. Zane is talking about something. He must have heard something or saw something. But back to orbs, with the digital cameras, they see everything. They're unlike the old film cameras and Polaroids that we had, they didn't have near the pixels that digital does. And so you didn't see a lot of the stuff before that now you definitely catch on. That was a bug. You definitely catch on modern day cameras, the digital cameras. And so with everybody in their phones, everybody is constantly catching orbs. And then they send them to me and they want me to tell them that that's an orb. That's something. Yeah, that's definitely, the manifestation of whatever. They want to hear that. But in truth, and don't ever ask me if you don't want my opinion, because I'm going to give you my true opinion. And it may not be what you want to hear, but I'll bet you 99% of the time I'm going to tell you it's dust, a bug. It could be moisture in the air. It could be smoke from your cigarette as you're catching that mist. And I'll debunk it because I'm not there. Now, could it have been glowing green? I don't know. Could it have there been circumstances building up to that point? I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm only making a judgment call from one out of focus photograph. And generally, they've got it blown up so many times that there's like 5 pixels. And they say, do you see it? And I'm saying, I see a bunch of squares. I can't possibly make anything out of this, And so when in doubt, Taps used to use that all the time. Jason and Grant, they would always say, when in doubt, throw it out. And I don't even bother with them. I just don't. So yeah, right now it's raining down dust. And there is a little bit of there's a mild breeze outside. Like I say, it is raining and misty and one. Speaking of Misty, I wonder where she's at. She was hiding out lurking last night. Yeah. I knew she was out there, but she was lurking. She didn't show up to the show till real late. And by the way, I think I came in to shut off the stream this morning and got sidetracked and forgot to turn off the stream. And so it was playing a little bit longer than I figured it was, but that's okay. Had 16 hours worth of streaming last night, and I'll do the same thing again tonight. If I feel like staying later than midnight, I will. If not, then I'm going to shut it down around midnight. And wake up to a new day tomorrow. If I'm feeling better and feeling up to it, I might just stay. I don't know. We'll see. Not a hell of a lot going on there. Yeah, there you can see some really good moth action. What's cool is when you see them moths come flying in and then they hit the IR camera and then you just see them explode. Big old piles of moth dust. You can see they're everywhere. And you'll see them on all these floors. They'll just, I don't think they can see the UV light, but sometimes they'll fly straight into the camera. And it's fun to watch because, like I say, like they crash into a mountainside and just doesn't hurt them, I'm sure. You know how they got that dusty moth on their wings and stuff, and they probably continue to fly afterwards, but it makes a nice burst of dust when they do. I'll have to clip one when I see it. Not much going on yet, but it's early. It's only 9:30, guys, so really it's and that really isn't a factor either. We've had things happen here at 7 o'clock at night. We've had things happen during the day. We've had things happen after 3 o'clock. We've had things happen from midnight to 2. You never know. And that's just the way it works. That's Ghost Hunting 101. Unlike TV.
Hello? Is it me you're looking for?
Yep. Come on out. It is you. We are looking for you. I'm rocking in this chair. It's not what you think, guys. Sometimes it rips one out, and it's not me. John is gaseous maximus, not me. Wow. Wow. Getting the smell of barbecue, and it smells good. It smells good. I don't know where it's coming from, but I'll have some of that action. Yeah, it's like an open pit barbecue. I've been craving that crap anyways. I really want to get some good brisket, but there isn't any near here. Usually, when I want brisket, I drive down to Tucumcari, New Mexico, and stop at Watson's Farm and Feed Supply down there and order me up a bunch of brisket. I've tried to get them to UPS it to wherever I'm at, find a way that they can like freeze it and put it on dry ice and ship it overnight. I would pay $50 just for the shipping to be able to eat that brisket. It's got to be the best brisket in the world that I've ever had, and I've had it all over the country in some of the, Kansas City, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky. But Watson's, yeah, that's the name of it. Watson's Farm and Feed in Tucumcari, New Mexico is by far the best barbecue I've ever eaten. Everything they have is just so, even chicken, usually you get chicken and sometimes even ribs. You love the flavor, but they're so dried out. These things are just melting your mouth. The meat is so moist, and you get that full flavor of the barbecue. I just love it. I love it. You ever get a chance to be in Tucumcari, New Mexico, definitely drop in and get you some Watsons. You won't regret it. All right, let's see. How come that didn't? Oh, because I got it locked down. Unlock it. Unlock it. There you go. Command cam. Unlock. Move it. There we go. There we go. Bring it up and bring it down. Bring it up and bring it down. Yep. There we go. All right. So let's see what they're doing. It looked like they're still in the library doing their thing. Or sorry, the chapel. They are in the chapel. Sounded really cool. When he played the organ, Zane played the organ. That always seems to get things cooking a little bit. When you go into the chapel and they hear that organ music, it seems to wake things up. So I'm hoping that's the case tonight. The fact that these guys are spending quite a bit of time here in the chapel is a good thing. Patience is a big part of this. You have to have patience, and you got to be able to sit still. And just like a fisherman, you cast your line out and you wait. They must be hearing some noises in behind them. Let's see. My door's shut, so they can't hear anything I'm doing. And I'm quite a ways down the hallway anyways. Again, they're downstairs. I'm in this hallway here. There is a doorway to the balcony right here, and I can overlook what they're doing in the chapel from that point. But command's all the way down where you see this light here, and my door is shut. So there's no way that the sound will travel down there. I'm not making that much noise. So I'm pretty sure it's not me what they're hearing. Right? And that's a place I still want to open up. That's a place I haven't looked here. Is under that stairwell. I want to make it a big deal, like it's, opening Al Capone's vault. Make it a big deal and see what's back there. Because I remember, look, Paranormal Warrior. Hey, Mr. Jesse, how are you? How's San Jose treating you down there? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. We've got Tiger Paranormal in the house tonight. They've been here 2 nights, staying in the Abbey, and obviously we got a lot of moths in here too. Yeah. So cool. It's good to see you, Jesse. How are the girls doing and everybody? All settled back in? I'm sure you are. I think you've actually had an investigation since Mayhem, hadn't you? Like the week after. I think I saw it on the old Facebook there. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm still struggling. I still got that thing going on from Mayhem, and I'm still trying to get over that. And it's not been fun. Still in the weeds a bit, and trying to get back to whatever normal was, if that's even possible anymore. Oh, you're investigating right now. Haunted costume shop. Cool. So you're taking a little break there. Nice. Where are you at? Are you in San Jose or somewhere else, another city? San Jose. Cool. You know what's ironic to me is you told me Modesto. Okay. Is that something Jen set up, or did you set it up? Richard's from Modesto. Cool. Jen did. Yeah, I kind of thought, isn't she from that area rather than San Jose? She's more in Modesto. Kind of watching what they're doing over here. There's nothing going on. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. How's mom? How's she doing? Good. Yep. Always lift her in a prayer when I'm there. Yeah. It's a good lady. Love her a lot. So they've actually been spending the night here in the rooms we had set up across the hallway here. So this is their second night. Interesting night last night. I only stayed in here till about midnight, and then I headed back to the RV. There you go, the Tucumcari. There you go. Thank you, Sir X. That is the place. Let's see. Let's check it out real quick. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it, boys and girls. That's it. Let me share that with you real quick. For the best barbecue, bar none, in the entire United States. Right here. Tucumcari, New Mexico, a place called Watson's Farm and Feed. Or I guess it's Ranch Supply. But at any rate, make sure you stop, and trust me, don't hesitate to order anything on the menu. It's the best. It is so good. It is so good. And usually I order like $150 worth and take it with me. And like I say, I would pay $50 if they could find a way to ship it overnight to me, because it is by far the best. And the flavor is just like none other. That's what I like most. And I'm very particular about my sauce. And they, again, by far have the best tasting sauce, in my opinion. And they have several to choose from, but I've got my particular favorite. And they are the best. So if you ever get down to Tucumcari, New Mexico, they're right on Route 66 there. And that's how I discovered them, when I was traveling Route 66 and stayed there in Tucumcari. I actually, during COVID, came all the way from Louisiana, crossed over Texas, and went on into straight into Tucumcari. bought a bunch of barbecue, and because they were all freaked out over COVID still, got my barbecue, and I'd left the state and went back to Texas. And that's where I ended up eating it, because Tucumcari is not like 30 miles across the state line between Texas and New Mexico. It's not far off once you're on Route 66. By far, man, it's well worth it. If you ever get the opportunity, stop. Tell him Simply Ghost sent you. He'll know who you're talking about. Yep. In fact, I've got places, you can sign the wall, and you can sign trucks and vehicles and stuff throughout the building and the lot, and farm implements and stuff like that. So I signed Simply Ghost over like tons of stuff. And I'm sure some of it's been written over because space is limited and you get a bazillion people, then there's just not enough space to get everybody's name. So they'll write right over the top of you, just like Cadillac Ranch down there in Lubbock, Texas. They'll just spray paint right over the top of what you just spray painted 2 minutes ago. And it's literally 2-3 inches thick of spray paint from being spray painted for the last 50 years. But hey, you get that 5 minutes of fame. So anyways, check it out. Definitely good stuff. All right, let's see what they're doing here. And don't look like maybe they're having a little powwow. They're setting something up. I'm not sure what now. Maybe replaying something. It looks like she's got her device in her hands. They may be replaying something. I need some Advil. Okay, see this right here? Coming across the floor. It's gone now. Definitely the wind is starting to kick up a little bit, so I'm sure that the dust is being blown around through these vents and these doors here. There's something there, just kind of, it's all dust. It's all dust. Another thing I'd highly recommend to you guys, if you've never done it, and I would, if you're saving it for a bucket list, get it off your bucket list first, because there's not much left and it disappears more and more and more. Every month, literally, something changes. If you've ever had the desire to do Route 66, get it done. When I did it end to end the first time, well, I didn't do it end to end. I never went into California. I got a thing about California, and I'll never go back into California. So I started at the border in Arizona and then came across. But if you get the chance to do Route 66, sorry about that, Jess, but just the way it is. Route 66 is disappearing. When I went through it the first time, like 7 years ago, and I'm probably closer to 8 or 9 years ago now, 8 years probably, there was so much still left, I thought, until I started reviewing some of the videos and stuff that were kind of the teasers that made me want to do Route 66 to begin with. And so I started watching a lot of YouTube, all about everything about Route 66. And they were showing me places here and places there. And I made it a point to stop in every single little town, barring the bigger cities. I didn't go into like Albuquerque or into Oklahoma City. I just stayed on the interstate and got the hell out of the bigger cities as fast as I could. But every little town on the map, every single little town on the map through Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, up into Missouri, and then into Illinois. It was, I stopped at every single town along the way. And I did Route 66 in 66 days. That was my goal. It was just a fun thing to do. But everything that I saw on the road there, I went back and did Route 66 again Uh, well, now it's been about 3 years ago, back when I took that 2-year road trip and traveled all around, ended up in all over the southern United States. And I coming back to Colorado again, I jumped on Route 66 out of Oklahoma City and picked up Route 66 coming back, and that was during COVID. So I kind of hung out in Oklahoma and Texas area because those states could give a shit less about COVID. They weren't freaked out. Nobody was wearing the mask. Nobody would. Life was normal. Gas was $1.50 a gallon. You could go to the grocery store and still get toilet paper and Clorox and all the stuff you needed, no matter where you were at. It was just life as normal while the rest of the world is falling apart. And I loved that. And that's what I loved about having my home on wheels, because if I met a town that was freaked out, I just drive the hell on out of there. But my point being was, a lot of the places that I was able to see the first time I went down Route 66 were gone. Either they had demolished them, or vagrants had gotten in there and burned the place down, and they burned to the ground. A lot of the places I saw were completely burnt to the ground. A lot of the signage even that was, there wasn't a hell of a lot, but some of the old buildings still had remnants of the old neon lights. Signs were gone. People stole all the signs for souvenirs and stuff like that. Time has just, started caving in the roofs on these old places, and they just don't exist anymore. And it was really, really sad to me, because even though the time span was probably only about 3 years from the first time to the second time that I traveled it, I would say probably, and without embellishing, I'd say 20% of what I saw was gone forever, just in that short period of time. So I'm thinking, here we are now. That was, well, we're on our 4th year now. I'm thinking that, how much is gone now? 40% of what I saw the first time? Who knows? Who knows? But if you're going to do Route 66, guys, quit waiting, because it's not going to wait for you. Things are happening. Make it a point, and make it an adventure. Everywhere you go has got historic stories, and if you just get on the internet and you find all these great oddities along traveling the United States in the 50s and the 60s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, it was so much fun, and it was a family vacation. And you would take the old station wagon, load it up, and go on vacation. And they were road trips. You all packed into a car with no air conditioning, the windows rolled down, and mom and dad puffing on their Pall Malls in the front seat, smoking you guys out. And we survived. We survived. But we got to see the country that way, traveling in an old station wagon. We had an old 59 Chevy Bel Air station wagon. Sweet, sweet ride. I remember that. They actually bought it as we were going over to Okinawa, and we were in San Francisco, no less. That's where we had to ship out of, so to speak. When my dad got transferred to Okinawa, that's where we had to fly out of. At any rate, we were checking out the big rolly hills and shit, and the brakes went out in that old station wagon. You talk about a ride down, I'm telling you what, there was 5 of us kids, and then mom and dad. And I have to give kudos to my dad for A, not wrecking it, and B, somehow getting it stopped. And if I recall, I was pretty young then, 7 years old. But I remember him driving the curves and rubbing the tires to kind of control the speed as he went down these rolling, curvy, windy hills. It was an amazing ride. I remember that. But yeah. And that was in 1963, I think. Because it was before Kennedy got shot. We were only in Okinawa for a while, about like 7, 8 months, and then they diagnosed my sister with leukemia. And that's how we ended up in Colorado. At that time, Fitzsimmons Medical Center in Aurora, Colorado was the leading military hospital in the United States. And so they sent us to Colorado to try and get the best care for my sister who had leukemia, which she ultimately died. I think it was 1966. She finally passed away January of 1966. But that's how we ended up in Colorado, was through that. And believe it or not, that year I was in first grade. I went to 3 different first grades in 2 different countries. I went to start at school at the time that we were being shipped out. Apparently, my dad pissed off a superior, and so they said, "Okay, it's Okinawa for you." He did that a lot throughout it. My dad couldn't keep his mouth shut. I don't know why. Military is not the place to shoot your mouth off. You lose every time. But my dad was very opinionated. At any rate, he pissed off one of the commanding officers, so they sent us out to Okinawa. But we were living in Salt Lake City, Utah at that time. So I started first grade in Salt Lake City, Utah. We went to Okinawa. I started first grade again in Okinawa in a new class. And before I could finish first grade, then we were shipped back to the States, and I started first grade in Aurora, Colorado. So I went to 3 different schools for first grade. And from there on, it was like I was always the new kid in the school, and that's the life of being in the military. Was you were always moving about. It was kind of hard on the family. I enjoyed it, and I think that's why I've got that adventure in me today. I love the adventure. I love traveling around. I like seeing things. And I'm okay being by myself because I was always the new kid. I didn't have a lot of friends that I grew up with since, my daughter, she went to the same school from kindergarten to graduation. I wanted that for her. And she knew all the kids that she graduated because they all grew up in the same little town. And how neat that must have been, because I didn't get to experience that. But on the other hand, I'm not complaining, because it made me very adventurous, very independent, and give me this thirst for adventure. So, and I'll tell you more stories about Okinawa and all that stuff some other time. I've got a lot of great stories. We find tombs filled with samurai swords, rifles and ammunition and bombs and grenades, tombs filled with this stuff, hidden in the back jungles and stuff. Just playing in the tombs, I got stories about playing in the tombs alone. That's pretty interesting. But someday I'll share those stories with you some other time. I've got lots of stories. We won't run out. So now they're in the viewing room. It almost looks like he's got a FLIR, but I don't think so. Kind of looks like one, but I don't see the screen. And that might be that device that he has. Oh, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that is a FLIR. So he's got the FLIR. They've got my portal. Looks like he's got a set of headphones on, so they might be doing the Estes method. Like he's got noise canceling headphones on. I'm not sure what they're doing. Yeah. Yay, the Dennis method. Actually, I prefer the Gasfeld over Estes method. Ryan Buell used to do that with Paranormal State. With his group, they were the ones that originally came up with the Gasfeld that I saw, and obviously a man named Gasfeld came up with the whole concept in the very beginning. But I really like that method, and I haven't used it in years. That's something we should probably do at maybe one of my next events, is mess around with that. That's old school, and it worked. If you guys don't know what that is, that's you take a a ping pong ball, you cut it in half, and that way they can fit over your eyes, and you can still keep your eyes open. And then the way that Ryan used to do, then they would take a blindfold and wrap it around your head, and that would kind of hold those ping pong balls into place. And then you couldn't see anything, obviously. And then they would shine a red light into that handkerchief or the white cloth that was covering the ping pong balls, and that would give you a red glow, and you would open your eyes, and then you would listen to pure white noise. And there's a specific frequency that pure white noise is at. And if you want some white noise, I've got it on my website. Let me know, and I'll give you a free WAV file or MP3 file of a 1 hour session of pure white noise. Those are moths. And you can try it yourself. So what I did was take it one step further. I'm thinking, okay, if they are hearing voices coming through because basically what the Gasfeld experiment does is it puts you into an alpha state. The alpha state is the type of sleep you're in just before you go to a delta state, which is that deep sleep. The alpha state is where you can still kind of manipulate your dreams, bring people in. It could be the Easter Bunny, and you're totally good, and you're somewhat aware of that you're dreaming, and you're aware that you can manipulate your dream, but you're not quite asleep yet. And that's what the white noise does, is it puts you into that alpha state. So once you're there, after you're there for a little bit, then you start hearing voices coming through that white noise, like something's trying to communicate to you. So the way the method is done, then you have a small group of people or one other person with a recorder, and they record whatever you blurt out. And in the meantime, they're asking questions as well. Just like the Estes method, they're asking questions and seeing if they get intelligent responses. So I'm thinking, after I watched this, I said, well, come on, how do we know that there's actual voices coming through there? So I took the headset, and you wear, obviously noise canceling headphones. And I wired in a microphone inside the earpiece of the headset that I could go back down to a second recorder. And that way I could record all the white noise that is coming in onto another recorder going out, and be able to catch if indeed there's another voice or another sound, or if it changes frequency or something while you're under this experiment. And I've had incredible results. Another thing I switched up was, I used to do a lot of downhill skiing back in my younger days. I would buy a season pass, and I was on the mountain every chance I got, and I've skied all over the state, and several states actually. But at any rate, I had these goggles that were red tinted anyways. So I found that if with the ping pong balls on, I could take those goggles and put them over the top of the ping pong ball, and then I didn't have to worry about tying a bandana or anything. Plus, I had the red light as soon as I shined a flashlight on it. So that eliminated a red light, and any flashlight would work it. And then I would have the red tint, and it was a lot more comfortable too, to be wearing a ski goggle than having that tight bandana tied around your head. So those were two improvements that I made for the gas feld experiment. And we tried it many times, and it was pretty amazing, some of the responses and stuff that we would get. So we'll have to try that. I actually have the original set. Let me see if I can find them here real quick. I think they're just hanging right here. So bear in mind, this was something I built 20 years ago, maybe longer, I don't know. So, yeah, let me switch over camera here real quick. So in this little baggie here, you see the ping pong ball that's cut in half, and that would just fit over your eye like that, right? So then you put that on. Here's the ski goggles I was telling you about. So if I put this ping pong ball, take off my hat, in my eye, and then I'm not even gonna, well, I guess I could. Let me, you scurvy dog. There. All right, so now it holds that ping pong ball in place, and all I can see with my eye wide open is red. So that took care of eliminating the white light. With that, hey Murky Dirk, how are you? So here's the headphones that I rigged up, like I said. You can see there's two leads coming out of it. One would feed into a little microphone I have inside the headset. And these are old shooter headsets. We used it when I was printing. I was running big printing presses, and we had to wear them for noise because they were like 3.5 stories high, newspaper presses. But inside you can see I have little speakers on a right and a left, and that would be how I would bring the sound in, the white noise into the headset. And then I had this other thing that I would plug into my recorder so that I could record whatever was being played through the headset. And then ultimately I would need a longer cord. So I've got a 25-foot 1/8 inch male to 1/8 inch male to go to my recording device. And I was able to plug it in and give it a little extension cord. And how about this, guys? I still got my little MP3 player, and the white noise is on this MP3 player. So I would play the WAV file from an MP3 file here on my little device. And that's how I did the gas feld experiment. Still have all the stuff here. We're going to have to try it because all this stuff still works. Still works. Rich was going to try to make me a more professional kind of headset like this, and then he got into the ghost lights, and ghost light took over his world. But he was always my Inspector Gadget of the paranormal world, and would build all my equipment and stuff for me, do all the technical stuff. But that's something, an out-of-the-box idea that I had. Say, I was using this 20 years ago. Some old school stuff. But that I prefer that over the Estes method by far. Yeah.
Hey, Dennis.
Right? Well, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, he does. He's got ghostlightco.com. That's Rich Horn at ghostlightco.com for all your lighting needs, be it IR light, full spectrum, the ultra green, or just white photography. He can take care of all your lighting needs. That's ghostlightco.com, Mr. Rich Horn. All right. So, yeah. And you're right, Sir X. I'm feeling just a little bit better tonight. I think I finally told them to get me on some antibiotics, and I think they're kicking in, and I'm feeling a little bit better tonight. Just need to take care of myself the next few days, and hopefully I'll get out of this rut and get back into the game of things and be able to bug you guys for another 3-4 years. Hell, we'll see, you know. But I am definitely feeling better tonight. All right, gonna lurk some more. Think the dogs need to walk and poop. Well, okay, enjoy that. They will. All right, look like they're leaving this room. Not sure where they're going. Let's check it out. They're on the first floor. I gotta get out of Watson's over here. There we are. See them on the first floor. No, I don't. Should be at the end of the hallway, but I don't see them. They'll pop up. They may be coming upstairs here to take a little break. They've been down there for about an hour, a little more. So it wouldn't surprise me. Yep, that's what it looks like they're doing. Coming up for a break. So here they come. Over here. Do. Yes. So what's the word?
It's weird.
Where is the bird?
Guess it depends on your belief system.
We have a different belief system, so.
So we're using tarot cards a lot.
Okay, wait a second. Let's get you guys on cam.
Not just me.
So these guys are gonna spin some yarn for us.
Oh gosh.
Go ahead, have a seat.
All right.
Jump in here. And by the way, just so that we have new people, just tell everybody who you are, what you're doing, who you're with, and
I am Zelly.
I'm Zane. We're here with Tiger Paranormal. This is our second night here at the Abbey.
actually you're third.
Well,
Technically, yeah.
second night in a row, third night total.
Right. There you go. Does he remind you of anybody? He should, because he looks just like. You ever watch Colin Brown and Paranormal Files along with the Paranormal Twins, Twin
Right.
Paranormal?
I know
You
people
look like their
files.
cameraman.
Oh wow.
When he was here,
Man.
and you guys look. You're the same size and everything. I mean,
Oh my
you look.
gosh.
Yeah. I'll
That's
have
so
to
funny.
dig up a picture and show you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resemblance there. But anyway, sorry, Dan.
Anyways,
Yeah. So this is Zane.
hello. And then this is Zelly. So we're pagan, so we use a lot of like things like tarot cards and stuff. And I thought I didn't do this last time I was here or last night, but I just kind of thought, what the heck? Let's just throw some cards down and see what happens. So earlier I wanted to see like, oh, maybe I should just ask where we should investigate first tonight. And so we pulled a couple of cards and we kind of I don't want to get into the weeds of all the details of which card I picked and what they all mean and stuff. But basically we got the vibe that we should go outside and check out the cemetery again, which is something we wanted to do during the daylight anyway.
That was tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I
When we
saw you
first
going to the
started. Yeah,
cemetery
yeah.
after I went
and-
home.
Well, we went there for a specific reason too, because we wanted to check out a name that we got earlier in the day.
The
We,
Edward?
on
in
the
the middle of
fourth
the day.
floor, Edward. We very clear as day got Edward.
Okay.
So we just wanted to see if there's any abbots or anything like that with the name Edward. So that's the
Sure.
yeah.
So we went out there, and
Okay.
there was an Edward.
Yeah.
Which was I actually scared the crap out of Derek when I went out there because I'm like looking, I'm like, oh, here's Edward. And he goes, are you shitting me? And I was like, no, he's right there.
There he is.
He was like 92 when he died.
Yeah.
From 1908 to 2002. That's a long life.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first reading just
God,
basically
don't do
told
that
us
to
to go
me.
there.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
already
so
broke
that was
down.
good. Kind of like, okay, well, that was something. So when we came back, we did it again, and we kind of got like a little story out of it. If you want to explain, like a little 3-card story that we got. This the second one, the first reading that read when I got back. The one that we just did before I asked any questions.
So is that what you guys were doing when you were over, like over? Let me get that
In
scene.
the chapel, I was reading. Yeah, we did 2 readings in the chapel.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys
we were
were
just
like
down there.
congregated
Yeah, yeah.
right here.
Yeah, but this
Yes.
was that in this room over here, actually, in our HQ before we
Yeah,
went
no.
over there.
Okay.
This was the reason why we went to the chapel first.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So I did it. I think it was 4 cards total. And the first energy it picked up was that there was a woman who was very into justice, into bringing truth. It was all about like bringing up knowledge, basically.
Okay.
And then the second card was very clearly like a chapel.
It was literally just a picture of
Like,
a chapel.
it was just
like
a
it's on
picture of
the
a chapel,
image.
and it even said monastery.
Wow.
So and then
Quinky
it,
dinky.
Yeah, I was like,
And
wow,
then
there we go.
the third card is kind of sad. It was all about children, literally in the description. It said that there was sad children that were basically living in the past. They were trying to live off their happy memories that have vanished, that are no longer there.
Which makes sense because that's what I believe
The fourth
where
one is.
the children were actually on this property before the monastery was here, and that's why they're here.
Yeah.
Is because this is a happy memory for them.
Yeah, and it says that they try to focus on that happy memory because they don't have any more anymore. Is basically what it said.
Okay.
So because of that, we went to the chapel.
Okay.
And you know, at first it was very uneventful. The whole time, basically.
Besides my organ playing. Anyway.
Yeah, it was very just kind of nothing concrete down there. So we decided to do another reading before we
I
left.
felt like we couldn't leave until a reading was done.
Yeah,
It
I
was like
I
it was
was
like a compulsion.
apprehensive because I was like, we're in a chapel and I don't want to be
Yeah.
disrespectful.
So that's why we did it on the floor, because we didn't want to do it up on like close to the altar or anything like that. We're like, I'm gonna sit on the floor in front of the pew and do it here, so that it's not like.
Try this, guys.
So you can explain
Blasphemy.
because that was your reading that you did.
Yeah, I ended up pulling what now 8
cards.
8 cards. It was 4 at first, or 3 at first, and then it was like, okay, this is like an unfinished story, or whatever. So I pulled another one. I was like, that wasn't enough. Pulled another 2, and that was about it. And then pulled one more, and that kind of tied it together. And it was a lot of king cards, and like the Hierophant was in there, so a lot of like figures sitting on like a throne kind of image.
Like a very respected person.
But we also pulled the Fool,
Yes.
which
That's
that
self-explanatory.
yeah, but I mean, for anyone who like really doesn't know, I mean, the Fool is basically like kind of like Dionysus vibes. They have all this extravagance and like debauchery and kind of like that and exuberance, but probably in too much excess, kind of thing. Which in Catholics makes sense. So Zelly was kind of getting the vibe that it was maybe that Edward figure. I mean, we don't really have an explanation for that. It just vibes.
Yeah.
So we just kind of went with that a little bit, and then Zelly did her own reading, if you want to.
That was when it was really weird. I have never done a reading where every single card was reversed. I have never had that before.
Which means upside down for anybody who doesn't know.
And reverse, what that means is when a card is reversed, it's usually the negative side of that card. So even the regular upfront card will be super positive, but then you flip it and it's
It's not
the
always
exact
negative
opposite.
though, because sometimes you have a negative card.
yeah.
And the flip side is positive, or it's just slightly different. It doesn't have.
And that's what happened with the
necessarily
2 cards. It was reversed. The regular is negative, but the 2 reverse was basically explaining a person that was in the seat of a very respected man. He was living very well here. He had a lot of, just a very respected man.
Mhm.
But then the last 3 cards, it literally explained his downfall. It was all about like lies, deception, shame, and all of that.
Yeah,
kind
the shame
of
was
thing.
a big one.
The
That
shame
was
is a
like-
huge one in both of the readings.
So
Like,
is there some name that you?
That's what we're trying to
Edward?
figure out.
I'm convinced it's Edward personally, because if it was John, is that his name again? I don't know why I keep forgetting. If that was him, we would have pulled a death card because he's gone. I personally don't think he's here because his story's concluded. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing there
But we keep
anymore.
him here. I mean,
But
he wanted to be here.
Edward, he lived a life. Like he was old, So I think there's a lot of I was wondering if there was any like knowledge of a priest or like an abbot or anybody who was kind of ostracized, not treated a bit differently than the others, because that's the vibe I was getting. That it came out of something too. that it was like a common knowledge, but wasn't
The
really
open
talked
secret
about.
kind of thing. Which,
Yeah.
You know, happens
There
in a
was
lot of churches.
definitely one person that I've heard that fits that description, but I'm not sure of the name. So I'll research.
Yeah, because that's the vibe I got was he went from this really respected man to something happened to where it basically ruined his reputation. And he feels like every single card we got from him, there was some sort of shame involved with it. So I feel like he's tied here. He might want to speak about what happened, what he did, might have a guilty conscience. I
So
don't
you
know.
think that's why maybe he stays here is
Mhm.
because
Maybe,
Yeah. And
Like
we
an
went,
atonement, maybe.
yeah, like that is perfect. Like an
I
atonement.
mean, what better place?
Yeah. That's the whole vibe we were getting is that this person is just stuck here because of his own undoing, basically. He
Sure.
ruined his own life.
it's a great
So-
story. I mean, not
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a great story. I'm
Yeah.
kind of like,
Yeah.
damn, okay.
Yeah, and it's a little weird that it came from tarot cards, and I don't believe in coincidences after the third time at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Like, it was a whole
Yeah.
story, and it's kind of interesting to me that, Zuri basically led us there. I feel like she's really trying to direct that conversation, because I feel when we were on the fourth floor, it was interesting because she was talking about how she was protecting 3 kids, very specifically 3 kids, and we asked why, and it said because they're little. And we actually asked age, and me personally, I heard 5'7", and Robert thinks he heard a 3 in there too. So we got an age range, and I think
which is
maybe-
basically the range of the kids that
Yeah.
Yeah.
are on the fourth floor.
So, I mean, it's not new information by any means.
So I feel like she's very hell bent on, she wants this like public, like she doesn't want that hidden basically.
Well, I mean,
She doesn't want what?
She doesn't want it hidden, like she wants it spoken
and
about.
she's
you know,
more modern. I mean, she's like our
yeah,
contemporary,
her
basically,
reading was
so-
like justice and martyr, like protection.
which
She
is very much the
very
vibe of
good. The
people,
first
like, in
card I
our
pulled
generation.
Do you think
very
it was
good.
that gal that I showed you the picture of?
That's what I really think it's her.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's a very protective energy. Like,
Okay.
and her first card, like I said, was very, very like she's very good.
What's her name? Zuri.
Yeah, Zuri.
Zuri.
And like the
Ziri,
card,
I believe, right?
yeah, I think
She was
so.
Asian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yeah, that card I pulled, like she's a really good person, basically.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like we've always said, she came here. She was dropped off here. She doesn't want to be here. She's ready to go, but then she
Those kids.
found the kids, and now
Mhm.
her mothering, nurturing sense, or that side of her, forces her to stay until the kids are taken
Yeah,
care
because
of.
she left her own kid behind.
Yeah,
too, when she
exactly,
died, so.
exactly.
You know, and if you want to go into theories,
Well, that's what all this is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, literally everything
theory
happens
not
here is
based off.
theory.
Yeah, the theory I possibly have is that Edward might be the piece that's not letting these kids go.
Or it might not even be Edward. It might be some
Like
other,
the truth of it is what I mean.
whoever it is.
like
Yeah.
the truth being hidden and not spoken about is why these kids, and that might explain why Zuri really wants this. She's all about like truth coming out.
And you'll find out, hopefully tonight, as you use the portal and they really start coming in, and all of a sudden they'll just go quiet.
That happened
Okay,
to us.
yeah, we-
Literally
we-
happened.
Oh, so we went to the viewing room after this, right? Because we could just kind of like it felt like we were just done in the chapel.
Yeah,
there's
it
nothing left to do
concluded.
in there basically. So we're like, okay, let's go into the viewing room.
It was like arguing.
Sure, there's
Set up the box. Yeah, it was like
anybody got any
party.
questions? Feel free to ask. I mean, I'm watching the. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, we went to the viewing room and I mean, we set it up. It was like a fucking party going on in there.
Yeah. No,
I told you.
Arguing,
The
like-
vibe I got is because I specifically went in there and I said, Edward, come forward and talk, because that's the vibe I'm getting, that he wants to finally talk about
And
it.
it sounded like
But
people,
all
like,
these voices
aside,
like don't like the vibe I was getting, like they didn't want him to talk.
Yeah.
And it was nonstop chatter, and we were getting a bunch of names. But one that stood out was Edmund, and he has a grave, apparently.
There's an Edmund.
Yeah, he very clear as day. He was like Edmund, and then they all left. It's like they did a roll call. And they were like peace, and then I'm pretty sure Matt came at the end, and he was like, "Go, there ain't nobody here." Like, literally.
We're like, should we move on? Yeah.
Like, literally, we were like, "Should we move on?" And all you heard is, "Go."
No, and then he said goodbye.
Yeah, he said bye. Like, he was
There you
just
go.
like- He was letting. He's been following us all day.
And
He's our buddy today.
Yeah, and I like.
well,
Matt.
then what I would suggest is maybe go try it in the classroom next.
Yeah. We haven't even been in there.
Yeah,
so.
we didn't really do the classroom last time we were here either, so probably be a good idea. I know Derek wanted to go to the 4th floor,
Yeah.
but maybe we
Well,
can
when you
stop
guys
there
split
on
off
that.
into couples or whatever, then
Oh yeah, maybe they can go to the
They
floor.
can go
They can take
the
their technology and we'll take our magic.
and you don't have to be
equally
bashful.
valid.
You don't have to be bashful about the stuff that you do, because I've got a 12-year-old white witch that was part of my mayhem event.
Oh really?
That was doing spells and potions and telling everybody. I've got a little healing potion.
Hey, Dennis.
Yes, sir. Get a little healing potion she made for my chest and my problems and stuff. But she was an amazing little kid. The point being is, we accept everybody. There's no, we're all in it together. We're doing some out of the box stuff
Yeah.
to try and find proof.
I mean,
And if you're using quote unquote magic, I've got a psychic. He can't show me anything.
Yeah.
It's just word of
Yeah,
mouth,
yeah,
basically.
Yeah. So I'm more I've got to have tangible, see it,
Mm-hmm.
touch me type proof.
I definitely prefer that for
Yeah,
sure,
same.
but I feel like there's still some value in the more
Well, absolutely.
intuitive sort of things too.
Lead you places. That's
Yeah,
what's
that's really what they're for. Yeah, it's for leads. And,
What you have right now, I mean, the story that you told is a fascinating story. And again, is it speculation? Is it nothing more than a story? Could be.
you can all be bullshit.
the fact that
we're just stupid.
yeah, but the fact that it like you say, it fell in sequence and it was too coincidental.
It was
Yeah,
weird.
no,
how it
like because
happened.
I'm pretty new to tarot, right? So and I'm not super confident in my ability to read the cards well, and yet it was like even just looking at the pictures, it was like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here.
So they're talking about Father Chung, and I know you guys know the story behind Chung, and they were saying that was crazy that they were just having a conversation about Father Chung and him doing things that now he has to pay the price.
Yeah.
And is he stuck here? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We could very well not be picking up Edward and it's Chun, but
That'd be wild.
that would be wild.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you bastard, you backed out at the last second.
I can't explain it. I just feel like it's Edward. And I can't give you evidence on why. It's just a feeling. And like I said, if it was Chun, tarot cards will very clearly we would have
They'll give
gotten
you
a death
some kind of direction of
a death card. We would have 100%.
Did you get a time frame or anything by chance? Or?
No.
that might be a little bit too specific for tarot.
Yeah. It was just with the spirit box upstairs, that was a little bit more specific because we got numbers and ages and
Yeah,
names, which was weird.
Yeah.
That's what's weirding me out. And the odd part is when the name Edward came up, it was a completely different voice because up there we were talking to Zuri and Matt. And I know Matt because he has a twang to his voice.
Let me tell you a little bit more about Father Matthew. He was mentally retarded.
Oh, okay.
He came here at a very, very young age as a student. They dumped him off. There was no place for him to go after this. So they nurtured him and kept him in the school. He didn't pay tuition. And as he grew, even though they knew he didn't have the mental capacity, he always wanted to become a priest. And so they allowed him to go through the seminaries and through all the stuff to become a priest, but he never had the mentality of an 8-year-old,
You can tell in the energy of him. He's very
He's very blunt and very
very
short
blunt.
sentences, 1-2 words.
very
and that's
blunt,
it.
and there's no bad feelings at all around that. When he comes around, I actually get a smile on my face.
Yeah. Well, here's another caveat to that. He had everybody remembers him best because he had the ugliest dog on the face of the earth, from what I hear. It must have got hit by a car and his jaw was all jacked up and sideways, and it had one eye and an ear. One stood up, the other one was down, and kind of walked with a limp. And people would make fun of his dog, and immediately he would jump in and say, "Hey, we're special. God made us special." and you should respect us. And,
That's interesting because
Yeah.
we were on the 4th floor. I should have asked him. I was like, "Is your dog here?" And all you hear is, "Nope." Straight up, like, "Nope." he ain't." So that's what I like about Matt is like when he comes through, there's no
question.
no question. He's very like yes, no, and even before he's like, "There's nobody here. Just get the fuck out." Like, you know what I mean?
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah.
We're done.
And he's very, and I noticed on the 4th floor, it almost seemed like he was talking for Zuri. Because Zuri I think she came in about 3 times, and then it was Matt the rest until that Edward voice came in, which was, you could tell it was a completely different voice.
I just like how it's been leading us down a story that hasn't been told.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, come over here where everybody.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I took
I know Robert's been all
took
over
all the
this.
chairs out, I think. You grab a chair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they've
back
been
up.
pulling my
You can.
attention every time they do a card reading. I'm
Sit
just
down,
like,
Derek.
I'm sitting here like,
I don't know why, but we didn't just bother to do this last time.
I don't know.
I was actually shocked. I was like, I'll probably
Well, I
nothing
have-
out of this, you know, like.
I have friends who claim to be sensitive to certain energies who do tarot card readings, and I've always just been like, that just sounds scary. You know what I mean? And then they whip out the deck tonight and they just do it in front of me all willy-nilly, and I'm just like,
I think the fact that it's not
Okay.
dangerous here specifically because there's nothing really evil
Yeah.
here. Is there bad people? Debatable.
Well,
I wouldn't say bad people, I would say bad
Bad choices.
decisions. Bad choices were
Yes.
made, yes.
it can open portals.
Yeah.
And you
Oh,
have
for
to be
sure,
aware
yeah.
of that. And you have to, that's why I don't like people bringing Ouija boards.
Oh, I
Oh, no,
I don't
But hear me out,
Nobody
hear me
ever
out here.
touched that.
I don't have necessarily an issue with Ouija board. I
It's
really
correctly
don't.
closing it.
Yeah.
If I have a problem because people think it's a toy, they'll get out and they'll play with it, but they don't close that portal.
Yeah.
And if they were down into the library or they were down in the bride's room and they were doing a Ouija board session somewhere and didn't close that vortex,
Yeah.
I've got a problem to deal with, and I don't even know where to start because they were hiding the damn thing.
Yeah.
And if I have people in here that are knowledgeable and can open and close it and block that portal so no bad energy comes in,
Yeah.
I really don't have a big issue there, but you're going to have to prove it to me. So I
Yeah.
feel very
Oh, for
comfortable
sure.
that you're going to. So I just don't allow it because face it, anybody can rent this building,
Yeah.
Right.
and I don't know you from Adam. When you first came here, I didn't know you from Adam.
Yeah.
And you have to get to know the people where they're coming from and whatnot.
Right.
And there's a lot of dark people out there.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
for sure,
definitely.
yes.
And we actually had one person come in here. There's 2 ladies, and they've been banned forever. They'll never be allowed back in the building. And if you go look at one of the tables, the big dining tables down in the library, there's a great big burn mark in the middle of it where they were burning something, and the whole, I don't know what they did, but the entire, that was before I had the cameras in there, the entire library, all the tabletops were covered in almost this waxy film. You could feel
What the
it
heck?
all on the top of the tables, and a huge, you can see it. It's an 8-inch, 10-inch big burn in the center of one of those tables.
And it's still
They
down
were
there?
they were doing some black magic down there.
Probably. 'Cause
Jesus.
that's crazy.
Yeah. So,
That's the shit that'll make me run out of the building.
Yeah.
If I saw somebody doing that, I'd be like, I'm out. I'll
Yeah.
take the ghost.
When I do tarot
Yeah.
readings like that, I make sure that my energy is like very positive,
Mhm.
welcoming. Like there's no judgment, nothing like that. That's important to tarot readings.
And-
And you can't force it.
and,
Yeah.
and another thing that I understand, there's a big difference. You say pagan,
Mhm.
but there's a big difference between a white witch and a black witch.
Yes.
A white witch has good intention,
Mhm.
and that's what Karina is, the little 12-year-old.
Yeah.
She's a white witch, and she does good things for good people, or helps situations.
Mhm.
People, makes the situation better for them through her magic. And she, just like a psychic can't just walk up to you and start reading you.
Yeah.
Because they don't have permission.
Yeah.
You have not given them permission to start reading you. So therefore, you're off limits to any psychic that has ethics.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with these two. If you try to do a reading on somebody, like if I were to do it to Zelly and she gives me permission, it's going to be a much better reading than if I'm like, at home, I'm going to do a reading on Zelly and she doesn't know about it. It's going to be like garbage.
Yeah, when I did the final reading, I specifically channeled for Edward because I was convinced it was Edward.
Oh, and the story that she was telling.
And I was
The
surprised
story
that
was amazing.
I was surprised at how there was no issues reading him whatsoever. Like it was just flowing. Like, and it's strange to me because I was pretty convinced that that wouldn't happen because of the fact that they're Catholic, and they probably would look at that not very, very favorable. So I
Right.
wasn't really expecting him to be open to being read like
and in
that.
situations like this, you really have to make sure that you like listen to your intuition
Yes,
and your vibe.
if you're
so if you get a bad
starting-
vibe, when you start, you stop.
Stop. Yeah.
You just
See,
wait.
for a spirit in the afterworld to give you permission to do something like
Yeah.
that when it goes against their belief in the real world makes you question what exactly is on the other side.
Well, I
that
think it's
they're
also
not
important we were
afraid
here.
to tap into it. But yeah,
I think it's
True.
also important that we've been.
Can you guys hear everything all right? Do I need to make any adjustments to the mic? Sorry.
I feel like we're pretty loud.
I get excited, right?
You guys are pretty good on television so far.
yeah, we could hear you too.
Okay.
Just-
Okay.
Yeah, I just feel like it's. I think it's good we waited to do the tarot because I feel like we've been here. They know us a little bit more, and they
Yeah.
know our intention.
That's
I
that's
feel
what
like
it's
it-
all about is your
Yes,
Yeah,
and
if
I
we
feel
had
like
just
it would have
walked
been
in here,
different.
You know,
Yeah.
you haven't been here before and just whipped out a deck. It'd been like.
I think the fact that our
Yeah.
intuition yesterday was like, we're not going to touch it. I think that was very important.
Yeah.
That we waited and let them, see us and see our intention. That we're not here to, hurt
Well, then
anybody.
we all
or-
slept under this roof last night, so they
Yeah.
they probably like okay,
know that we like somewhat trust them to
Mm-hmm.
not be.
yeah, like
Crazy.
we gave them our trust to put our bodies in the most vulnerable physical and mental state.
Yeah.
Like you are so vulnerable on a spiritual level when you're asleep, and we were all just like, it's okay. You know what I mean?
I slept
Even
hard.
I was here. I was here, and I was not going to sleep here.
So I think whatever we needed to warm up to, definitely that sleeping definitely pushed was part of what pushed the comfort zone.
Well,
you
even
know?
yesterday, like me and Sally both kind of got a vibe of like when the night first started and everything was like just basically dead. We're like, I bet it's gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah.
I feel like it's gonna be tomorrow.
And what's going to happen, and it may have already happened for you guys,
Mhm.
is there'll be good spirits attached to you.
Mm-hmm.
I have Philip when I'm doing the portal and I get in a situation and I'm meeting up with Rick and we're butting heads.
Mhm.
I just ask if Philip is there, and immediately I hear Philip's name come through the box. I know I'm good.
I
I'm
honestly
covered.
feel that with Matt.
I'm sorry, I feel like it's mad.
Yeah, well,
Every
there you go.
Every single time we have turned that spirit box on.
It's funny every
He's
time.
there.
Yeah.
Every time they thought that they were hearing Matt through the speaker box, it needed like a playful atmosphere.
It's
Fill the room,
instantaneous.
you know what I mean?
Like the vibe
Like-
just
Yeah.
lifts.
Lives. Yeah.
It's very interesting, and he's been there literally every time we put on a spirit box. He's there. And his voice is so distinct. I know when it's him.
Well, that one time, is Matt here? No, and it was. The
I
same
know, I
voice,
asked
and
him-
you're like,
I actually,
You
yeah,
know.
yeah. I was like, "Is that Matt?"
just that
No,
one
you
time.
can't see me. You can't see me.
I think he's been following us the whole
Yeah.
time.
It killed me earlier today when you made the lion joke and you could hear the laughing from
Oh,
the
yeah.
spirit box. That
Yeah.
killed me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's just I like him a lot.
Yeah.
He's very, very positive. You
Yeah.
know?
Very
And
responsive.
I feel like he's just here because he likes it here, honestly.
Well,
Because
this
Well-
has been the home he's ever known.
yeah, and he
The
was
only
happy
home he's ever
here.
known.
and everyone
you know?
here somewhat accepted him,
Yeah.
in the mental state that he had. So I mean,
I don't think there's anything like he doesn't want to move on or anything like that. I think
He's
he's
just
vibing.
vibing.
Didn't
He's chilling.
they
He's just
grant
vibing, dude.
didn't they grant him a specific, like was he like an abbot or something? But not
Well,
officially. They just
he was
called
a
him
novice.
that.
A novice is what his highest rank was, and a novice has a higher rank than a monk.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's good to give
The
him.
the novice is a monk that has decided that he wants to become a priest, so he automatically goes up in rank.
Oh, okay.
And that's why the floors are laid out in rank. You had the priest and the abbots on the first floor. You had the monks and the novice on the second floor. On the third floor were the monks, and the fourth floor were monks. But initially, it was the dorms when they first opened. So, as we all know, each floor gets rougher and rougher
Mhm.
in the sense of hotter and hotter during the summer,
Yeah.
colder and colder during the winter. So the higher you went up, you got the shit into the stick,
Yeah.
you know. And you notice too, like these rooms, this is an office room, so they have their own sink. But as you get up on the third floor, there's no sinks in any of those rooms.
Yeah, it's just like.
And you get on the fourth floor, they got grades in the wall, and that's your air conditioner, you know?
I remember last year it was hot. up
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
get here in July and August during those 100-degree days, it's too hot to be up there. You look forward to going to that balcony room.
I look
And
forward
it's
to
still
coming back
98
here.
degrees out there, but it feels so much cooler.
Yeah.
You get a little bit of a breeze, but yeah. So that's interesting. And what I find ironic too is just like I told you, you get down to the viewing room and they get all chatty,
Yeah.
but then something enters the room and everybody shuts up and leaves.
That's literally what
And
happened.
that was Edward. It
Probably.
used, Rick would do that. As soon as Rick entered the room, sacristy or wherever I was getting all this chat, everything would go dead because nobody wanted to deal with the asshole.
So I wonder what Edward influence he had on everybody to make them.
Well, that's
Well, he
something
was
I'm
an
going to have to
admin.
investigate.
Probably
I don't
pretty-
know.
Well, to me, it's probably everybody went quiet
Wait, so-
because the fucking loser entered the room.
So
Yeah.
That's the vibe I got. Like, oh,
so just
stop talking.
so
You know
just
what I mean?
just to clarify, has anybody else run into an Edward whatsoever before us?
Edward's come up. Yeah,
Okay.
the name has come up.
All
And what I'm suggesting to these guys now, they said you guys were heading up the fourth floor. That's a great plan. But I think
Classroom.
because they're doing something a little bit different, yeah, send them to the classroom and see what they come up with.
Okay.
And that'll be a great time for you guys to kind of split up and do two different things.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm drawn to different rooms than you are. Like, I have no interest in the basement or the fourth floor right now. Like, I feel very drawn to the first floor and up here.
There's a lot of stuff in the
But-
first
And,
floor.
and that's what you got to do too, is go with your gut because
Yeah.
they're calling you.
Yeah.
Where do you want me? And again, going back to the Paranormal Twins when they were here, they were here and spent their entire investigation in the
in the
basement.
basement.
Yeah.
They, I give them the tour of all the floors, but their entire investigation took place down in the basement. And afterwards, I said, "You guys didn't even get to see the rest of the building." And they said, and it makes 100% sense. If you have activity, why would you leave it to go find activity
Exactly.
somewhere else?
Yeah.
And so they were crazy. They were having a crazy night in the basement. They never left.
All times that I've been here, I have always been drawn to the chapel personally.
Really?
Yes, every single time the chapel has, and I've always experienced something.
Yeah, I
in the
keep wanting to
chapel.
go in there and sit down.
Yeah, the chapel.
I don't know if it's like because I was raised like super Christian, or
Yeah,
I'm just like, yes, here's.
I feel
There's
like
some
there's
sort
just
of
something in
influence.
there
Yeah.
that is
Like pulling us
My
heathens
shit-
in there.
My sitting room, I like the viewing room. Just hang.
Yeah, the viewing room, it's hit or miss for me. Like sometimes I'll enter there and you feel stuff, but then sometimes it's just like.
Most of the
nothing.
time, if we're going through there, I get dizzy when I'm in
Yeah,
there.
he doesn't like the viewing room.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't like the
That's
one next
me.
to it with all the
Library is my no. I don't
Library
like
is-
the library. When we went to the viewing room just now, I didn't even want my back to the
I don't
library.
It's weird. It's like
I don't
last time we were here
understand.
last year, the library was like one of the safe spots. Right? Like,
Yeah.
the library was like chill, and this year it's like
I don't like it.
I don't understand why a library though has any sort of
somebody really hates reading.
I don't know.
Well,
Who
I
knows?
didn't like the chapel last time, and who was in there? Mr. Crawley McCrawley.
Yeah.
So, and now he might be in the library, and I just don't think I like
I
it.
mean, it makes sense. I mean, if the crawler, lost
the chapel.
lost the chapel, then the next closest place will be the
That's
library.
about
Yeah.
the same size. Yeah.
So I think I just don't like the crawl. I think he's touched me.
There's a
twice
battle
this
going on there right now, and there has been for a while. And the fact that you didn't get Bonaventure to come through, but you did have experiences with what you felt
Yeah.
instinctively could have been the crawler.
And again,
Mhm.
I tried calling out the Bonaventure,
He
and
didn't come.
again, he did not come.
We didn't. I haven't even. To be honest, in the chapel, like I don't even feel anything. Like anybody there, it just feels very. It doesn't feel bad or anything. It just
feels like a room.
like a room basically.
Yeah.
But it is like you get a calm. Me personally, I feel calm in that room.
Yeah.
Like almost like a safe room, if that makes sense.
Like when you're in a video game, there's
Yeah,
like the save
It's
room.
my safe room.
It's my chair, man. Yeah, as I rock it.
So you guys want to head to the classroom? Yeah.
Let's do it.
You have the recorder?
I have this one,
Okay, you guys want to take the camcorder then?
yeah. I don't know if you want
That-
to bring
That's my chair.
a box or not in the classroom.
Box?
The spirit box.
Oh,
in the classroom?
we're taking it.
Because Matt might be there.
Yeah, he's just gonna be there.
I am interested on who.
So
Matt
how you like that?
follows.
Liking it.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, if we have the recorder, we could probably pick up EVP while we're doing.
Yeah, I am just curious who Matt follows. So
I feel like it's me because earlier when we were talking about him, he was like, Zone.
that
I was
is
like,
true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, maybe
That's
he's just
So
fine.
you guys are heading to the 4th. You guys are heading to class.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Hopefully we get some.
All right. We'll be watching. Thanks, guys. And there you have it. The rest of the story. Cool. Yeah. See there. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good one too. Oh yeah. It's my chair. It's a leather chair. It's old. Like me. It is squeaks. What the device? Grub. What? I don't know. Yeah. So that's my chair making all that noise. Yeah, you have to eat something in order to have gas, and I haven't had much of an appetite some time now. So yeah, not to say I haven't eaten, but nothing. Sean's the gaseous Maximus, not me. All right, let's find out what these guys are up to, where they're at. Get those cameras up, get these cameras up. Let's switch cams here to the all cam. Let's locate them on, I see them going down the hall room, or the hallway here on the 2nd floor. They'll be dropping some of the people off here. Two of the Zane and Zelly are going to be in the classroom. Derek and Robert are going to head up to the 4th. So here they make their split. There they go into the classroom. And you see these guys, they should end up the ramp here shortly. Probably just checking things out, or maybe they're all going to sit in there and do a session 2 for a little bit. We'll keep an eye on them, see what they're doing. He grabbed. What's that device he grabbed? Oh, okay. That was my portal, my Spirit Box portal that I built. So you hook up your SB7 to the portal, and the portal makes it so you don't have to listen to all that as it scans through the stations, and you can squelch different noises out and add reverb and different things to get the best quality voice, single voice out of that frequency. And so they've been having some good luck with it tonight, and that's something I built. I showed you how to build them here on the stream. It's no longer available actually on my Twitch, and I need to cut it up and put it back onto Twitch. Edit it a little bit, but it is available on YouTube. But I built that whole device. They run about $700-800 for a medium range portal. I bought all the parts on Black Friday this past November, and I got everything on sale. So I built the whole device for $170, and then I put it together doing a live stream showing you guys how to put that thing together. So if you're interested, I'll pull up that link and post it up, and you could check it out. Again, I think if I didn't get everything on sale, I still probably could have. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I still could have built it for probably around $250. Yeah. So it's a cool tool. I like it a lot. I used to use Sean's all the time, and I was wearing that sucker out. In fact, I owe Sean another one. I wore that puppy out. But it's a fun device, and the nice thing is it takes out all the monotony of the background sound that typically you get when you're listening to a S box or a SB7, all that clacky, cluttering noise in the background. So I don't know where they're going. So we got the Zane and Zelly gonna do some tarot and that sort of stuff down in the classroom. And then we have Derek and Robert gonna try some stuff up on the fourth floor, more of the techie tool type stuff and kind of the typical ghost hunting equipment. So it should be pretty cool. Should be pretty cool. All right, let's see what's happening here in the classroom. Looks like they're getting settled in. Got lights kind of out. By the way, again, I repeat this a million times, and some of you guys get tired of it, but a lot of people are new to the channel. You have to understand that even though all these hallways look like they're lit up and that there's lights on, especially this basement hall, I can guarantee you that hallway is pitch dark. You can put your finger right up to your nose and without touching it. You'll feel the heat off your finger, but you will not be able to see your fingertip because it's that dark in this hallway. What you see here are IR lights. And then this little bubble light that you see here is an IR floodlight. It's a light that just like any floodlight, it puts out an intense amount of IR light so that I could shoot all the way down the hallway here with that light. But this is all pitch dark. There's no lights on in this room. That's where the concentration of the IR light is. So it creates that bright spot there. We go into the library. You see that the whole library is lit up. Again, I have one of those great big floodlights hitting the back part of this library here, and it illuminates that whole entire room with the floodlights. But I can guarantee you there are no lights. You go into that room, it's pitch dark, other than the ambient light that comes in through the windows here. So there is some ambient light that comes in, but it's pitch dark. The floors here that you see, the fourth floor, this is pitch dark up here, other than ambient light that comes in. This looks like there's a light at the end of the hall. That's actually the IR light reflecting off the floor from the other end of the hallway. So if we go to the other end of the hallway and we look back down, you get the same effect. You get that glow on the floor. And that's just the IR light at the other end. These are two different ends of the hall. This is the north end looking south, and this is the south end looking north. Both on the fourth floor. You'll see them guys up there here shortly. It looked like they went into the room next door to us here to grab something, and we'll be heading up there soon. Yeah, and actually I have it set up now. It's funny you should say, Tim. We have it set up now that if you're on Discord and you come in through my Discord and go into my waiting room, I can let you into the stream. And what I'll do is just leave these cameras playing all night long. And I'll play the Phasma box app, and let me just play that real quick and you get an idea what I'm talking about here. Phasma. Let's see here. Is it down here? Nope, but I'll bring it up. All right, let me go to my files here real quick. Phasmo. Where you at? I know you're here. There it is. Usually I keep it down here. I'll put it back down there. There. So I'll get this playing, and let me go ahead and switch views for a second, and I'll show you how it works. Go to monitor 2. Nothing there. There we go. So this is the app. It's a Windows-based app. So if I turn it on, it'll take a second and it'll kind of orient itself. It's kind of like an obelisk or a spirit box or a portal or something like that. I see the guys are heading up to the 4th floor now. There we go. So now I'll leave this play in the background so you guys can listen to it. And then what I'll do is bring up the all cams. Let's see here. Monitor 2. I didn't add them here. Let me add those cameras real quick. All cams. Image. Video capture. Add source. All cams. Add source. Okay. Resize. Hang on a second, I gotta set the screen up. There we go. Okay. Now you guys, I think, let me turn on those cams and you should be able to see them. Hello, how are you? Okay, are you seeing all the cams right now? Is that what you're seeing on the screen? Discord is a whole different, whoa. Discord is a whole different animal. Discord is a place to get information. I don't know a lot about Discord myself. It's something I'm personally learning. But when we were using it, I'm able to use my camera, my phone, and roam the entire building now that we have Wi-Fi throughout the building. I'm going to turn that off. All right, before I go into Discord, let me finish the explanation here. So the Phasma box, I'll get it playing while we got all the cams showing. So when you're looking at all these cams, you're listening to this. And so if you come in through Discord, you could say, is there anyone in the 2nd floor hall by the stairs? And then you wait for the Phasma box to come up with an answer. And if it answers you, then you can interact all night long, even though I'm not in command. There you go. See, it'll answer you. Hello, is there anybody in the viewing room? Can you tell us your name, please? Is there someone in command with me right now? So what you do then is you just ask questions. And if you choose that you don't want to be on Discord, then I have another method. And if I go to that method, this is something that we brainstormed. Nobody else is doing. This is stuff we've managed to come up with, putting our heads together collectively here in the stream. So like now, what I can do is if you don't have Discord, you don't want to play Discord, then I can go in and let's see here. turn on. Let me find it here. There we go. Okay, give me a second. I have to hook it up. Okay. So now if I turn this on, and you go in there and you don't want to go through Discord, but you just want to ask questions. Who is in command with me? So you type it into chat, you hit
What's up,
enter.
Gramps? Said. Who is in command with me? Emma 19988. Said. If you could choose any celebrity to see get tickled, who would it be? Grinning face with smiling eyes, smiling face.
Who would it be? Any celebrity. Who's pretty staunch? Who's pretty staunch and
That
straightforward?
Kapucha. Said. Hello. Tim _with_at. Said. Ha 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 ha. Judith _0206. Said. Hello. Hope you all are well. Emma 19988.
Well, thank you, Emma.
I say Justin Bieber, as he's quite arrogant and he'd hate it LOL.
There you go. Yeah, right? Right? Hi, Judith. How are you? I am doing much better tonight than I have been in a while. Still got a ways to go, but I'm doing much better. So anyways, that's how you turn on the chat. I'm going to go ahead and turn it off. So that way you can listen to the, watch the stream when I leave the building, listen to the Phasma Box, ask questions either through Discord or through that app, and nobody even here at command. So, and that's something that we devised right here. It was just, like I say, a collaborative effort with all my fans. And so you guys, we just brainstormed and went with, what if? And that's what we ended up with. So let me move this down a little bit. Now everybody's left the area. Ugh. There we go. Okay, cool. So that Cup of Joe, subscribe. Hey, thanks for that Prime sub. That Prime sub, second month. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I hope I continue to earn those follows and those subs. We all work hard for your money, and I thank you for sharing a little bit of that with me. Cup of Joe, love ya. Well, thank you. Love you too. Where do you get the Plasma Box app? You can get that online. In fact, let me see here. Bring it back up. There it is. Extreme Senses software. Let me see if I can pull it up. And here's the thing, though. It's only window based. If you have Mac or you have an Android, it's not going to work. It only works on PC, and it has to be Windows. But anyways, it's Extreme Senses software. Let's just see if that comes up in a Google search here. Oops. Extreme. What was it? God. Getting Hold. I highly recommend it, but man, is it a pain in the ass. Extreme. EX, first off. Census. I wonder if that's census.com. Census. Enter. Extreme Senses communication software. So there you go. That's it. Enter site. Let me get you guys over there to. So it is. It's Extreme Senses. How come that's? Oh, Hang on just a second. Sorry. Got to close all cams there. Close that up. There we go. And lock that down. There we go. All right. So here is the website, Extreme Senses software. Again, you can order it here. What is it? I thought it was like $19 or something. Buy it one time. Right there it is. So check it out. Yeah, if you're interested in grabbing a copy. Again, it has to be window based, so it'll work on like your pads and stuff like that, just as long as it's a Windows application. So that's that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And that's something I can leave running then and give you guys something to do when I leave the building and you guys want to hang out and play all night long, then that's something to do. And I do that occasionally. There for a while, I was doing it like once a week. And it's amazing. Actually, I had people staying on all night long playing with it. Wanty G, which we all see him in chat, he's more of a daytime guy because he's a firefighter in Boston. Oops, they got something going on up there. They just jumped and kind of come out of that room in a hurry. Let's switch back over to find out what's going on the fourth floor. It looked like he got touched on the arm or something. He's grabbing his arm. He came out of there in a fire hurry, too. That's the room across from Abigail's room. Sorry, that chair. I keep thinking I'm going to bring some WD-40. But it's more fun having you guys wonder what I'm doing over here. Is it me or is it the chair? Oh, gotta wonder, don't you? So I'm not sure what they set up. I wasn't paying attention because we were going over the Phasma box, but it looks like they've got several of the little REM pod lights. I'm not sure. I mean, that might be his laser thing too that he has to spread out. I'm not. We'll ask him when he gets back down here because I'm not real sure. I didn't see him setting up anything, so I don't really know. In Abigail's room, yeah, I think I showed you guys for Mayhem when you guys were here the picture of Amit. Here's the bring that picture up real quick. Catches. Okay, I thought I showed you this before, but where he's at right now, this is Abigail's room. So looking inside that room, this is the interior. And see if you notice anything interesting about this room when I show you this. So that's the inside of Abigail's room. We had a Department of Corrections officer. They were doing close quarter training. They were in here. They were just him and a friend were taking random pictures throughout the building after the training. They took a bunch of photographs. They happened to be in Abigail's room, which you see right here. Right here. And his buddy was standing in the doorway, shooting a picture of him standing against the wall here. So you can see it's about 10:30 in the morning during the summer. This is facing east, so the angle of the sun is correct. The lighting is correct. 10:30 in the morning, that's about where everything should be. Then he has this overhead light on, so it's casting his shadow against this wall here, which that makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the shadow figure we see behind him. And we believe that he was the one that dubbed her Abigail after Abby Gale. Figured it was an easy name to remember. But you see her with a little bonnet, and she's reaching out and touching his shoulder and whatnot. Got the old pioneer dress. There is nothing on that wall. There is no stains. There was no reason that it should appear there. We've tried 1,000 times to debunk it. even if somebody was standing here with the lighting, the situation that we've got coming in, there is absolutely no way that there could be a shadow cast against that wall. So we have no idea what we're seeing there. And that's the popularity of this particular room. So let's go back. Oh, they just left that hallway. They picked up their stuff and they left, which is odd. I don't know what the hell just happened. They can't be done already. Trying to figure out where they're at. When I find them, then we'll zoom in and see what they're up to. The camera's back up. There we go. Now I can see what's going on the first floor. Oh. Okay, they're back to the second floor. They came back into the classroom. I'm not sure what freaked him out, but it looked like when he came out of that room, he was kind of grabbing his arm and came out of there in a hurry. Yeah, that was them coming through that hallway there, Tim. Good eye, good eye. They had to come down from the fourth to the third to the second, which is where they're at now in the classroom here. Let me move my picture here. Oh, it's unlocked, so it should move. There we go. Easy enough. I'm going to put it up here in case somebody comes up the ramp. All right, it looks like, I don't know what he's setting up there. We got something. An extension cord or something. No idea. I wish I had some chips or something. Oh, there we go. Some kind of laser grid thing. That might be what he was talking about, the 360 laser grid. I wished I could have set up my roaming cam and hauled it down there. Then we could at least see what's going on inside the room. But I can't set it up now fast enough to make it worthwhile. Had I knew in advance, I could have. Had I knew or known, or whatever proper English here is. But maybe I can zoom in a little bit. Let's see if that works. Too grainy, I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Leave it or change it back? Change it back. There we go. Ask and you shall receive. Yeah, it was too grainy. Even now, it's starting to look like I need to go through and dust these cameras. There's a lot of dust on them. They should be a little bit sharper than what they are, but I haven't dusted them in 3 months. Hard to believe there might be dust in this old building, right? Ew. Oh no, I gotta reset these cameras now. I didn't know I changed them, but I guess I did. Man, it looks dark too, for whatever reason. I'm looking at the other cameras that I changed to show you other things. Now it looks like it's dark down there, and I don't know why. Yeah, it's like there's a light off or something. May have to go check that out. See why it's so dark. Mainstream, 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 main and main. Let's go big. Go big or go home. Huh. I guess it's not. It's just, huh. Okay, I got full view of everything. Hey, Wonky, how are you, brother?
Spooky fairy skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking squalls shock your soul, still out through the night.
Hello. So what happened on the 4th there?
Quiet.
Huh?
Pretty quiet.
Really?
Yeah, I was trying to do some hide and seek for a moment. The one room across from Abigail's room.
Yeah.
I felt a little weird for a moment, and I like felt like a presence right in front of me to a point. Like I got goosebumps.
Well, I saw you kind of
Yeah, I would
walk
kinda
out of the
go down,
room
yeah.
and like almost like you grabbed your arm too.
Yeah, it's like that's why I was getting like goosebumps. I was like, oh,
Okay.
that was weird. That was weird. So I went in again just to double check and whatever that presence was is gone now.
But kind of picked up your shit and got out of there in a hurry, didn't you?
kind of. So I got about halfway, and Robert he's like, yeah, that's really seems to be happening. So it sounds like they were having a little more activity going on in the classroom. So we retraced back to the classroom. They're doing more card readings in there, and now they're pulling up some stuff that is being related to Chong. They were wondering if there is a picture of the man by chance anywhere.
I'm sure there is. I don't know where one is offhand. I'm sure there'd be one in the yearbook. Maybe even the 85 yearbook downstairs.
In the priest dining room?
That would be down in the priest dining room where they
Yeah.
got all the yearbooks.
Uh-huh.
1985, 1984. And you'll also see a picture of Matthew in there.
Matthew in there too?
Matthew is the one that they
Oh, okay.
that Zelly and Zane feel protect them.
That would be interesting for their connections.
I'll go look for it here in a little bit because I'm interested in another photograph of somebody else that was here as a student that stopped by.
I figured. Yeah, they were pulling a couple, yeah, and it kind of almost related to the story of how Chong, especially how he died, was a little specific. So, but yeah, they were wondering if there was a chance of a picture somewhere, but your book is a possible gander probably. So that's where we're at the moment.
I mean, if there was an archive somewhere, then there could possibly be. But otherwise, the only place I know is the yearbook would probably be the easiest place.
Okay.
And actually, it was such a well-known article. I'll do some Google searches here. They might have put a photograph up because it was well publicized.
Oh, so that one was definitely something that wasn't hidden from.
Yeah, no, it wasn't kept on. It couldn't be because, like I say, they ended up bringing in a full on investigation.
Right.
There was no way they could keep it quiet. It
Right.
became very public, also for the fact that another Catholic church was involved with a suspected molestation.
Right.
So that was not anything. Back in those days, they didn't keep that stuff
Mm-hmm.
quiet. Today, they probably would,
Mm-hmm.
depending on media. We know. I'm not even gonna go any further.
It's kind of interesting how this investigation is starting to turn into the story of the children and the rumors of harassment and molesters. I can't talk. You get what I'm
Molestation.
trying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of an interesting turn of events because I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. But especially what they're getting, what their experience, and what was coming through the voice, the spirit box, and so on. It keeps pointing towards that story.
Right.
Yeah. So it's definitely got them very fascinated, and I don't know if it's something that they're just
The
trying
story
to get
that
out.
she came out with when you guys were down there in the viewing room was incredible.
Yeah.
So or I guess it was the chapel.
Mhm.
It was amazing. The story was amazing,
Mhm.
and whether it's true or not,
Yeah, it's always
it's
a
a great
salt.
story.
Yeah.
It's a great story, and it just it is a coincidence. I don't know. That's a
Don't know.
pretty detailed story
It is.
to just randomly come up with.
And that seems to be the theme that we're having is the coincidences that we're having, such as what they're pulling with the cards, getting the name Edward before we even knew that there was an Edward in the cemetery,
And the
Mike.
fact that he may have been ostracized
Mhm.
because there was a monk that was done something besides Chung
Mhm.
that did something that he was kind of shunned for.
That sounds.
But I can't remember his name, and it could have been Edward for all I know.
I mean, that does sound familiar. And like I said, we're just kind of pulling on stuff that we're pulling. Doesn't mean that it's maybe it might just all just be hoo-ha, but
Yeah.
but the connections and just the consequence, not the consequences, but just the I just cannot pull words out of my mouth today.
Yeah, that's me. Welcome to my world.
Yeah. It's just the things are being connected and linked together right now is just too much of a coincidence for us to honestly avoid at the moment.
Yeah,
So,
or discount in any
Yeah.
way. It all has to be considered, and that's the whole thing. The archdiocese kept all that stuff secret. They kept it amongst themselves, so it's all speculation in the end. Anyways, they're not going to tell you that this happened, or the stories. I don't like to tell stories unless I have factual
solid proof. Yeah.
So but that being said, I can speculate like anybody else.
Mhm.
Is it possible that at one time, maybe not several, but one or two of the nuns became pregnant
Right.
by either a monk or a priest or whatever?
Mhm.
Is it possible that they actually performed abortions down in the basement of the system? It's all possible.
Yeah.
Is it plausible? Is it provable? No. The plausible part, possibly. Are there, back in the day, if you had a problem student and he didn't have family to go back to, and all of a sudden that problem student doesn't show up on Monday,
Mhm.
doesn't come around Tuesday, nobody even starts asking after Wednesday what
Mhm.
happened to him, it's possible on this 200 acres
Mhm.
there's a body or two buried.
Yeah. Possible.
I mean, it's possible, but I don't have proof, and we can all speculate and start these rumors.
Yeah.
That's what I try to avoid is the
Mhm.
rumors. But the story that she told was an amazing story, and it all just seemed to fall into place,
Right.
and it made sense. And the players, I can put with my knowledge, I can put players into who was that?
Yeah.
I know different things that most people don't know,
Right.
and things that have happened here. Either thinking, spending time and actually chatting with the alumni when they come every year, or talking with students. I've got a student here, Jazzy. I hadn't seen him in a while. I don't know what happened to Jazzy, but he went to school here, and he was actually paddled by Father Chung for discipline purposes. But he'll tell you that absolutely Father Chung was guilty, regardless of what he left in his suicide note. But again, that's word of mouth. I can't prove that. But coming from a firsthand account, I would have to assume that that's a reliable source. So,
are you sure the name is Edward? There is a father named Edmond that was at the Abbey through 1941.
right. And Edmund came up as well, but the one they're referring to is Edward.
And I could say clear as day with that spirit box. It was clear as day. It was Edward. Like it was almost like two syllables.
They broke it up.
They broke it up. So it was Ed and word. But it was really quick though. But it was definitely broken to 2 syllables. But yeah,
maybe it was Edward.
So no mistake. I mean, I will have to go back to the footage because I did timestamp it. I just have to find it and get it all edited up. And of course, I'll let you know when the video's up. All
Sure.
Too.
So I don't have a picture immediately handy, but I'll check while you guys are doing your thing. And
yeah, I mean, they might grow curious and they might look with you. I don't know. It's up to them because, like I said, this has really fascinated them right now. So
it'll be interesting what they come up with.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to hit back with them.
All right. And what is that device that you got down here that's making all the
So that's the tracer that I mentioned.
Because people were asking about that, and I said, I don't know what he's doing. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the tracer. Again, I got that from Ghost Stuff. It's their latest invention. It's a sensor that is connected with 2 LED lights. So anything that moves in front of the sensor, those LED lights will light up at the exact location where it's detecting movement. So like if it's able to detect the spirit walking from one side to the other in front of the tracer, it will light up the LED lights from one side to the other.
And follow its footsteps.
Yeah, pretty much like
That's pretty cool.
It's almost like a footstep tracker, yeah. So if you hang it on the wall, or not the wall, but like the hallway, or you could wrap it around a toy, it could detect the toy being touched or something like that. It will light up the exact location.
So I saw that you have a FLIR. Do you use them in conjunction with each other?
No.
Because it seems like if it's picking up footstep signatures, is it leaving a heat signature? Is what I'm wondering.
That could be a good combination that could be used. Robert, he was just using the FLIR. He's just using it for just for the purpose of using it. Honestly, he's been kind of curious about the temperature around the area lately. He hasn't been using it with the tracer as of late though, but that's something we'll probably keep
Try it, experiment. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just that more out of the box stuff, but
Yeah.
what the hell?
Yeah.
And it may not do anything. Who knows? But keep Robert busy holding the FLIR, I suppose.
More advanced cat ball.
Yeah, more advanced cat ball. That's what it is. A more expensive cat ball.
Yeah. I think I'm going to stop buying the expensive stuff. I got enough of them.
Right? And you could ask Sean, you can spend thousands in a hurry if you're not careful.
Yeah. But and, you never know if they even work right. You could get them there just a complete dud.
In fact, Wanty, he had a body cam here for Mayhem, and I ended up buying it after he left. Sweet deal, and it's actually used by law enforcement as their body cams.
Oh, wow.
But the thing is the IR light that's built into it is so intense, it shoots all the way down the hallway here, even in the dark.
Oh, wow.
And it's got a magnetic thing. You just shove it down your shirt, and magnetically sticks to your shirt, and wherever you want it, your shoulder, wherever, and you can walk around with it all night.
Oh, wow,
long.
that's cool.
It's got 128 megabyte memory, which is quite a bit for a little SD card.
Yeah.
And the video is amazing. So yeah, and they're $137. So I definitely jumped on that one. You used it tonight. And I'm sorry, Wanty. Yeah, I saw that you, I forgot that you were investigating tonight. And it looked like you had a pretty awesome time. I definitely want the video. You better add some of that stuff to Discord for us. Let us all see so we can be envious.
Yeah. I'm going to check with the crew, though. So.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to turn on this air again. It's kind of cold or warm in here. Trying to need a snack, and I just happened to know this guy brought up a pocket full of Tootsie Rolls. Don't know who he is. If I get to talking funny, it's because they're stuck to the roof of my mouth. They aren't cherry pie, but they'll do. All right, let's check out what they're doing here. Back to the... Oh, that's cool. Did you, and you got it on camera? You got the cabinet door opening? I believe you caught it on camera. Okay. Cool. Cool. So, come on, everybody's wondering where the hell you were at. You haven't said the whole story. Where'd you go tonight? Murdoch Whitney Mansion. And is that located there in Mass? So right outside of Boston then, huh? That's pretty convenient. It's that close. Mass in New Hampshire. Cool. Nice. I'm glad you had a good time. Did you take any of the kids? Did Owen go with you? Yeah, cool. All right. I actually think before I came in here, I might have saw, were they live streaming? Like on Twitch? Was somebody live streaming on Twitch? That was interesting. Camera over here by the door. Okay, they didn't live stream. Okay, it was another investigation. I was, as per usual, running late before I got off the RV, so I didn't stick around long enough to be able to see where that was streaming from. But it looked like an interesting investigation. At any rate, cool. I'm glad you had a good time. They're just now getting a lot of really great information. They're not really having so much experience as other than interaction and gathering some really cool, coincidental, who knows, but a lot of a story is being told throughout the night, very interesting. It is pertinent to specific people and things that I know have happened here. And they're getting a lot of the details through tarot card reading and through the portal tonight, which is very interesting. I mean, I'm open to about anything. If nothing else, it just makes for one hell of an interesting story. Oh, the kids really like to own that. That is way cool. They get turned on when there's younger people here as well. And when we bring the dogs through, they go nuts. They love seeing, when we bring in the dogs to kind of train them for paranormal investigating, and the kids really love the animals. As you can imagine, everybody loves dogs, right? Cats, well, not so much. Even though I got one, I'd rather have a dog, honest be. But cats are a lot easier to take care of, especially when you're traveling all the time. Nice. How old is Owen then? Oh wow. Yeah. That's a good age if he's into it and whatnot. That's a good age. I mean, my daughter started when she was 10. The boys grew up; they just had to go. But my daughter didn't get into it till she was about 10. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to September already. Just see you guys. Hopefully you'll be able to spend a little more time. This was kind of a fly in, work your ass off and fly out. I'm just glad I had enough energy to at least catch a picture with you before you left. Oh yeah, they would get along great. Karina, I love that kid. Amazing young lady. Three days? I get it though, vacations are rough. Try and jam pack so much into so little time. And then when you're traveling literally across the United States, that takes a day and a half out of your vacation time. Or 2 days even. I mean, really, flying's not fun anymore. Remember back in the days I was a kid growing up, you could walk right down to the boarding area with your granny as she was getting ready to fly back out, and you could watch her go down the ramp. If they had ramps, a lot of the airports that we were at in the smaller cities had those steps that you had to go up, but you could watch them go out of the building and go up the steps and wave goodbye to them as they sat on the airplane. Now, you basically just got a small segment of time to drop their ass off and get the hell out of the airport. They don't want you hanging. And it was a big deal for us to fly too. We would, unlike, I don't care if we were going to, back in the day, we didn't have Walmart, but we had like Woolworths and Woolco. They were the department stores, the lower end, like Walmart's. But even with that, you didn't go out in public unless you were dressed up and clean. I mean, you didn't go out in your pajamas and I mean, everything you did, you go out to dinner. You dressed up for dinner to go out, and you were on your best behavior. And to take a flight, you got dressed up, probably in your Sunday clothes. I mean, that was almost a suit and tie occasion, is to take an airplane somewhere. Not anymore, boy. Yeah. Times are different. I get it, but I don't like the times we're in. If it costs us all the technology, I wish we could go back to the childhood I had back in the 60s and the 70s. Despite all the technology we have, it's ruined us. We don't know how to handle it. Our kids don't know how to handle it. And that's our parents' fault, who are now the parents that were somebody else's kids that we pawned off when in the 80s because times were good, money was abundant, and it was cheaper to give your kid $100, tell him get lost for the weekend, go do your own thing while mom and dad went out and partied. Times changed. So they grew up without any guidance. Anyways, I'll get off that. So we'll save that conversation sometime. Anybody who wants to listen to me rant, we'll have a rant day. Well, I can give you my opinion, but I'm not going to do it now. And really, I can't. There's nothing I can do about it anyways. It's not my battle anymore. I'm an old man. I can't fight this battle. It's up to your generation and the younger generations, my grandkids' generation, to take a stand and turn this stuff around. Again, I've got to digress and get out of this. But we're in a world of hurt right now. And it's only going to get shittier. Sorry, I'm glad I'm stepping off this bus. I don't have to go through all that shit. Anyways, back to the investigation. We see them in the classroom here, and they're obviously doing an investigation to see if they can conjure up either Father Chung, Father Edmund, Father Edward, and see what they can come up with. See what some of that, the details of the dirty, dark secrets that exist here at the Holy Cross Abbey in Canyon City, Colorado. Must be having some pretty good results. They're just kind of hanging around the desk up there, and I see a light flashing every now and then. I would assume that it's probably the REM pod, but I can't tell. Definitely a light coming on and off, which is a good indication that something is communicating with them, right? I thought for a split second I saw something right there, like it was on the ramp. There is a window there, so it could possibly have been a flicker of light. But if we saw the light there, it seemed like we would have saw the light in these windows here as well. So I don't know. Did I scare everybody off? All of a sudden, nobody's saying anything in chat. I'll get off my soapbox. I won't go there. We'll save it. Still here. Okay. I do that occasionally. I just gotta jump in and say my piece. Try not to be dogmatic about it. be searching for new devices, make sure you go to my Ghost Stop link on my Facebook channel and all my Instagrams and YouTube. I make 3% commission on everything that Ghost Stop, everything you buy on Ghost Stop. Doesn't cost you anymore, but I get a little commission. Someday I'll retire with all that 3%. For every $10 purchase, I get 30 cents. Woohoo! I'll be fat catting in no time. Yeah, Ghost Stop, they also honor the returns and stuff like that, from what I understand. Honestly, I haven't bought any ghost hunting equipment other than through Amazon in like forever. And you guys are great. Most of the new equipment that I have come as gifts through you guys. And you look at this room now compared to what it looked like a year ago. It was pretty empty a year ago. Now I gotta make space to get stuff in here. Get a can of WD-40 for Christ's sakes, right? I don't know where there's one handy, and I don't even have any cooking oil or anything up here. Any kind of oil I could kind of, let me think here. What do I have? I don't think room air freshener is going to do anything. Windex is only going to make it worse. I know why it's driving you nuts is when I have so many people in here, I have to turn down the gain on my microphone, which means you're going to hear every little, like right now, you can probably hear the air conditioner over here. But if I turn the gain down, then it should knock out the sound of my chair. It'll knock out the sound of the air conditioner. But then if I forget to turn the gain up, when they come back in the room and they start talking, then they'll start blanking out and you'll only get bits and pieces as they talk. So I just leave the gain fully up. Yeah, this chair squeaks bad and it makes noises like I'm farting. And is it me or is it the chair, you know? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, just a little one. If I wasn't so squirmy, it wouldn't be so bad. But I like rocking and moving back and forth. Okay, it looks like they're done. Are they coming out? That is the question. It looked like, yep, he's right outside my door right now. Derek is. He's going into the room next door. Hi, Derek. They got the big screen TV on in the room next to me so they can watch the live stream as it happens. Those of you that were here for Mayhem know exactly what I'm talking about. Got a whole lounge area where they can watch, and that way I can keep all the chaos in another room. I'm not trying to talk over everybody while we're streaming. Okay, well, looks like they all have their limbs. Nobody's limping. Nobody's holding their arm like they've been scratched.
Hi.
You look like you all survived.
Yeah, I'm excited to update you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, well she told me just I'm like, okay, this is getting too weird.
Too spooky for me.
We were in the classroom for an hour.
Right.
Did not feel like an hour.
When we first got in there, we had the spirit box on. You don't just see me, it's alright. It's fine. Do you need me to move the chair?
No, I think if I just,
Make it reflective.
yeah, let's see how that looks. That actually really works. Because now it's. All right. Let's see here. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, so when we first went in there, the spirit box, it was very much it sounded like teenagers and little kids. I got touched. I was sitting in the
You're
chair.
making fun of us, I think.
Yes.
Can you guys smell that barbecue smell like something?
Yeah, I thought somebody cooked something.
Yeah, it smells great. I got
Did
it
somebody
earlier.
heat something up?
I don't know. You guys got barbecue?
No.
No, I was just in that room the whole time. Derek!
In fact, I brought up my favorite barbecue place and everything, talking about the smell,
I
but
thought
it's
it
back
was
again.
Derek. I thought he went to go eat. That's
And
because
you
he
don't have
wasn't with
barbecue over there?
us. No,
Anything barbecue?
no.
Wow. Because it smells like a barbecue joint,
Huh.
doesn't it? I mean, like the smoke.
Yeah,
over it?
I thought it was him cooking. I literally thought I was like, oh, he's okay.
I don't know, but I want some,
Same.
right? Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I
you're
just want to see if you guys were smelling that too, because I'm hungry now.
Did you make food?
Make food?
Yeah. What is that?
The barbecue smell. Do you smell it?
I don't know.
It smells like food was made.
Just now.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't smell it?
That smells something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like somebody's bringing us brisket.
Yeah, nobody's.
No, nobody made anything.
Yeah, I've been in that room for an hour.
Robert just went down to take a leak.
That ain't it.
That's weird.
Huh? Yeah. Wow. So they're gonna torture us.
So I need to hear this and I want to hear this.
Okay.
Uh,
Sorry to cut you off. Let's just start from the very.
God. So I was touched when I was in there. I thought it was a moth. There was,
We
It
checked
was
for moths.
nothing.
There was no moths. in
it
there.
was like
Well, there was
almost,
one later, but
and it was my ear. It felt like somebody was fucking with me, and I freaked out. And I'm pretty sure they were all active on that spirit box. They're probably bullying us. But interesting thing is, we weren't really feeling anything, so we decided to bust out the cards again. And that's when the spirit box, it's like all the kids left the room. And like there was 3 people that were talking consistently, basically the whole time. One was Matt.
Yeah.
One was a girl. I don't know who it was. And then there was one other guy. No idea who it was. But they were like, it sounded like they were having a conversation.
like over there.
And the cards was very interesting. We finally got Chum. But I don't think he's here. That kind of vibe. So what we did was we asked what's the missing piece? Basically, is there anything we need to know? And the first 6 cards was his story, and it was vile, by the way. It was gross. It basically was detailing his death. It even weirdly talked about how he died of asphyxiation type of death. And then one of the cards was really gross, and he got the lover's card. So that means that he viewed these kids as like genuinely like his lovers. Okay. Gross enough.
Yeah, vile.
Yeah. And that it just we got the death card. And then, the card also showed that he was a very good liar. He strung along people. He built like this whole story because he didn't want people to look at him. And then weirdly enough, this was the longest cards I've ever pulled. I think I pulled 12. I think I put 12
Maybe
cards.
13 actually. I think you had an extra one at the end.
My opinion of Brandon has now. Brandon?
Why do you say
Brandon?
Who's
I
Brandon?
don't know. Edward has changed. I don't believe he hurt kids.
It was a Brandon too.
I don't know. I keep saying I have an ex-boyfriend named Brandon that sometimes goes around. He's dead.
Oh. Can you stop? You just stop. Just stop.
Sorry.
So, anyways, back to you.
The final cards I got were about Edward. So whenever we read Edward, we never got the there was no cards that blatantly said he hurt kids versus Chung where it was very
apparent.
very apparent.
Night and day.
How we even viewed these kids, all of that. But Brandon, why do I keep saying Brandon?
Edward.
But it's kind of on your mind now, so I think
I better not say Brandon and then you say Brandon.
Yeah.
Edward, all of his readings has been connected to shame, guilt, very guilty. So,
Do you think he does feel remorse and guilt?
the cards are saying he does. And also the very last card, so if you draw them together, these two cards, they're connected to one another, and it means that they were rivals in some capacity, but it's saying that he did a testimony to protect, it was two people. So basically he testified protecting these people, and I don't know why he did it. My theory personally is that he, as an abbot, it's your duty to protect, how people view this place, the reputation. You might have people you want to protect.
Maybe the other person was
Or a
the
person.
monastery
Well,
itself,
maybe that had
protecting the reputation of the
That's
building.
maybe that was correlation to his suicide note that he chose to take that way out
the easy
to
way out.
save the embarrassment to the archdiocese and
But it was, I think the embarrassment part was in here itself. Because I feel like it, like I
how
said.
do you mean that? What do you mean?
So like I said before, I feel like this was a secret that everybody knew and just didn't talk about. So when the abbot came out and protected these people, I think that's what ruined his reputation as an abbot. Because he went from being this very
I
respected
see.
man, and then and he was older.
He would've been
like 80
80
at
or
this
close
point.
to it. Yeah.
So he would have been older, and my theory and how I kind of interpreted the cards was that I think he was in denial that this was happening. I think he was a very big man of faith. He believed in his religion. He didn't want to believe that a man of God would do this to kids. And he genuinely just didn't think it was happening. And when you speak about it and it's known throughout the whole monastery, you're like, why are you protecting?
So that's when everything came to light, that's when you figured that everybody more or less shunned and ostracized him.
I think
Because he had
defended.
last 10 years of his
full
life,
knowledge the whole time.
Yes, and I feel like the moment he protected those people and it being so common knowledge within the monastery itself,
Uh-huh.
that they were they kind of lost faith in their abbot.
And that goes back to the card drawings that you had in the chapel, the rise and
The fall of his reputation. And again, these cards just pick up this immense guilt and shame for what he did. I think once Chung killed himself and it all kind of collapsed, I think he had a realization that I didn't protect these kids, And
That should have been his first duty rather than.
exactly.
Yeah,
And my other concern is, why are these dead kids? What happened to these kids?
yeah, where they at?
Exactly, what happened to them? Why are they stuck as a kid? Is my other concern. She also came up again, but only one time, and it was again as that protective thing. So I really think that she's clinging to these kids because she wants to protect them when no one else did. So she's and she wants it known. I think Edward wants it known, but whenever we try to talk to him, it seems like there's so many people that come in the room and just talk over him, basically, is what it happened in the viewing room. It's he comes and then it's just.
And it kind of happened in the classroom.
Yeah, it
It was
happened. There
pretty
were certain
quiet,
people.
and then we're like, okay, we're asking questions.
Oh, and interesting enough,
Mhm.
I asked Matt straight up. I was like, did you know Edward? And he was like, yup. And I said, do you think he was a bad person? And he literally said, fuck no. Clear as
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
fuck no. So, and then I asked about Chung, and there was nothing.
He just made a bad decision
Yeah.
in who to protect.
Yeah, I think he honestly really does feel bad for not protecting kids. When, like you said, that should have been his first duty.
Well, I'll research him some more and get more in depth and some of the stuff. Now, Derek was also asking about a picture of Father Chung. I'm sure there's one in the yearbook. That has to be.
Yeah.
I have to figure out which yearbook. And then also, again, if there was an archive in the building somewhere, then there could be photographs of this said Father Chung somewhere in the building, possibly in an archive. I don't know.
What about Edward? Do you think there would be anything of him?
I
mean, he was the abbot.
I'll bet you if you knew what he looked like, I bet you there's a photo, because they got all kinds of photographs.
He died in like
That was the last
2003, I
one,
think.
2002.
2002.
He was the
yeah.
last abbot too, so it's probably a photograph.
Well, Bonaventure was the last abbot. He was the fifth abbot. He was the last one here, but he would have been a priest probably, a high-ranking priest, not necessarily the abbot. So, but I can research all that, and I'll make sure that I forward whatever I can find to you.
That will be very interesting if you're able to pull up any connections to what they say, because that will blow my mind. Because, like I said, we're just pulling a theory out of our ass right now.
It is so elaborate. That's
Yeah,
what like
it's
kills
really
you. It's
elaborate
so
for tarot.
detailed.
Because normally tarot is like really vague, and you're like, okay, that could be made up. This is like,
It's almost like a screenplay, you know?
Yeah, like
it's not a script. It's not a script.
That last reading, it was so long. Like it was just
Yeah,
it kept going and going.
Well, see, I was doing some automatic writing, and that's, somebody gave me that planchet there. But I was doing it blindfolded and just scribbling. And it looked like chicken scratch to me in the very beginning, but I really felt like something was coming through, and it was not answering questions, but every question that I would ask would give me another question. You know, start at the beginning. Well, what am I looking for? You'll know when you find it. We know that you will know. It was giving me answers
But not answering
with
at the
questions,
same time.
you know, and then I've since gotten, you know, down into the weeds but I need to start at the beginning. Well, the beginning was the Indian Lure building over there, where the original monks stayed once they came down from Breckenridge. They stayed in that building. That's where their chapel was while they were building the monastery. And it's still over there. So I need to start at the beginning to find the answers.
Yeah.
What am I looking for? It doesn't say if it's a thing, if it's a person, if it's a name, if it's a lost item. I have no idea. It's telling me, basically, we'll tell you when you get there.
Yeah. That's how it feels through the cards too. It's like you kind of have to like, they'll lead you in the direction, but you still have to like interpret it
Yeah.
yourself. They're not like straight up, well, except Matt's like, fuck no. Like, not like,
I wish they were all like Matt.
but you know what? I trust Matt. When he says fuck no to
This is
Edward
all
being
my
bad or not,
automatic writing, some of the notes that I was taking there. And it all looks like chicken scratch, but as I look closer, I'm actually getting the message out of it. And I can see the words. And it is definitely telling me stuff, but it's leaving me more confused than it's,
that's how I feel.
you know?
I feel like I still have a question because there's a third party, but I just don't know who it is.
I think our
Because
next-
it keeps picking up three people. And it could, maybe it doesn't even mean a person. Maybe it's the monastery itself, you know? Him protecting the monastery and Chung, I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure now. I think it was you and I were having a conversation about the possibilities, and I think you and I think we've all touched on it in our conversation, that there's a lot of theory and a lot of speculation that we could put into this entire campus. And we do know that there was children coming from all over, from wealthy families to the brokest families, to families that, does that occasionally, to the families that, to the kid that had no family.
Yeah.
You know, basically this was the last stop. And so if one of those kids was little Billy, and he was a troublemaker. And it's like I was telling Derek here. All of a sudden, Monday rolls around and Billy doesn't show up for class. Tuesday, still no Billy. Wednesday, nobody's even asking.
Yeah,
And there's
You
no
know,
one gonna come
just-
asking.
Yeah.
They had 200 acres.
Oh my god.
Who knows what's in here?
Yeah, I mean, we could speculate, and we could, you know, we knew that stuff was happening in orphanages all over the United
Oh, yeah,
States during the
for sure.
1930s and 40s. You know,
Mental
why
hospitals.
wouldn't it happen here?
Or like the schools where they put all the native kids.
Yeah,
I mean, they killed them there too.
they were every residential school. They were everywhere.
And again, I don't like to go down those dark paths, but again, the possibility is there, and,
Yeah.
and given the time
When
and the
especially
background,
if there's molestation going on, if you got a loudmouth kid,
just take care of it.
And yeah, like I
I don't
said,
know if that would be the case as late as like the 80s and 90s though.
Probably not.
They probably not, but earlier than that,
I just still question why are they stuck at that age? Did they die at that age? I've never heard of spirits coming back at a different age.
And I don't know when or where, but I have no doubt this place has secrets.
Oh yeah.
In 100 years, it's got secrets. I mean,
And and that's always the weirdest thing. And I think was it Paranormal that actually brought this up? It is kind of weird how a place such as a church, supposed to be holy, safe, safeguard, sanctuary, a place that you should feel
Safe.
welcome and safe. Why is it that there are times that people feel so uneasy here?
That's
I mean,
me.
that's you. I mean, not just because the stuff with the crawler, you got the alien in the basement,
No,
and stuff like that, but
It's churches in general. I've
floating
never.
heads over
yeah,
there.
but still, like sometimes you just get that. There is a dark side.
Yeah.
I can definitely feel there's
You
a
get
dark
the
side.
ick.
Well, also
But-
there's a dark side even happening today. Like,
Oh, yeah, even
you know
today.
what I mean?
I did not expect this to happen. Like, I knew there was gonna be some shit
But
tonight,
what I'm
but I
trying
was
to-
like,
but-
I'm not expecting this.
But what I'm trying to say is that there's a level, and then you got the small level dark. It's like big deal, it's a big no, but whatever. It feels like it's like about a 6, 7
Mhm.
in the Abbey, and that's usually kind of where I kind of scratch my head. I'm like, should I not be feeling like this at a place that should be holy and a place that is supposed to be welcome? It's like a family here. You had a dorm up on, it was a very crowded dorm up on the 4th floor, but still a building that's supposed to be a family. I mean, that's kind of what the Abbey was kind of looked at, right? It was like a family of people and school and stuff like that. It just doesn't feel like that
No.
at all.
To me, it's a little different. I love the place.
Yeah.
And let me tell you an experience that happened last week.
Okay.
True experience. To show you the compassion that those spirits have for me. Last week I was having a rough week, a really bad,
Oh yeah.
to the point where I came over here to get a shower. I had to stop 5 times between the RV and here just to get to the shower. And then my breathing was so bad, I ran into hot water, which loosened up the phlegm. You guys heard me tonight, having my little coughing fit. Plus taking a hot shower, plus being drained anyways. The hot shower just made me more dizzy, and then I couldn't leave. So I ended up having to stay. So it took me about 5 or 6 stops to come up the stairs, come in here and just hang in command.
Yeah.
So I finally hung here for a while, just kind of took a little nap for about an hour. And it happened to be last Saturday, and there was a wedding being held. And they had it outside, but the reception was over at the event center afterwards. And so I'm thinking, well, I'm ready to go to the RV. I just want to get to the RV. And it took me a while to talk myself into getting my ass up and just trying to make a move down the hallway. And I was feeling so bad that, again, I had to make 2 or 3 stops just to get to the end of the hallway. Well, I get to the end of the hallway, and just off the cameras that you see right here, at the classroom, where am I at here? Classroom. Yeah. So I look out the window over here, directly at the end of the hallway, and of all the times, now they're making the wedding line because bride and groom are getting ready to leave. So they're making the line to throw the rice and all that stuff. And they're just now forming the line. And it took another 15, 20 minutes before the bride and groom finally came out of the thing, and then they did their rice thing, and then there was photographs, and another 40 minutes expired. Them finally getting in the car and leaving, and then their line just kind of mingled for a while before it dissipated. And I'm stuck here because I didn't want to cross through their wedding while they're taking pictures and stuff like
They're
that.
like, who's this guy in the picture?
Yeah.
I just want to get to my RV, excuse
So
me.
I was to a point where I was hurting so bad. I'm not so sure that I decided to sit down or if I just fell down. But I was exhausted, and I was just, all I could think of was, I just want to get to the RV. I just want to get to the RV. All of a sudden, I felt this almost like a hand touch my arm. And then I felt the body scoot up next to me, and I felt like a little head laid its head on my shoulder.
What?
And I kind of sat there for a second, and it was just so comforting to me because all of a sudden, I didn't hurt so bad. And I just felt like I had some overwhelming love. And I kind of, and I came back to check the command because I wanted to see, afterwards I got to thinking that I probably captured that moment because then I leaned my head into her head. And just kind of laid my head against it and just kind of absorbed her comfort. And I know it was Annabelle. There's no question in my mind it was Annabelle. She knew I was in very bad discomfort, and she came down to comfort me. I was sitting
awesome.
Here's the weird part. Not 45 seconds after that all started happening, my psychic sidekick, Sean, calls. And he's just calling to bullshit with me and tell me how his night went because he did an investigation somewhere the night before. And then out of the blue, he says, she's with you. She's with you right now.
Dude.
And I was just so blown away by that he says, yeah, the little girl's with you right out of the blue. And then he continued on talking about what his...
Anyways.
He's like, oh, you chilling?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, because he does that to me all the time. He'll tell me so-and-so's with you, by the way, just so you know. And anyways, yeah, last night I went down and played some darts and
That's cool, though.
Yeah,
That's a really
and
cool
he knew that she was with me, and that just confirmed. But that was a moment that I had, and that just shows you the compassion that I have with these children. So this place, I digress with this big long story, but this place has special meaning to me.
Oh, yeah.
It may have a dark history, and I guess I'm somewhat trying to be blinded of it because I don't want to think of it that way.
Yeah.
But I know the possibilities are there, and the possibilities are probably true, But I'd rather keep it as that place that I envision, this happy place and fond memories and good good education and just a place that I want to come back to.
And I think definitely the spirits in this building, a good chunk of them are definitely good.
Yeah, for sure.
We could tell that you have a good relationship with a good chunk of them here, with the children and the priests and stuff like that. And I could tell, it's like Dennis cares for these spirits, and I think these spirits care about him. Except for maybe one of them said they wanted to hit you.
oh my god, that was.
There is only one that I don't like, and that's obvious.
Yeah.
Which one I don't like, but the rest of them, I don't feel any malicious intent, none of that. I feel like there's just a lot of stuck people here, and then people who just genuinely love it here. You
Yeah.
know, like Matt. I
The-
really do believe
The
that.
sad part, that was a moment meant to be kept to myself. Because when I came back and checked the camera, where I was sitting was over here when you can't see me in the corner, next to that radiator. And I was so hoping that I would catch that moment where you actually see me just kind of put my head down. And
Well, don't you have a camera facing down that way, even though you're kind of like in front of
I
it?
do, but it you know, by the time you get to the end of the hallway, it's just a little
Yeah,
dark
like a little
spot.
too many
And-
pixels.
Yeah, and it was daytime too, so you don't get quite a
Same,
different
yeah.
lighting on it, so I just look like a little black dot down there.
Yeah.
You can't make out what I'm
But at
doing.
the same time, that's pretty cool though. That's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
for you and Abby, you know?
Yeah,
Well, you two definitely.
Maybe
bonded
she
in a
low-key knew.
relationship.
She think you were in a blind spot. She's like,
I mean, the children honestly ain't playing with me. I've been trying so hard to get a hold of them, but they love you more than they love me. It seems like so.
well, I think they you have to bond. just like
And they're
anything
probably
else,
scared.
you know?
Well, yeah, and
especially
I've been trying to. I've been throwing,
Let me
cookie
see
talk
here.
with them, toy talk, play games. I'm
well,
trying.
especially if we think
Right, Gramps photobombing a wedding.
they might be scared of men.
Edward Newts, somebody's typing in here, Whip Ass Mom says, Edward Newts was with the Pueblo Diocese, passed away in 2010.
Yeah, because I got the Edward that's out there. I got a picture of his tombstone.
You really get the vibe that this was very important.
It was
And-
Edward J. Volmar.
Volmar,
What?
What?
he was an abbot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was an abbot.
Yeah.
But you said you thought he was the last abbot. The last abbot was Bonaventure,
Yeah.
but Volmar was an abbot. I think he was the third or fourth abbot.
Yeah, but he died in 2002. Like he lived a long time.
Yeah, he lived for
Okay.
a really long time.
Okay, that
Oh,
yeah,
Dad
that
or
Volmar. Yeah.
Did they spark a bulb on your head or
Yep,
something?
yep. And I will check to see if he was ostracized or if there was some kind of thing that took place,
Tension
because he would have been here.
Yeah, that's the
He
thing.
would have been here when Chung was here.
Yeah, then he would have been older, but you don't really like grow out of being a habit or anything, right?
Right.
Like you die
Right.
doing that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So he
But
would
if
have.
he, but if he died in 2002, if he was like the third or fourth, he must have stepped down at some point.
I don't think they still do.
Do you sit down?
Well,
and say that?
yeah,
What if
I think they
do?
train their next one, right? But they still remain the abbot, and then they die.
no, I think they can retire.
What if he did retire after that?
I'll have to check because I'm not Catholic, so I don't really
Yeah.
know how that all works. I know like a cardinal, you're a cardinal till you croak, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like definitive it's this guy, but it makes sense. So, because like I said, the card said he's a very important man, and he had like a lot of respect for people, so it makes sense that it was an abbot.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like inclined to believe it is that Edward.
Volmar.
See, you blew Dennis away now with that name. He's like, Walmart, then you just way his bag, you blew the poor guy away.
I just
Yeah.
think it's interesting. He said his name upstairs, and then we go to the cemetery.
Okay, I know who you're talking about
There it
now.
is.
Yeah, they're talking about Edward Volmar. Or Volmar. Sorry, Volmar. And he was the third or fourth abbot, and he is actually buried out in the cemetery here. Focus Spaz, welcome to the chat tonight. Actually, there's an investigation going on. They're just kind of filling me in on what happened in the classroom that they were at just a few minutes ago. Glad you could join us. Cool.
Well,
So we have Tiger Paranormal here tonight. Where did Robert go?
He went to the bathroom.
He might
Did
be
he
back
die in the bathroom?
Right
No, he might. He came back up. He might just be.
He might be
Wrestling.
next door where the food's at. He's not stupid.
He might just
But
be
he wanted me to walk him down there. He got in the bathroom and I just walked right back up. I'm like, you're right. Well, you're right on top of you, man. But
That's funny. Cool. So we're at the Holy Cross Abbey here in Canyon City, Colorado. It's 100,000 square foot of paranormal playground. Cool. So they'll be heading out here in a second, right? Hey! We're having interesting conversation here. We're having interesting conversation, intelligent, interesting conversation.
I could have waited, but I was so excited to come in here and update you.
Give you a quick shot here, real quick, of what we're investigating. This is the basement through the 4th floor, and then the cams are not set up. I have to reset these cams up again real quick. But this is the 1st floor. Let me get it set up real quick here. Everything switched. I don't know why, but it did.
So you guys have any issues?
Yeah, since I wanted to leave around 1 tonight. I
And
think
there we go.
yeah,
So we've got pretty much 28 cameras all spread out throughout the
Okay.
throughout the 4 floors and the basement. Yeah, the hat's made of sage.
That's a you.
Looks green in this light, doesn't it?
You should go look for the cryptid.
I don't think I will. After seeing that, I'm
It
like,
is-
Cool.
I
All
changed the
right,
plans.
let me switch back and then find out what their next plan of attack is here. So what do you guys got next? What you got?
So you want to check out the Abbott's
Bedroom or whatever.
The quarters?
Yeah.
Okay.
and from there on out, I think we're going to start probably recruiting slowly from there on out. So
Well, I personally gotta leave around 1.
Oh, you're leaving tonight? You're not gonna stay?
We stayed yesterday.
Yeah, but you could stay tonight.
we could actually sleep and stay here tonight.
Yeah,
Oh, I get what you're saying.
yeah, you had the whole weekend. You're
Oh,
not gonna-
well, I might just do that. I just don't worry about fighting.
Yeah.
Sleep.
No. I was planning on, you guys can get up and leave like 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon if you want to. I don't give a shit.
wow.
There's not gonna be anybody here till Monday, so you guys got the whole place for the entire
Well,
weekend.
that's up to you guys then.
I still have to, I
You
have
still
to
have
work
to leave.
tomorrow.
Work, oh, that J word.
Right? Oh, you
Plus,
guys-
I feel like I'm satisfied after this Abbott bedroom or whatever. I don't have any more.
Listen, Bill, shit goes
Unless
down,
something
man.
happens in there, they're like, actually,
So
you
that
gotta
means
release
you're never
it
coming
daily.
back again?
Huh?
That mean you're never coming back again? Your
No, I
cup
meant
runneth over?
this
Why does it make you so sad?
Yeah, now I'm sad.
No, this is definitely that's definitely been a favorite place of mine so far.
This to me, this is a lot like better than last time. Like I'm having a lot more fun.
Well,
and stuff.
we kind of already know the layout. We kind of had an idea of what we wanted to do coming in.
We were
And then
running
had extra
around
time.
like crazy last time we were here.
It's
We didn't know where to go.
Up and down and up and down.
Oh, we were. And it was the one night I just kind of triggered happy every plan I had in my head. I was like,
I know, we would spend like 5 minutes somewhere, like, let's go all the way down, all 4 floors.
I know, the
and then
first
the
time I
next
came
5
here.
minutes, all the way back up. And it was like, bro.
Yeah, he's like, Zelly, go to the 4th floor. Oh, basement now. I'm like, why are you sitting in the opposite direction?
well, this was a little more coordinated this
Yeah.
time, you
Yeah.
know, because we finally knew what we were trying to get with. You know, like I said, this was my first actual big scale build.
Yeah.
You know, so
And you guys never even went to Ullithorne, which I kind of think is pointless now, honestly. It's the Ullithorne Hall, the haunted house.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask about that, yeah.
I mean, you can go
didn't
over
really
there if you want to,
feel-
but
I don't really feel anything in there. When we go in there, I'm just like, whatever.
What was
I don't
was it?
know. According to some groups, there's floating ghost heads running around.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
the moths?
Huh?
Moths?
Yeah.
I know my clumsy ass is gonna fall in there, so I'm just not gonna even chance it.
Yeah.
I am
So
curious
all
as to
over.
what that building was used for originally.
That was the boy storms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So there was 120 rooms altogether.
Okay.
So what do you think? You want to do something? You want to stay night here too, or you
It depends how I feel about it.
want?
Because how
if-
much shit I want to like pack
To be-
out of here.
Well,
in the middle of the
because that
night.
was unexpected. Because I might actually just take up with that offer and not fight going to the road home.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're leaving And if you end up leaving, Robert's mother's parents waiting on him. This is gonna be me.
Just by yourself.
All by myself.
That might be fun for you though.
I don't know if I can do that.
What if Edwards wants to say hi?
I don't have a
You
problem
know?
with
Chuck
that.
wants to say
I know, but that's gonna test my nerves so much.
Hey, no, if you feel scared, just talk to Matt.
Yeah, sure, talk to ghosts.
Yeah, no, be like, what up, Matt? Can
I feel like you just be like, go to sleep.
It was again a couple of weeks ago. I went in one of those rooms and just laid down because I was exhausted, and I fell asleep, and I woke up to,
No.
and I just opened my eyes and I got the biggest grin on my face. I didn't even look back because I knew they were fucking with me.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I was laying in there by myself
Who was fucking
earlier.
with you?
I don't know. One of the spirits, they were just saying, "Hey, we're here," because I was the only one in the building, and they were in the room with me.
Oh my god.
I just got a big grin on my face because I knew. But see, that's the thing. I don't get freaked out by that shit. I think it's fun.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a fun experience. It's the thought of it.
But I'm in here. This is my home.
Yeah, this is kind of a home area.
You know, so
You're kind of used to it at
you
this
know,
point.
and the creepy basement. I think that's just everybody's connotation of a basement. I don't think that was the word, but at any rate, they had this preconceived idea of what a basement is. It's dark, it's dank, and nasty goblins
See,
hanging out down there.
To me, it's not the dark and all that. I mean, that adds to it, of course. It's not the dark and dank of the basement. It's just the stores of the basement. You got a crawler there. You got these red eyes. You got that freaking alien going over the door now. You know,
You got the
it's
door
like-
opening by
They got the
itself.
door open by itself.
The telephone ring.
They got the
Pissed off
whistling,
monks.
pissed off monks. I'm like, I don't know if I want any part of that.
Yeah. Well,
Honestly, the worst room for me, like I don't even want to think about it, is the library. I don't know why. I just don't. I want nothing to do with it. Nothing.
and there's not a room in here that I, when I'm doing my live streams and I give you earn channel points as the more you watch. You get like 10 channel points for every minute you watch or something. So
Yeah.
you accumulate channel points. And for like 5,000 channel points, you get to tell me to go anywhere you want me to in this building at midnight. I have to go down there, and then you can tell me what kind of equipment I got to take down with me. I may not even get a flashlight, but I have to go down to the potato cellar, say, and spend an hour down there doing an EVP session. It doesn't bother me. And most of the time, you'll watch my stream when I'm navigating this building.
You know it.
I don't have a flashlight. There's enough ambient light. And like I say, I'm like Helen Keller. As long as nobody moves the furniture,
You're
I'm
good.
golden. But if you move a chair out my way,
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
gosh,
nail
I'm like
it.
that in my own house too. And then like a couple of weeks ago, we were moving stuff around, and my parents are refinishing part of their basement, so there's just a bunch of shit everywhere. And I'm just walking out there and go refill my water in the middle of the night, and I like trip over like 6 things.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was so mad by the
Yeah.
time.
Damn, and I really wanted that last piece of pie and a cup of milk.
Yeah.
I guess we should probably go.
Yeah.
All right.
our actual
Cool.
investigators
Well, we'll be
and
watching you.
chatting.
We'll be
I know
watching
I
you.
could talk forever. Man.
We got Focus Fast here. They want to see some wild stuff. So let's see what we can do here to accommodate that. All right, guys. So, yeah, they're getting ready to do the next thing. However, we won't be able to see them because of the fact I don't have a camera in the Abbott's bedroom, Abbott's quarters, because it's down this corridor here. And it's all the way down to the end here, just outside the other side of the chapel. So we won't be able to see them when they go in there. Hey, Double K, how are you? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. I see you dropped in about midnight last night. You and little spirit girl showed up about the same time, about the time I was heading out.
My old friend, I've come to talk with you again.
There we go, right? Story of my life. Story of my life. So yeah, it's been an interesting night. There hasn't been a whole lot of stuff happening per se, but a lot of messages have been coming through and a lot of stories that are being told. And you'll just have to revisit the VOD later and watch what we've been talking about and some of the stuff that's been happening. Some pretty incredible stories that have been coming to light this weekend, and it's been a lot of fun. This time, this group has a little specialty in the sense that two of them are pagan, and they do tarot reading and stuff, and some of the stories and information that they've come up with has been pretty interesting, and I'm anxious to go back and do some research and see exactly how much of the information I can validate for them. Pretty incredible stories, though. So we're going to have to check that out. I found out, had they said Edward Vollmer in the very beginning, I would have recognized him right off the bat. But it was, they kept saying, excuse me, I'm yawning at the same time I'm talking. They kept telling me his name was Edward, but I didn't relate it with Edward Vollmer. So now you can see them. Let me switch cameras here. We're going back to, hell, by the time I get it there, they'll be down. You'll see them come down these stairs here in a second. Coming around the corner. So that's Zane, Zelly, Robert, and Derek. They're Tiger Paranormal. I'll be entering this hallway going down to this back bedroom here. And honestly, I've never had too much happen back in the Abbott's quarters, but that's where they want to go, so it's their investigation. They can do whatever they want. Stringster, how are you? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. As you can see, I'm feeling a little better tonight. A little better tonight. Hopefully I'll finally get over this mess. It's been a hell of a month and a half, I'll tell you what. Where'd they go? There they are. They're heading down the corridor. Where are they going? Oh, bathroom break. Bathroom break. Happy Saturday. Am I pretty booked in June? I'm going to have to check my calendar. June. I think I've got like the third weekend open if you guys want to come up. That'd be fun. Or I'll have to check my dates. You know, I might have a Friday or a Saturday open up. I know I've got a couple things the first. We're in June. Hell. So I've got something, I believe, on Wednesday, and then somebody coming in on Saturday. And then I think I'm open. And July is pretty open. We're going to have Sean and I are going to do an event on the 8th of July, which I need to get started on and get a poster and get the word out and stuff. There's only going to be 10 spots open, so when you see it go up, you'll want to buy your ticket right away if you're interested in coming. But that'll be on July 8th. That's coming up. But in the meantime, yeah, if I got open dates, just check with me tomorrow when I get back to my calendar, and I'll tell you what dates I have opened up. You girls are always welcome to come up. Yeah. You going to the prison every weekend? You're going, what? Oh, the third week of June. Yeah, okay. No. Yeah, and I believe that's with Jim, aren't you? Are you going to meet with Jim Jacobs over there at the prison? And I'm working on a story right now with Woodpecker Hill and Stacy. I'm going to surprise you with a video about Woodpecker Hill and some of the characters that are buried out there. And it's a pretty neat little video I'm putting together. I just need to get out and get some drone footage and some other footage of so other footage that I need to get out there to do the story. Okay, they went down the corridor. We missed it. And now I've got to reset that camera. There we go. I got to go back and reset them all. Hit the wrong button. Hard to believe, right? Gramps never hits the wrong button. Never, ever. Yeah, bullshit. There they are. I see them. I see them. So, yeah. Okay, they're at the military case, so it's giving information about the abbots and the monks that have served in the armed services during their tenure here at the Abbey. So let's split this out. Now they're heading down that corridor. So they'll end up all the way to the end here. I'm going to plan to travel. I'm going to try to get out like little burst, you know, where I can be gone 5, 7, 10 days or so. I'm not going to go far. I may go into like Texas and New Mexico and do a little bit of stuff. I'd like to get down into Arizona, but it's going to get too hot. But not get too far away, and that way I can do some stuff. There's a lot of stuff in southern Colorado and central Colorado that I need to explore yet. So I might get back down that way and do some week-long travel and then come back and do stuff here at the Abbey. So yeah, I hope so. I hope I get out and do some of that stuff. All right, we're not going to be able to see what they're doing in there. So I'm just going to hit command here again. I've got them on the camera view on both sides here. So I've got the first floor over here and all the rest of the floors over here. So if I see movement, I'll switch it back and we'll check out and see what they're doing. But yeah, and there's that squeaky chair. I know I'm doing that just to drive Tim with the chi crazy. I do need to get a drink though. I haven't had a drink in a while. It's time. It's time. All right. Cool. Let's see, this is kind of a weird question, but is it hard to, I assume that stay up so late, so often? No, I'm a night person. If you find me awake at 9 o'clock in the morning, that's odd. I'm usually sleeping at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm sleeping till, well, I'll try to sleep till 11 or sometimes even later. I don't think I got up till noon today, but I'm up all night. I'm a night person. Yeah. And it's just been the nature. I've been retired for a long time. So I'm used to it. I just prefer the night. It's cooler, it's quieter. Yeah. And in the daytime, there's, you know, I do kick myself in the butt occasionally because I would like to get out before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But well, I go out and do some exploring and stuff like that. Now, when I'm traveling on the road, I'm pretty much setting my clock to the sun then. Like, I'm getting up 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, but I'm also going to bed by 10 o'clock at night, just after dark. Because, well, I do have, and I just added more solar to the RV. So that gives me a lot more electricity and stuff, but I don't like running my generator and stuff like that. And so I'm very conservative with the power situation. Over here, I'm plugged into electricity, so I could care less how much electricity I use. And so I run my air conditioner all night long, and it's nice and chill. I've got all the windows blacked out back in the little bedroom in the back part of the RV, and so it's nice and dark, and it's actually pretty quiet in there. It's pretty soundproof. And so it's just a great, nice and cool sleeping environment, and so I don't have any problem sleeping in the daytime or into the noon hour. But like I say, it is kind of a pain in the ass when I want to do something, and especially in the wintertime where the daylight hours are so short. You wake up at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's going to get dark by 4 o'clock, and you've lost all your daylight. So it kind of sucks during the winter. But in the summertime, it's light till 9 o'clock at night. So to get up at noon, you still got 9 hours of daylight to go do stuff. So it's not so bad. But yeah. Let's see, I'm rocking my table, and I see the microphone rocking over there. You guys are going, they're having an earthquake. It's really not. It's just me rocking the table. So yeah, I do plan on getting on the road a little bit. Not any big trips right away. I'm hoping maybe come winter, I might take me a road trip down to, I don't know, go hang out in the panhandle of Florida or something, down on the Gulf Coast. I really like it down there. Maybe get back down into Louisiana, Mississippi, say Alabama, and into Florida. Just kind of hang out for the winter. The nice thing about that is they think 60 degrees is cold. They're all buttoned up, and practically wearing down jackets and mucklucks and warm knitted hats and furry gloves, and I'm out there in shirts and shorts, flip flops. Photography, I'm actually that's what I'm gonna start doing more of. Try to get more of the daytime stuff done. A lot of you guys can't join me at night because we have that dirty word jobs, that you have to go to. So when I'm streaming and it's, hey there for the damn glory, how are you? It's hard for you guys to sit there and watch me stream, starting my stream at 8 o'clock. And if you're back east like Wanty, it's already 10 o'clock there. And I'm just now starting my stream, and I go to 4 o'clock in the morning. That's 6 o'clock in the morning for you guys. You're not going to sit around and watch me. So I get a lot of views on my VOD. So I thought, well, I'm going to switch it up, and I want to do some other things anyway. So I'm going to start doing a little bit more. And I'm watching the cameras. There's nothing going on, guys. You're not missing anything. I want to do more of the metal detecting and stuff like that. Rico, how are you? Good to see you again tonight. Appreciate it. I want to get back into and you're asking about the photography, I want to do more photography stuff with you guys. Teach you some of the stuff that I do in post, like working with Lightroom like Lightroom and stuff I do with Photoshop and whatnot, and presets are amazing, and they make your bad photos look great. Teach you some of the little secrets about that. And then also I want to get into more of the nighttime photography. I love light painting and using light to color the night, so to speak. And I want to show you how I set up the exposures and set up my lighting to do stuff like that. It's very unique, it's very special, but it's so much fun. And every single picture, you could take 1,000 pictures of the exact same subject. And I can guarantee you every single one of those photographs when you're light painting are going to be different, because you might expose this area for a half a second longer than you did the second shot, even though, and you're shooting in long exposure. So those exposure times are extreme. They're sometimes I've shot as long as having the lens open for as long as 3.5 minutes, sometimes close to 4 minutes long. And what that does is it allows me to go around, and as long as I'm moving, and that the shutter is so small, it's set at such a minimal amount of light going through that shutter, that you can do that long exposure and it's going to pick up just about every little bit of light it can possibly pick up. So if you're shooting in the dark, it's only going to pick up the things that you're highlighting with the light. And so if you want to highlight the grass and it's ultra green, then you shine the flashlight on the grass, just the grass, and you paint the grass, and the camera's only going to see the grass. And then if you've got a subject in behind it and you want to paint it with some red or some orange, or give it some extra tint, then you use different kind of lighting and stuff. It's just a blast to me, and you guys, I know, would enjoy, even if you don't ever want to do it, I think you would enjoy seeing how it's done. And so I plan to share that with you. The problem I had, I pulled all my camera gear out, started going through my light stuff and all my automatic flashes and timers and stuff that I have. And the problem is I'm old and I haven't done any light painting now for about 1.5 years, and I can't even remember how I had to set up my lighting, my exposures and buttons and stuff. So I'm going to have to renew myself and get out there and start doing it before I'm ready to share it with you guys. Anyways, I have been in the weeds for a long time, as everybody knows. I am now feeling somewhat better, and I hope tonight I'm feeling better than I have in several months, or the last 1.5 months anyways. I've really starting to come out of it here. I'm actually breathing a whole lot better tonight than I have in the past. So hopefully I'm coming around, and I'll be able to have the stamina to get you guys outside and start doing some of this stuff. And we'll start slow. We'll start it out here at the Abbey, but I've got some old factories I want to take you guys to. I've got some old, what do we got going on here? Pope Fever is followed. Thank you. I appreciate that follow, and I hope I continue to earn it. That's great. Thank you. They're always appreciated. So I'm gonna take you to an old train yard graveyard. So there's a lot of boxcars and old train cars and dining cars and stuff like that. If they haven't moved it now, the last time I was there, I didn't see the whole variety that was there for some time back. We'll see. Then I also know a place where there's helicopters and jets and tanks and different things on display, then we can do some fun night photography with, and old factories and stuff like that. So that'll be fun. Take you to some old cemeteries and do some night shooting in the old cemeteries, but adding a little twist to it. You wait and see. You guys will love it. But that's all fun stuff, and that's different than just the ghost hunting. I want to get out and do some more abandoned exploration, show you guys some of these places that I know of and places that I go to where you walk into the house and the house is still furnished in 1970, still got an ottoman with a newspaper sitting on the ottoman, dishes in the sink, dishes on the table, and the house has just been abandoned in an entire ghost town. Show you places like that. And you guys seem to like my Way Back Wednesdays, sharing my old investigations and stuff along with my new stuff. So I've got hard drive after hard drive after hard drive of different videos and photographs and investigation I've done in the past 25 years or so. 50 years, I don't have so much of it. A lot of the early day stuff I don't have. I did find a video I did way back in, I believe it was 1980. 89, or it might have been 1990. Some old VHS footage that I took of Fort Niagara, an investigation. I was fortunate enough because that's a national park. They don't let you do paranormal investigation. But it so happened that my ex's in-laws lived in Lockport, just right outside of Niagara Falls, and right not too far from Fort Niagara. And one of her uncles was one of the park rangers at Fort Niagara. And he knew I was a paranormal investigator. So I was afforded the opportunity on one of his night shifts to happen to get into Fort Niagara and do a paranormal investigation while he was working his shift. And it was all on the QT. If they found out, they would have fired him in a heartbeat because it was a national park. And in fact, I'm not so sure that it was even legal. I was there with permission with a ranger. However, you don't do that stuff on federal property and national park property, but I did. And I've got I was using a great big old VHS camera, the old VHS tapes, right? Where I filmed that investigation at Fort Niagara. I later on took and converted that old analog VHS tape into digital. I digitized and swapped it over onto a CD. This stuff is all over in a box over at Axe Batch's house, and I hope he's got it stored in the garage somewhere because I didn't have anywhere to put it when I started my RV life. I didn't have room for a lot of stuff. And I saved just a little bit of stuff that I knew that I couldn't ever replace, like photo albums and VHS tapes and some of my old investigation stuff. So I do have it available, I think. And if the tape hasn't, that's the problem after a while. If VHS tapes or cassette tapes or anything like that, they start growing mold on the film, and they also become very brittle and start deteriorating. And after a while, they're unusable. So I don't know how long that takes. I see they're coming upstairs now. I don't know how long that takes, but hopefully that stuff is still available and still usable, because it's some great footage that I'll never ever have the opportunity to ever do again. And probably some rare footage that nobody, I can guarantee you, has. And I do. And hopefully I'll be able to share that on my way back Wednesday. I know that was a long story for a, but cool stuff. All right, I saw them coming upstairs. So I imagine they're going to be busting through the door here in a second. But I don't see them on any of the cameras, actually. I did see them coming up the stairs. But I don't see them over here on the second floor. I don't know where they went. They disappeared. The goblins got them. The goblins got them. I told them it was going to happen. I told them. So yeah, they had the whole night here at the Abbey, the whole weekend, and they're just now understanding that that meant 2 nights, not just the 1 night. So whether they finish out the night here or not, or if they're going to pack up their gear and leave, I don't know. They may have snuck in the room next to me, and I just didn't see them go in there. But I could see here, in this camera, that's the room that they're in, right beside my command here. And I don't see any shadow movements like there's somebody in that room, so I don't know where they went. I saw them. It looked like they were coming up the stairwell here. Hang on, let me clarify that camera. Main. Okay, that's got to go down. There we go. Okay. All right, everything else is good. Let's see. I don't see them in that camera anywhere. But they were. I saw them come up the stairs, I thought. I don't know where they went. I don't see them anywhere here. They came up the stairs. I would think, well, I know that I would have saw them come up here, but I didn't see them. I don't see them in the library either. No movement in the library. So they had to have come upstairs, but I don't see, maybe they're in the rooms across the hall here, over here. And they're packing up. There, I saw shadow. Okay, they're right next door here. I finally saw them, or saw movement. Okay, they're in there. I think they're packing up, gonna head out tonight. They don't have to, but I guess they didn't realize that they actually had it for the entire weekend. And then Zella, she has to work tomorrow, she said, so she has to go home. Whoop-ass, sneaking barbecue, right? That's what it is. They're not telling me that they got brisket hidden downstairs or something, and they don't want to share with me, right? They didn't bring me anything for my birthday, and then they're having barbecue behind my back. I think that's insult to injury, right? That's not cool. Right? Oh, shoot. So the other night, I was talking with Misty for a while, a little spirit girl, and she was talking about my stories and stuff, and she really wants me to just get on some night and start sharing stories of my very colorful past, my adventurous childhood, and some of the antics and stories that I have, and so I might do that. I mean, you guys seem to like that to me, and I don't, God knows I don't mind Sure, if I've got somebody willing to listen. So, yeah, I might just start out with some different stories and stuff, telling about different characters as I grew up with and went to school with, and things that we did, and things that as I grew, some of the fun stuff. True stories and how the hell am I here today to even talk about it type stories. And yeah. All right, I just saw somebody cross. It looked like Zella come across that hallway there. There we go. We got somebody coming out now. Okay, that's Zane. Oh. Huh. Well, I'm not going to argue tonight if I have to leave early. Actually, I'm feeling pretty spry. I was actually thinking I was going to leave at midnight, but I feel pretty good. So I'm golden. Cat's all happy. He got fed before I left. Plus, loneliness makes the heart fonder, right? Definitely, that cat a whole lot more lovable when I've been gone for a while. He's a lot happier for about 45 seconds, and then it's like, okay, had enough of this shit. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. But for that 45 seconds, he's the most loving cat you'd ever want to meet. And it's like, oh, by the way, you need to clean my cat box. By the way, I'm a little hungry and that dry food ain't cutting it. I need something that's wet. Did you know that my water dish is low? Maybe you should check it. Cat things, right? What the hell am I doing with a cat? I'm a dog guy. I love dogs. I love, actually, before I started my RV adventures, I had 5 dogs, and they all got older and older, and they started dying off, and I had to put them down one by one until I was down to the last dog. Well, here, give me a hug. Come on. Give me some hugs. All right. Well, thanks.
Thank you for having me.
You bet.
It was a lot of fun.
We'll do it again.
Yeah, for sure.
And I know this guy that can offer friends and family discounts. So we could probably work something out for some kind of sweet deal.
Yeah, I know Garrett would love to come back here.
Yeah.
I think we all would love to.
Yeah. Great information. I'll try to get back with you as far as what I find out about Edward.
Okay.
Get you some photographs if I can find any of
We did
Sean.
see a picture of Matthew downstairs.
Oh, you did find it?
The military
He
shop
was in his
place.
military outfit.
All right.
Yeah, he went over sleeves.
Nice.
Yeah, we did.
Very, very good. Yeah. And you'll probably find some of Vollmer around pretty easily too, because.
Do you know who the man in the Abbott's room? There's
Yeah,
like
there's
a
a
man
picture of
above.
one.
That was Father Schwinn.
Okay.
Yeah.
It didn't say who it was.
Yeah, in the office.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Father Schwinn.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
And Schwinn was the second abbot. He took over after Sister St. Bradley. He was the first.
Oh, that guy with the big ass portrait.
Yeah, and he was a well-liked guy, but when we started talking about being ostracized, he was the one that was entitled or in charge of the original finance that went missing to build the abbey. And I thought maybe that's where you were leading with that story, but that was at the very beginning, and you're talking about basically the end.
Yeah, it would have been the end. Yeah, 'cause there wasn't like an official abbot actually. He was like not an abbot, but like a chaplain or something. He said a priest.
Yeah, there was several priests. There was quite a few priests throughout the life of this during the time that this was actually sanctified. There were a lot of priests, but
Well, hopefully you find something that would be free.
well, yeah, and it's,
out.
I'm definitely going to go into the VOD here, video after on demand, and I'll chop out the stories that you shared with us through your readings and whatnot. And
Maybe a psychic or something if one comes in here.
well, yeah, I'll get Sean to listen in on it and stuff like that. And I've got other people that I trust. You
Yeah.
know? But
I mean, we're
it's
basically novices with this
Yeah.
too. We could be totally misreading everything.
well, I know that, and I understand that. Again, you know, but it's all speculation because
Yeah.
even if it's the solid truth,
You can't really
how
prove
are we
it.
going to prove it?
Yeah, you can't.
There's just
Unless
no
there's
way.
somebody who's still alive that would
Right, exactly.
Who would that be? You know?
And there's nothing written, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So who's to
Stuck in the
say?
wall somewhere. Someone's diary.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of, you know, I was talking about the little quest that I felt like I was given.
To go
And
search for
starting
stuff.
from the beginning, am I looking for that little piece of paper in the crack in the wall? I don't
They
know.
used to do that a lot. I don't know. They would
You
hide
know?
their stuff in the
Yeah,
walls.
yeah.
So,
So they said I'll know when I see it.
see, that's creepy.
And I don't know what I'm supposed to see to know that I'm seeing what I know
Well,
I'm
you'll
seeing.
barely
But they said, we know that you'll know. I'm thinking, fuck, what's that mean?
I want to know who the hell is
Yeah.
being so cryptic. Definitely wasn't Matt.
Right?
Yeah. You'd be like, it's over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt's really cool. Matt, where's it at? It's right there.
Yeah, Matt.
Don't bother me. Here it is.
That's the coolest thing so
Yeah.
far to come out of
Yeah,
this.
let's get right to the
Favorite
point.
goes
No
by
chit
far.
chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Even when I saw his portrait, I was like, there's the man.
Yeah.
That's my G right there.
Well, you guys have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you for
actually
having
staying
us.
for right now.
Yeah, I'm the only one leaving right now.
Okay. Everybody leaving or they're staying or what?
They're
I think
all
we're
they're
staying. We just
staying.
kind of shit pack up
Yeah,
and
they're
know
all
where we
gone.
all in it.
I didn't bring
Back
that.
and forth in the middle of the night.
Okay, so you guys are staying this good,
Yeah,
good.
so
All right.
Ray, me, and Robert were just the
All right.
guys.
Yeah.
Just the
I'm
guys.
just headed out.
Well,
But thank you for having me again. It's been a blast. I hope we can come again.
yeah, absolutely. You guys are welcome
And I
anytime.
hope you I wish you nothing
Well, thank you.
but I hope you feel better.
Yeah, I think,
Sometimes you just jump back on your feet. You seem really good today. So.
yeah, today I'm definitely better than I have been in a long time.
Yeah, maybe.
So I'm not gonna push it, just give myself,
Yeah, just calm down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just chill.
Yeah.
And recover.
no marathons, no, you know.
Yeah, don't be
The
running all
dance
over
is just gonna have to wait till Friday.
your- No more chicken dances.
That's it, no more chicken dances. You hear that, Chris?
All right, well, have a good night.
All right, see you guys.
Bye.
All right, there you go, guys. They're headed out, or she's headed out. It sounds like the guys are gonna hang out, and go ahead and take advantage of that overnight stay tonight. Debber, how are you, man? Aloha, aloha. Welcome to the stream. We're just finishing up, or they're kind of taking a break. The guys are going to stay. This is with Tiger Paranormal. They're out of Pueblo, Colorado. We're investigating the Holy Cross Abbey Monastery here in Canyon City, Colorado. It's a old desanctified monastery that
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls shock your soul, seal out through the night.
It's a monastery that was desanctified back in 1998. It is now privately owned. Basically, 100,000 square feet of paranormal playground. I have a command center set here. I'm the in-house paranormal investigator. Have been for the last 10 years. Investigated this location for about 13 years now. So we've got 28 cameras spread out through the floors here. Let me go ahead and switch cams here real quick. You'll see them in the hallway as they walk her to the door. So you see them going down the corridor here. This is the second floor. My command center is right here outside this door. They're staying in the rooms across the hall. I've set up 2 rooms. Let's see here. Let's get them over to the classroom. As they pass by, they'll head down this ramp here. I've got 2 of the rooms set up with 4 beds in each room. These guys have rented the monastery for the entire weekend, so they're staying here inside this. That's it. Yeah, we're watching a paranormal investigation tonight. So there they are. They come into here. See them heading out the front door there. Yeah. So they've rented the building and they're staying in the building for the entire weekend, with the exception of the gal. She has to be to work tomorrow, so she's heading out now. So the guys will hang out and investigate the rest of the night once she's gone. They got a lot of interesting stuff tonight. Actually, the last 2 days have been building up a hell of a story through the spirit box and portal. And then the lady that left, her name is Zelly, and there's a young man, his name is Zane. They are also pagan, and they were doing some tarot reading and came up with some pretty interesting stories. And a lot of the names and stuff that they were able to come up with, we were able to validate and confirm. However, the information that they were sharing are kind of little dark secrets and stuff that I'm sure is more than coincidence. It was quite an interesting weekend. And then they have had shadow figures, they have had disembodied voices, and some things happening, but it hasn't been that over the top, creepy, spooky, haunted stuff. It's basically been bits and pieces of information as they continue to investigate throughout the weekend. So it has been a fun weekend, a very productive weekend. And so it'll be interesting once the guys get in here, what happens for the rest of the investigation and how late they go. I don't know how late they're going to continue to investigate. We'll find out when they come back from getting her on the road. They had a lot of stuff to carry out. They brought in a lot of stuff, but they were spending the entire weekend here, so they brought a lot of stuff, food and whatnot. 100% believe in the supernatural because I've had paranormal crap too. Absolutely, I think everybody does. Whether they choose to admit it or not is another question. But I think everybody's had some experiences that they can share. But yeah, I'd love to hear your stories sometime. Hear what's gone on with you. I like to hear everybody's story, actually. So I've been doing this since the late 70s, a long time now. And yeah, I still enjoy it. That sounds interesting. Nightmare about a bathroom dog incident. Yeah, that sounds kind of creepy. But so it looks like they're at the door. I don't know what they're doing, but they should be coming in here shortly, and we'll get back going. Yeah, I think we all have those instances especially when we're younger. I think young people are very in tune, as well as pets. Cats and, wow, what was that? Probably a moth going by. Cats and dogs, animals in general, they're very sensitive to the environment. But I think kids as well, little children. And I think, unfortunately, it's society that breeds that out of you. You get to a certain age and mom and dad are telling you, you can't have that imaginary friend anymore, or that imaginary friend does not exist, and it's kind of, bred out of you. But I think we all have that. What's that? I was taking a damn shower, and the little dog opened the goddamn shower door on its hind legs. Oh, wow. Like stood up on two legs and opened a shower door. That's cool. I guess a little unnerving. That's funny. I guess it's funny to me. It wasn't so funny to you, but yeah. Yeah. Skinwalkers definitely, shapeshifters and stuff like that. I believe exist, and especially if you're from a Native American background, they're all their beliefs are surrounded by shapeshifters and stuff like that. So I think it's possible. I haven't had contact with it personally here, but it's possible that we might have a shapeshifter here, one in which we call the crawler, and I think he has the ability to change its appearance. But who's to say? All right, I don't know what they're doing, but it's okay. Let's go back to this here. So, yeah, we're just hanging out at command. When I see them come back in on either of my monitors here, I'll pick them up and we'll bring them back into the building here. Give you an idea of some of the building here. This is all the rooms in the basement. We have the slaughter room. Basement hall. This door opens by itself, which is physically impossible. It just can't possibly do it, but it has on 3 different occasions. And you can see where when it opens, it slides against the door or the floor here, which makes it impossible for that door to open up. I guess you can't really see because I've got to move this there. And even then, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see the scrape marks on the floor right there. That makes it impossible. By the way, this is IR light. I can guarantee you it is pitch dark down there right now, as is all the other rooms that you see. The light that you see is IR light, and so obviously it's not going to help you and your vision to be able to see in the dark. It only helps the camera see into the dark. I can guarantee you if you stand down there and put your finger up to your nose, you'll feel the heat off your finger, but you won't be able to see your finger because it's that dark down here. So that's the basement hall. We've got the room with the chair. There's a story there. And I don't know that I'll get into that tonight, but yes. Yay! We have the potato cellar, one way in and one way out. And it's about 150 feet up to the other end here to get out. Get freaked out at this end of the corridor, you're screwed because, like I say, the only way to get in and out is down through this exit here. And it is, again, this is pitch dark in here. You can't see, that's an IR light. So it is pitch black down there right now. The chapel, again, it's pitch black. The circle of light you see there is actually an auxiliary floodlight, IR floodlight that I have placed up in the balcony to help assist the camera to light up that entire room. We've got the library again. Here they come. They're coming in now. Oh, they were taking a smoke break. They were taking a smoke break. Here they come. All right. That guy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. All right. Now, I'm wondering what light those guys just walked under because it looked like they were awful lit up from the top. They're in the main corridor downstairs. His name was Joey. Here, let me catch up. Sorry. After 5 more times, he decided, to put the dog down. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, I hate. My pets were all like family. Unfortunately, that's sometimes what you have to do. You just got the dog. Wow, so it was a young dog? Was that makes it even sadder. Yeah, that had to have been hard. He was a pup. Wow. Yeah, that's too bad. These guys are in the main corridor. Oh, okay. Here comes Derek now. My shower is right down here, and I scared the hell out of them earlier, before they started the investigation tonight. They didn't know I was in the building. Pretty funny. Can't really see, but this photograph on the wall here, right here, that's Father Cyprius A. Bradley. He was the first abbot here back in 1923 through, I believe he served 1923 to 1937 as abbot here at the monastery, and then Father Schwinn came in and took over second abbot. And Father Cyprius A. Bradley stepped down and went back east. He died, and now he is buried in the cemetery out the other side of the sister's house, which is about, from here, about an eighth of a mile down the road. No big deal. Heading up the stairs, so they will be coming into this camera here. Probably going to check in here. 3, 2, 1. Oh, not yet. Okay. Wow. All right. I don't know. Let's see. They can hear me because I've got a big screen TV in the room next to me so that they can watch the live stream. So they can hear me over there. They know what I'm saying. I'm talking about you. There you are. Cool. So what's the scoop?
I'm still trying to debate if I want to push a little or not. I know the others are getting kind of tired.
That's what I was wondering. Is it?
Yeah.
I was talking.
I
with
was thinking on crashing. I look at the time. I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah, but if you do this, you guys ran hard last night.
Yeah. Oh, we went in a lot more harder than I thought we would. I was originally planning for us to crash around 1, 2 o'clock, and then use the next day to kind of catch up on that.
But you guys investigated all day long too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, we pushed it till 4 o'clock last night, and then, yeah, we did a little bit of investigating this daytime and did a little bit of tour card fun tonight.
If you guys are gonna crash, doesn't hurt my feelings. I'll go home too. I'm tired. Like I say, I'll head back to the RV. But if you're gonna stay, then I'm feeling good enough. I'll stay and watch for a while. But it's up to you. It doesn't matter to me.
Depends. I'm a little half and half.
What time you guys got to be back tomorrow?
When we get up and get around, I know Robert's gonna be out by around 10 o'clock in the morning, so that's kind of one of the reasons why he's crashing now. Yeah, so I know he's crashing for that reason. For me, it's just kind of a matter of if I feel like I need to do any more or not. A bit of me still wants to try to tackle another solo in the basement, but I don't know.
Well, yeah.
If I wanna, because I kind of already did a little bit of solo.
Did you ever do a EVP session down in the confessional?
I did not.
Because that would be interesting. You would be, I did an EVP session down there, and one other person, so you would be the second or third person ever to do an EVP session. But do you want to sit in a confessional in the basement at one of the most active areas by yourself with crawlers hanging off the fucking door and
aliens peeking over the doors?
aliens, yeah, you betcha. I mean, how much fun can a man have in one night?
Right.
So it's up to you. And like I say, they said they found a picture of Matthew down there.
Really? Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, I saw it too.
Cool.
Yeah, it was just kind of by chance. He was just looking at the walls.
I saw you guys standing there at the military thing. The thing I'd have to check though is, was it Father Matthew?
Yeah.
Because if he didn't have the mental capacity to be a priest, then he probably didn't have the mental capacity to be in the armed services.
Yeah, and that's what got me thinking, because of course the excitement of finding Matthew there was there, but I was looking at the army thing, and I was thinking with this condition, like I don't know, something. I mean, he could have, but
because they're not going to take honorary soldiers.
Yeah,
that's like giving you the.
So it might be a different Matthew that they were seeing there. But.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of suspect. It's not the same Matthew.
Yeah.
But it could be the Matthew that they're referring to, and not the Matthew that had this room.
Yeah.
But I think the Matthew that they're talking about was the Matthew here throughout the night.
Mm-hmm.
The photograph, I think they've mistaken. Because it doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
This Matthew was incompetent to be in the armed services.
Right.
So, I don't know. But anyways, I'll check for Father Chong. I will get more information on Bowman.
Mm-hmm.
That one's interesting to me.
Yeah.
That one's really interesting to me. Had they told me Edward Bulmer from the very beginning, I would have known exactly who they were referring to.
Yeah.
And then when he said the abbot, I said, no, there was only 5 abbots. He wasn't one of them because it didn't dawn on me. I knew him as Bulmer, not Edward.
Yeah.
And so I was wrong from that standpoint. He was correct. He was an abbot. He was either, and I can't remember if he was 3rd abbot or 4th abbot. And of course, Bonaventure was 5th abbot.
I took a picture of his grave.
Those moths, they've been a blast to watch because sometimes they just like kamikaze right into the camera. You see them hit the IR and they just explode.
And it says Abbott. It doesn't say what number though. Just an Abbott.
Yeah. An abbot.
Just an Abbott.
Let's see what we got here in chat. I can't read. What do you do if a demon came from the ground and took them? Sorry, I missed that question there. I don't really know what you're referring to.
Yeah, it might be a joke question. It'd be like, just leave them. This is another story for the Abbey.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds like a story for someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so cool. So your overall synopsis of this weekend, what do you think?
It was still an interesting experience. It was definitely calmer than the first time, for sure. But I think
that had probably a lot more with you guys being here the second time.
Yeah.
You knew what to expect.
Yeah. So, but like I said, it was still an interesting experience.
Well, I think the stories are interesting as hell. Now that you guys are leaving me with fucking homework. Thanks a lot. Homework.
You could blame that wasn't my plan.
Homework with no pie, no birthday pie.
On your birthday.
Yeah. And you leave me with work? Really? Really? What's up with that, man? So yeah, but I mean, really, from that standpoint, some of the stuff that you were able to reveal, again, there's no way we can prove anybody's story.
Yeah.
There's no written history. We won't find that written history. We can speak with the old alumni that are still alive. And there's quite a few students that are still got lots of stories to tell. In fact, the alumni are coming next month. And I love when they're here because I try and grab as many as I can and drill them for information, good,
Right.
bad, or indifferent. You know, some old story. I find out the old farmer up the road used to sell the kids quart bottles of moonshine
Uh-huh.
that he was brewing up there during the as he had. I think there was cherry and peach, and they said it didn't matter which flavor you got because they both taste like gasoline. But after the first couple of sips, you didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
But he was selling it to the students. Talked to other students, and because Scholastica is on the east end of town, that was the all-girls school, they would mingle and have dances and stuff. So they'd keep the chaperones busy while a couple would duck out and they'd take them over to the room and bump uglies with them over to the Thorn Hall and then magically appear back so that they could keep the guy busy while another couple took them.
Right.
Or somebody spiking the punch. You know, that stuff happened all the time. To, you know, just telling what their lives were like here, their everyday lives and their regiment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting because every one of those people lived here and had a recollection of interactions with these different priests. This year we have the remaining kids from the class of 1966,
Mhm.
the class of 71, the class of 78, and I think the class of 81 are going to be here for the alumni this year. So I gotta see these people. I gotta meet them and be a part of. And that's again a great opportunity. That's part of the advantage of me being here on the campus. Is when these people randomly show up, I'm in the right place at the right time, and I can meet them. I met the gal that used to play the organ in the chapel, just by being here.
Yeah.
She came in and started playing the little organ during the 4th of July one day, and playing patriotic music through the bell towers for about an hour, and I recorded the whole thing from the outside. And it was such a cool experience. Young people won't give a shit about it, you know, but it was a big deal to me, and something that I captured that nobody has, you know. I met the lady, the great-great-granddaughter of the people that donated the stained glass in the chapel. She crawled out of a handicapped van coming to an event that Ghost Hunt USA was putting on, pulled up in the back parking lot there between the Rudolthorn and whatnot, and you see the van and you see her kind of roll up over to the van door opens up, and then it's got a lift, and she's got a dog with her, and she's pulling an oxygen tank on with a walker, and I'm thinking, there's no way in hell she's gonna investigate tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the deal? And so I went over there to talk with her and said, hey, are you here for this event that they're having tonight? She says, yes, I am. And I said, you do realize that you're not physically able to do this. Oh, I'm not here to go up and down the stairs and stuff. She says, all I want to do is be able to get into the chapel because it was my great-grandmother who donated the stained glass. Oh, in the chapel there. Her name was Mary Lynn Smith.
Mhm.
And she was married to Simon P. Smith, who was my great-grandfather. And then she proceeded to tell me the whole story behind the Smith family and everything else. And it turned out that event marked the anniversary of her mother's death. And so she was coming in to see if maybe she could come in contact with her mother here in the chapel. I was a part of that. I was able to be, because I was here, meet this woman, get that story and the whole family history from the horse's mouth, so to speak. And this lady was like in her mid-80s, and I heard shortly after she had passed away, months after she came here. But I got the last original interview with this woman just by dumb luck. And I started videoing her, and unfortunately I had to turn off the light because it was blinding her. So we did the video just using the ambient light. So the video sucks, but the audio is there. So you hear everything, the stories that she's sharing and whatnot. It was an amazing moment. Again, that's going to be something that I was the last person to have that conversation with that woman.
Yeah. So
that's something that I can add to the true and valid history of the Holy Cross Abbey. And that's the kind of stuff I love doing here. That's just being a part of that and being able to, I feel like it's kind of my responsibility to make this information available for generations. And, that's my way of feeling heroic and good about what I do.
It's important. I mean, the older a building gets, like, the less people know about it and stuff. And if it's not written down or
if you look
saved
at
somehow, it's going to be forgotten forever.
Right, and you know that this property is for sale, and it's actually pending now. And if you look at the architectural drawing of what's going to become of the Holy Cross Abbey, it breaks my heart.
What is it?
They have all these fields that we got surrounded, 800 apartment buildings going in.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
There's a rec center right here. They're going to tear out all the winery, all the old stables, the barns. That's going to
Can I
become
get rid of the winery?
yeah, and because it's part of the property,
But
and they
wineries-
rent. They rent that property. They don't own that property. It's rented from the Holy
For
Cross.
something as popular as the winery, that's such a shame.
They're going to put in, but here's the thing: they're going to put in a $30 million rec center. Does this town need a $30 million rec center? I mean, I understand the kids need places to go, and there's absolutely shit for the
Right.
kids to do here, and I'm all for that. But a $30 million complex, and then to see all the farmland go by the wayside. First thing that's scheduled for demolition is in the Thorn Hall, which I get that. It's more of a liability than it is an asset. So yeah, it's beyond repair. It's never going to be repaired. Get rid of it. I get that. They're going to expand the size of the event center to become a major conference center for Central Colorado, which means something's got to go. So they're going to tear down the sister's house and take down St. Joe's and St. Mary's classrooms. They're going to go so that they can expand the event center. This place will not be because the monastery has been historically designated. They have to maintain the architectural value of the building. They can't change anything. They can improve it, but they can't change the design of the building itself. That only protects the exterior of the building. It doesn't protect the interior. So what they're going to do is, and at first I thought it was a great idea. They're going to actually, redo all the floors, and it's going to be great. And they're making them, for some reason, they're putting in high-end apartments in the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd floor here. And then the main floor are going to be, and they got a name for it, but these high-dollar stores, like mini Macy's, mini whatever. This community is, we've got 7 prisons, and the people here in this community, are either families of prisoners waiting for their loved one to do their time and get the hell out of here, or they work for the prison system. We don't have the kind of money to spend at a Macy's or high-end.
Who's gonna live here?
Yeah.
Then they have to have major access. They have to have plenty of room for fire trucks and emergency equipment. So this is going to turn into a 4-lane throughfare all the way to the back part of the property. And then there's going to be another one, basically a highway put in on the other side of the property, so that they have fire access to the 800 condominiums and houses that they're going to build on the farmland. Now, they're going to totally destroy this. The good thing is it won't happen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
It's going to take 10, 15 years for all the stuff to come to fruition and all this change to happen. And it just breaks my heart, because I've always had this noble idea that all these fundraisers and all the shit that I've done for the monastery here was going towards being able to have this 100 years from now for my grandkids to come and bring their kids and see. And that's just a fucking pipe dream, because this stuff is going to be non-existent 25
So
years
it'll just
from
be
now.
a shell outside
Yeah,
the same.
they'll have no idea. And that drives me even further to trying to compile as much history as I can gather and preserve that some way, somehow. So even when it's all gone, here's this old fat fucker wore a cowboy hat has collected all this great information. Here's the history of what this place used to be. And it's and to the best of my ability, try to keep it as factual as I possibly can. And there's been stuff that I would argue to the death was the absolute fact, and I found out I was fed wrong information. But I'm a big enough man to go back and say, hey, look, you were right and I was wrong. And one of the things was the big argument was Father Chung. Where did he die?
Yeah.
I argued for years. He died right here on this property. I was wrong. And now I have to eat all that because and it's not that big a deal because it's more important for me that the facts be clear.
But it's good to get the update because on my first video of the Abbey, I did mention doing my little short history of the Abbey, I did mention there was an abbot that killed himself in this parking lot. So on my next video, I'm going to update that, saying that wasn't the case. I mean, the story's there, but it's a flip, like everything flips on it.
The fellow that I told you, Jazzy J, that went to school here and was actually disciplined by Father Chung, sent me the official. Well, see, I had it from the Archdiocese. I had the Gazette recorded history, the newspaper article. I have the certificate of death from the coroner's office, and I went to the sheriff's department to get all the information. The problem was the location never really specified in any of that information. There was always some question. Was it St. Thomas More? Was he from St. Thomas More, sent to the Holy Cross Abbey, or was he from the Holy Cross Abbey, sent to St. Thomas More?
Yeah.
And that turned out to be the true story. Now, he does lie and rest here. There's no question about that. They said, if you read the newspaper articles too, they'll mislead you and then they'll tell you Father Chung was buried somewhere else in an unmarked grave. Well, clearly, he's got a fucking
Not unmarked.
grave. It's not unmarked. Yeah, it's very clear that he's buried out in that cemetery. And again, I expressed earlier conversation how that pisses me off, but it is what it is. So somebody typed something, maybe, I don't know. Nope.
Oh, so same.
So, yeah. Anyways, you guys are welcome back anytime for sure. And like I said, I know this guy that could probably get you some friends and family type discounts and stuff like that. Yeah, I'd love to have you back and maybe even as I get to feeling better, do a little investigating with you.
That'd be fine. That was actually one of the things I was originally going to do, but since health has been kicking ass lately, I definitely against that. But if the next time goes better, yeah.
We'll get my psychic sidekick in, and he can join us.
It'd be an honor to me.
I've never met like a true psychic before, so I think we'll kind of see how that works.
And he's kind of a TV personality.
I'll probably get a selfie with him.
Yeah, really.
It's like, can I be cool yet?
Yeah, right.
He makes me all faint just thinking about it.
I was just thinking when you said they're gonna turn this place into like apartments and stuff. Just thinking like, man, they could change the inside, but ghosts aren't gonna leave. They're gonna fuck with those people so much.
Well,
I hope they do.
Well, the thing that sucks is that what I'm understanding, they're not going to tear the Abbey down, but they're planning on redecorating.
They basically got the inside.
Got the
inside.
Redo it.
And if they actually do reconstruct it, I could tell, with the history I know about spirits, that's going to piss a lot of them off.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, what the hell?
So yeah, activities are going to bump up 150%. I'm pretty sure because of reconstructions, and then they're going to start being like, "Oh, people are just going to come in now because ghosts are When my cat's flying over here now, and they're going to start calling in investigators and saying, "Is it going to be safe?"
Yeah,
for
they're gonna.
us?"
What they're gonna do? Have a laundry room in the basement, and people are gonna be seeing a fucking demon as they're washing their underwear. Like,
Right?
I'll peek 'em over.
yeah, the alien thing. Mhm.
And I can't leave because I just paid $500,000 for my little
How did
hoity-toity apartment.
so? How I've always been wondering. So how did you require being part of the Abbey, having this pretty much being your home? Like, how did you? How did your history here start?
It's kind of interesting because I was doing a bunch of events for the prison museum,
Uh-huh.
and I prison museum. Canyon City tourism has picked up tremendously over the past 10 years. But just like everybody else, we all had to endure COVID.
Yeah.
2 years of non-tourism. There wasn't any family reunions. There wasn't any weddings. There was nothing going on here. You could go to Headley Hall any day of the week, any time of the year, and probably have the whole entire place to yourself. There was nobody over there. Sister's house was always empty. There was nobody ever renting Sister's house. There was just nothing going on here. And then prior to that, tourism for Kansas City, their main draw, of course, was the Royal Gorge. If you recall, 7-8 years ago, the Royal Gorge caught fire and about burned down the bridge. If you listen to the media, it wasn't quite that dramatic,
Yeah.
but it burned up a lot of the old part of the Royal Gorge.
Yeah.
And then we had the fire season. The year before was the whole state of Colorado was on fire. It was burned up. There was no reason to plan your vacation in Colorado. It was burned up. So all these dramatic things were happening and tourism plummeted. And so I started running events up at the prison because they were in dire straits. They are solely nonprofit organization. There is no income other than what they generate through their business. And it's kind of the same situation here, even though they're owned by independent investing group. They had already taken a big loss because the original people that they sold it to, they ran the place into bankruptcy. They ended up having to pay all the debts for the bankruptcy that was incurred because they still owned the paper. They were financing that company. They ended up having to pay all their debts, and they lost a shitload of money, millions of dollars. And they said, okay, we're going to reopen, but it's up to you guys to keep the doors open. We're not giving you any money for anything. That's why the roof is in such bad shape. You guys, it's up to you to pay your bills. Up to you to be able to pay your staff or do whatever. Keep the lawn cut. If you can't maintain that, we have to start putting more money into it as a dead horse. We're shutting it down and just taking the loss. So it was up to Brenda and those people. This was like 12, 13 years ago, right? And I'm kind of intertwining the two because they all come together here. So I started doing the events, like 2 events a month for the prison. And typically, like if you want to have an event there, by all means, go down there and talk to them. They will, you can, Tiger Paranormal can host an event down there at the prison, and it won't cost you a nickel. Here's the deal, though. Okay, so if you go down there and you host a public event, then they will collect the money, and you can sell as many tickets as you want. If you've been there, I always kept my tickets to 10, and that's still a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because it's so loud and it's so noisy and everything echoes.
Yeah.
Any more than 10, they're not going to have a real
chaos.
experience anyways. And even 10 is pushing the max.
Unless you have people
So,
who really know what they're doing.
But the thing is, you do the event and you host that event, it's 50-50 split. So whatever money they bring in, I think they're charging $80 a ticket. 40 of those tickets sales are yours per ticket sold. And you get to host an event at the prison.
Yeah.
They weren't even charging that. When I first started going there, they actually wanted to pay me to come investigate there, to give them publicity, to invite, tourism into the come see the haunted whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm saying you guys are insane. You should be charging me to come in and do this. Let me set things up. So I started doing these events, and I was giving 100% of the money back to them. I said, I don't want that 50%. You guys keep it all. And I was even buying pizza for everybody and sodas and drinks for a midnight snack. And I'd bring in like 10 fucking Domino's pizza for everybody to eat, whatever it took. And that was all out of pocket. And I did that for week after week after week. And I actually kept the prison. She'll go talk to Stacy down there, and it's kind of embarrassing because she talks so highly of me that if it wasn't for my efforts, they would have had to close the doors. They had no money left. But I was bringing in enough income that they kept the doors open. And now they're back into the black and doing very well. But had I not stepped in, they were in the red and they were hurting, trying to figure out what to do about getting some kind of income in there. And it was my events that kept them going throughout that year.
Mm-hmm.
So then I started inquiring because I was like everybody else. I'm thinking the monastery, I thought it was still a working monastery. They're not going to let no ghost hunters go in there and do the thing. So I never even inquired. And then through that experience with Stacy down there at the prison, so no, you got to talk to Brenda. You ever talk to Brenda down there? They're she'll let you investigate. So I talked to Brenda, and we set up an investigation. And this is how it went down. We set up my first mayhem event and then I was having it the last weekend of March. And so they called me in February. Said, I know you're not scheduled to come until the end of next month, but we keep having the alarms go off over at Thorn Hall, and it's always around 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. in the morning, which means that we have to call the maintenance guy to come meet the police department to open up the door so that they can do a room-to-room search and clear the building, and then lock it down and leave again.
Mm-hmm.
Says the problem is this is about the third or fourth time this has happened, and now the cops are showing up, but they're afraid to go in the building because when they go in, they see shadow figures dart from one room to the other. They think that's the suspect. They get down there and there's nothing in that room. They've got furniture that slides across the hallway. They've got objects that are being thrown throughout the building, and there's nobody in the building.
Mm-hmm.
They hear voices like at the end of the hall, and they get in there, and there's nobody in the end of the hall, but they're hearing audible voices, and they're freaked out. They don't want to go in there anymore. Would you come and investigate? I'm thinking, well, yeah, well, okay. So I've got video of the very first time we went in, and I actually videoed my phone. Temperature was -3 degrees. It was the 6th of February.
Oh, wow.
And it was so cold that just the condensation, the natural moisture that built up inside our mini cams was enough to freeze the hard drives, so we couldn't even film
Oh wow.
because the moisture had froze the little hard drives. So we held them in our pockets long enough to warm everything up again. And just our body heat was enough to, once you've got that moisture, then just the natural, filming with the camera, they all work fine, except for the fact that batteries really hate cold and they die very quickly. So we went through a shitload of batteries, but we went in, and the very first thing, as soon as we open the door, we hear some old lady up at the top go, "Hello, who's there?" Nobody in the fucking building. And we learned very quickly, you would turn your recorder on before you went in the building, and you wouldn't shut it off till you were well out of the building, because you would hear voices, you would see shadows, you would hear see apparitions, you would have some crazy, by far, Hulathorne Hall, without any question, was the most active building on this entire campus. Then they turned it into the haunted house about 4 or 5 years ago, and it changed the entire dynamics of the building. It's not the same, doesn't look the same. I don't even like going over there anymore. It's just not the same.
Is that the one that Rick is pissed off about?
Yeah,
okay.
that's where he got
Alright.
touched.
Okay.
Yeah, and but that was back in the old days when it was still before they destroyed the walls and cut mazes through and made it into the haunted house. It was the original building, and it was a whole different feel to it then. Now it's totally different, and that's why Rick comes over here. Is he's pissed off. He doesn't like for 1 minute what happened over there. And he's angry when he comes over here, and I think that's all he wants is just to express that anger.
To vent.
With something or someone. And I get it. I totally get it. I'd be pissed too. And I am disturbed by the fact that it is not the same. But long story short, that started me here into the Abbey. And since then, I did the same thing. They were letting anybody come in here for free. And if it pisses you off, you have to pay now. You have to blame me because they weren't charging before. And I said, you're missing an opportunity here. And again, for me, it was about all the money going back into the venue. And I had specifically earmarked all the money, you see that? All the money that I earned through my events and stuff, that all that money was earmarked specifically to go into the roof here at the monastery. And I raised over $30,000 in the very first 2 years that I was doing events here, that I give them the money. I didn't take a penny of that money. And so I was patting myself on the back thinking, that's a swell job you did there, buddy, and that was pretty righteous, and that's a good thing to do. Then I find out that probably a very small percent, 5% of all that money I raised actually went into a bucket of tar for the roof. And more than likely somebody's bonus for Christmas or something like that.
Oh, no.
And it just broke my heart. I'm thinking, why, wait a minute, that money was, so here's another thing that happened. Around my 4th or 5th mayhem, I had fallen in with a gal, and you'll see her in here, Whoop-Ass Mom. You see her on my stream every now and then.
The name again?
Whoop-Ass Mom.
Yes,
her.
Yeah,
that's her name. And she is one of those people that find money, investors and stuff like that, and philanthropists. And she found a group of philanthropists, people with lots of fucking money, and they want to feel good about spending their money for good projects. So she presented the Holy Cross Abbey to them, knowing that this was a privately owned corporation, which is a for-profit organization, not a nonprofit organization. That was misleading to me in the very beginning too, because I thought they were a nonprofit. Turns out they are for profit. So she found this group of philanthropists that were willing to invest $1 million into the roof. No questions asked. You spend that money and you put a new roof on that monastery. Here's $1 million. There's only one catch. In order to get our $1 million, we want a separate bank account opened up, and we want to see receipts and accountability for every penny that is spent, and be able to monitor the fact that that money was spent into the restoration of that roof. You can spend it on contractors or whatever is needed. We don't care who you hire to do the job. Here's the $1 million. We just want to be able to follow the paper and make sure that it's being spent on that roof. And the owners wouldn't go for it. They turned it down because they didn't want anybody involved with their finances and knowing what they're doing with the money, which right away tells you that there are probably a bunch of fucking Democrats going to do just what they're doing to the United States right now and saying, we'll take $1 trillion and we'll give you an extra month's worth of food stamps. How's that sound?
Make it disappear.
Yeah, and we'll make it disappear, and you're stupid. You'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
Why I just bought 2 country homes and have all these foreign bank accounts and whatever, and so the philanthropists pulled out and said, no way, we're not giving you $1 million Christmas bonus.
Yeah.
Or whatever the fuck you think, your wife's not getting that new Maserati.
Yeah.
It's going to the roof, and we want to see every receipt, and if you can't do it, we're done. And they didn't want to do it, so they were done. They backed out. I had them $1 million fucking dollars. And they turned it down. So since then, my whole attitude has changed. I still love what I do because I still somewhat, I feel somewhat self-righteous in hopefully when I'm gone, I've made something that somebody can refer back to that is factual history about the existence of the Holy Cross Abbey and share stories about Abigail or some of the little stuff that goes on here. Whether you choose to believe it or not, doesn't matter to me. I've got nothing to prove to anybody. I could care less if I tell you, I just saw Casper fly down the hall.
Yeah.
If I saw Casper, good for me. And if you don't believe that, fuck you. I don't care. I got nothing to prove to you. I don't care if you believe me or not.
Yeah.
It's not why I'm in this. It's not for the fame and it's not for the fortune. And it's always been my way to be very humble and quiet about what I do. I don't like to toot my own horn because I figure overall, God knows what I'm doing. And that's the only one that matters to me. I don't care if I impress you, but if God says, hey, good job, batch, that's kudos for me, and it makes me feel good too. But sometimes I get very disappointed because I think I'm just fighting a lost cause here. But I'm really not. I just got to stay focused on the big picture, and that's saving the history, the value, and the historic, honest, factual history. So, anyways,
and the
that's
fact that the whole grounds and this building are still standing even now is pretty impressive. Because it's just a whole thing nowadays. Where they're like, well, we'll just knock down this historic building and build a fucking condo.
my whole the reason I got in such bad shape, I've got bad lungs to begin with. But what really sent me in was just before Mayhem, we started having our first week of solid rain. And the third floor was flooding down to the second floor. So I was up there myself with a shop bag, cleaning up all the standing water and putting out buckets. And I'm in that moldy, stale, stagnated water. And I'm shoveling the ceilings that have fallen down in some of these rooms out of the hallway. Like if you look at that third to fourth floor landing there, that whole ceiling is gone. You think that concrete and shit got moved by itself? I did that. I hauled that shit out of there. Hey Chills, how are you, brother? Good to see ya. Still here, man. Still here. We're still going at it, telling stories. So yeah, none of that shit got moved, and I knew, just like right now, I'm not for sure what third floor looks like, if there's standing water or not.
I haven't been up there, so
Because I haven't opened the doors.
Yeah.
But if there is, it wouldn't surprise me for the fact that I know for a fact I haven't been up there. And there is absolutely nobody else going to be up there fucking vacuuming water or cleaning. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you that. And that's what I knew when I was vacuuming it up. The only way I was going to keep that moldy smell out of here from my Mayhem event, and it was even more than that, I would have did it regardless if Mayhem was there or not, was for me to get up there and try to at least catch the leaks. If I couldn't stop the leaks, I could put buckets under there and get the worst part of the leaks. And some of those rooms got 10, 12 fucking buckets in it.
yeah.
And I was just trying to catch the water on the third floor before it made it down to the second floor. And I vacuumed up all that water so it wasn't dead and standing water. And then opened up all the windows and stuff to try and get some air in there circulating before the mold started to grow. Nobody would have done that. But it cost me. It cost me dearly. My lungs was fucked up before I ever started that job. It was 2 days of hustling, cleaning up that water and carrying shit up and down that stairs. I'm fucking old. I can't do that stuff, and my health is not the greatest to begin with. And I've got my second fucking pacemaker. I shouldn't be hauling 100-pound bags of concrete down to the dumpster to get it out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But maintenance won't fucking do it. Maintenance wouldn't help me with these rooms to carry up the beds. They got pissed off because I made them carry up the roll of carpet because I couldn't do it myself. And this is all to make money for the fucking monastery to pay their paychecks.
Yeah.
That's what I say. My whole attitude has kind of changed a little bit, and I'm a little bit pissed off from the financial side and the way that the monies are being spent. But by the same token, you ask, how did I come to be here? I came 3 years ago. I came back I was on a 2-year road trip at 5 years into full-time RVing. And honestly, I was getting kind of road weary. I just kind of wanted a place to just hang for a little bit of time and not have to leave in 10 days and 14 days, just kind of hang. And I was having, again, health issues that I needed to come back to Colorado to some real professional specialists to get taken care of. And one appointment turned into 40 and on and on and on. So I ended up having to stay in Denver for almost 2.5 months, parked outside my son's house because it was like I'd have 2 or 3 doctor's appointments on Wednesday, and then one of them wants me back on Friday, and then Monday I'd have 2 other appointments, and on and on and on for a couple of months. And I said, wait, you guys think I live here in Denver? I don't live here in Denver. you need to stack these appointments a little closer together somehow. Get this shit ironed out so I can get the fuck out of Dodge, because I'm done. And finally, I just said, no more. I'm done. I'm tired of fucking with you guys. I'm out of here. And I just left. Said, fuck the Dodgers. And so I came to the Abbey here. And I started running a couple more events. And I said, hey, would you mind if I park up out there for a couple of weeks? Couple of weeks turned into, you mind if I stay a month? The month turned into, you mind if I spend the summer? The summer turned into, you care if I stay here for the fucking year? And here I am, like 3 years later. I've been here for 3 fucking years. It's not my first choice. I really want to be on the road traveling. But then we got Biden in the fucking office. Biden raised the fucking, I was paying $1.50 a gallon of gas. That thing gets 6 miles a gallon. $5 for a gallon of gas, thank you, Mr. Biden. That RV wasn't gonna make it fucking Trinidad for $200.
Yeah.
And so that held me back. And now, fucking price of groceries, oh my God.
Everything's just...
If I had a family right now, I'd shoot myself, because there is absolutely no way. I can't hardly feed myself, let alone a family.
Yeah.
So between the gases, everybody's thinking, oh Jesus, it's down to $3.20. Bring me back $1.75.
Yeah.
You know?
When I first started driving, which really wasn't that long ago because I'm only 26, it was like $1.19.
Yeah. Yeah.
A gallon.
Well,
it was great.
during the Trump administration, when I was doing all my traveling, this was 3 fucking years ago, I got me standing at a gas pump in Elk City, Oklahoma, where the refineries were, and I'm paying 84 cents a gallon. I thought I was driving a fucking Prius, you know? I mean, I was going back to Elk City just to fill up. I'd go spend the day in Oklahoma City or down in fucking Texas. And I'd drive all the way back to Oklahoma just to fill up for 86 cents. But even if I didn't, the average gas price on the road was $1.35 to $1.50. This was 3 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Biden says, we're shutting down the pipeline. We're getting rid of all these fossil fuel burn motherfuckers. And we're going to go new, and we're going to go green.
It's like you actually have to build the new stuff first before you shut off the old stuff.
What a fucking mess we're in, you know? And I can't believe that we, as American citizens, have lost our fucking balls and allow this to happen. And right now, Budweiser is finding out we're not all woke. And I have no qualms with what your choices are in life whatsoever. I judge a man or a woman by how they treat me, and I'll treat you with the same respect, regardless of what your background is, regardless of what your color is. I'm not racist. I don't care if I've got that close, direct family members that are gay. I don't need a fucking month-long holiday to say, hey, I'm fucking white and heterosexual. Why do you get one? Because you're special. They got a colorful flag. Why do you get a month to celebrate? I'm not Hispanic. And yeah, we got the 4th of July. I mean, I can go on and on. I don't have a problem with any of that. That's your choice. And I accept that for who you are. Don't shove it down my fucking throat. And I think that's what Budweiser did. And now Target has gotten into that.
Yeah.
I still, at the end of the day, though, I think, bomb threats are still a little too much of a response.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's just ridiculous.
Well,
you can protest all you want, but don't be sending bomb threats and stuff.
And that's another thing, too. We all know that the election was fucking rigged. And
Aren't they always?
And
Always.
yeah.
Always.
We go to the polls thinking we're going to make a choice. The choice was made long before the fucking election.
Mhm.
Regardless of how we vote, the decision was made who's going to be next.
Yeah, they're always rigged.
And
It's all theater.
I don't know how we stop that now. And government has gotten so far fucking out of hand.
Well, I've always kind of believed that because the government. I learned that the government is something you just can't trust. Honestly, at all.
And it's getting
even,
worse.
Even if you go far enough left, they're the same way.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't trust the government. Like,
Ever since it's kind of funny. My disbelief with the government was born because of Area 51.
You know, again, I refer to family members that are gay. They're so fucking hardcore Republican because at least they're fucking smart and gay. You know? They know what the fucking government is doing, and the Democrat back in the 70s and the 80s and even into the 90s. Even though I've always been a Republican, obviously, all my life, I respected that there was two parties.
the clapping.
Thank you very much. I respected that there was two parties, you know, and each of them kind of had their good ideas. But I've always been very conservative in the sense that you're spending my fucking dollar.
Mm.
Take care of my fucking dollar. You know, it's bad enough that you're raising my taxes so that you can make that $1.50. But remember, that's my money you're spending.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need that money spent on teaching my kids at a kindergarten age that it's okay if you're born a little boy to be a little girl. If you want to be a little girl, you can be a little girl. And start putting their beliefs and new math. They have dummied down these kids. They can't make fucking change. 10 years old, I
told you. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? 'Cause I told you.
Chills, you told me.
When did I tell you? A long time ago. And what did I say what happened when I told you? Exactly what just happened.
You were 100% correct, Chills. Absolutely 100% correct. So like these kids are so dummied down that here's something you want to fuck with the kids at McDonald's that are making $15 an hour. Here's what you do. You go in there, you order your little Happy Meal, right? And let's say that it comes out to, used to be like about $4, and now you're going to pay about $12.
Yeah.
Because they're making $15 an hour because they're worth it, I guess. And so what you do is say that Happy Meal comes to $8.47. Okay? So what you do is wait for them to type in that you give them a $10 bill.
You give them the 47 cents.
And then you give them the 47 cents. Then it becomes a management issue. They have to call somebody in from the back to figure out. Or I've had them just looking at me as they're handing back change.
So
saying,
I actually
"Is
have an
this
answer
enough?
for why that's
Is
so
this
difficult
enough?"
for them. It's not necessarily that they can't do the math. Some of them can. I will say that. But I have been in that situation. And the reason why it's so difficult is because you can't change it on the register once you put it in, and your drawer will be off at the end of the day if you just do it mentally, and you will get dinged for that. So you will lose your job.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
Yeah. So that's why they hate it when you do that, because if you give it to them before they put it in the register, it's fine. They'll figure it out.
No.
Not
I don't agree
sometimes
with
they
that.
won't. But I mean, I did, but I'm a little older. But and I'm also good at math, so that helps. But I didn't get taught new math. I got taught old math.
Yeah.
But yeah, if someone did that to me, like if I already had it in the register, there's absolutely no way for me to go back and redo it. It's in there. It's in there forever, and I have to give the exact change. And then it breaks your brain because then you're trying to figure out not just the change, but then how much your drawer is going to be off, and you're trying to. It's just.
Well,
it threw me off too. So
I've had somebody stand there, and actually they're sitting there and they're trying to compute this shit in their mind and do real math, simple math, but real math. And you just see the fucking smoke coming out their ears. And then they start reaching into the cash drawer and handing you $1 bills. And it's like they're looking at you saying, okay, that's enough. $20 after they've overpaid you. And you
You're
say,
like, my drawer's gonna be off anyway. I don't care anymore.
Say, no. Okay, we've got 8.47, 48, 49, 50, 2 quarters. That makes the $9. Give me a $1 bill.
Yeah.
And we've got $10. It's that easy.
I rated
Yeah.
31.
Here we got.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem with that is that
Caldora, how are you tonight? Raid, cool.
if you have it in the drawer already, you can't actually add in the extra 47 cents or whatever into the drawer. So at the end of the day, your drawer will actually be 47 cents short, even if you did the exchange correctly. Okay, and there's no way to change it. It's stupid. It's because it's all automated in the computer.
And then,
until you get a manager, the manager can change it.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Pervert Monster, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let's see, what is it? A tier 1 sub to Caldora. Thank you. Sirax, you're back. You're back. Are you sober? That is the question.
One question I really wanted to have though is that were you pretty much the one that kind of discovered most of the hauntings of the monastery, pretty much?
What do you mean?
Like Abigail and the Crawler, like all the hauntings of this building in particular, was it kind of like a very not so known thing until you kind of came in?
There was again looking back, again, Ullathorne Hall was by far the most active building. As far as the stuff that was coming in here, I was busy putting out fires. That was the most important thing to me. But what I mean by that is putting to rest a lot of the hearsay and some of the false history. And we all know. People come in here, we do an investigation, and we all have our blogs, and we have our YouTubes, and we have our Facebook, and we start posting our results into social media.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter, it's just like we were talking about a few minutes ago, finding out that Father Chung and that history was wrong.
Right.
I want to make it right, so I'm not ashamed that I shared some information that was misleading to me.
Mm.
I shared it because I honestly believed I was sharing the facts. Later on, found out it was not factual, so I'm again perfectly willing to go ahead and let you think what you want, but I'm going to make that correction that I was wrong, and that he did die at St. Thomas More in Colorado Springs and not here at the Holy Cross Abbey. Seems minor and it's not that big a deal, but it writes history.
Yeah.
It makes it correct. We all know that anything you read on the internet eventually becomes history, and it becomes factual to whoever the reader is, because that's their truth.
Yeah.
What they read, that's what they believe as being the fact. Whether that fact was true or whether that fact was wrong, doesn't matter. It's still their truth. And so when I came into the monastery here, there was stories that priest came in and there was 7 of the nuns got pregnant and they were doing abortions down in the basement. And there's a secret tunnel that leads throughout the entire campus of the Holy Cross Abbey here.
Yeah.
Some of the stories that were being told were out and out wrong and total fabrications. Some of them can lead to speculations, and there's possibility that some of that stuff happened. But unless it was something that was written, something I could verify, and I'm the type of investigator, I don't mind, and the Historical Society here loves me because I will go there and I will dig through hours of paperwork, looking for names and looking for addresses and looking for dates and I go down to the county clerk's office and I look for deeds and property transfers and the players that were involved. I go to the coroner's office and find out the factual cause of death. I go to the cemetery and find the exact location of the remains of who this character was. I do all that work, and that's what separates me as a huge ass moth.
Yeah, I was like, even I saw that.
Yeah. I am a paranormal investigator. I investigate. I don't just go to the internet and say, okay, Holy Cross Abbey, let's see what Twin Paranormal is going to say about the Holy Cross Abbey. Let's see what Paranormal Encounters has to say about it. And that's going to become my truth. What do we got here, guys? Gifted tier. All right. Thank you, Sir X. Appreciate that. Whack a flock a fool. Cool name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'll continue to try and earn that follow. We are at the Holy Cross Abbey Monastery here in Canyon City, Colorado. It's a 100,000 square foot monastery that was desanctified in 1998.
Well, you're slipping.
I know, it's getting late, man, or early, whichever way you want to look at it. And these guys have been, they're with Tiger Paranormal. They have rented the monastery for the weekend and are actually staying and have been locked into the monastery for 2 nights now. And they're doing their investigation. Right now, we're just kind of having a little bull session here regards to the history and whatnot. Are you guys going to get back out and investigate? You think you're done or tonight?
Was it about 2:30?
Well, what time?
It felt like we were basically done after we went into the abbot's quarters.
Well,
and I assume Robert's already crashed.
Oh yeah, he's
it's
dead.
Well, it's up to you. I was kind of thinking on it, but it is 2:00, and that is basement hour, ain't it?
Yeah, you're getting near the witching hour here. If you want.
Do you want to tackle the basement with me for this?
I mean, I'll watch you tackle the basement. Want to repeat of last year?
Oh my God!
Scary
Seriously?
on the walkie-talkie.
Maybe I should give him a little show.
See you go down the hallway. Let's see if the basement door is open. Let me give you an idea of what we're looking at here, guys.
I figured out a little bit actually. The door was open now.
This is give you an idea of the size of the building we're working with. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let me just retransform that to fit screen. There we go. We'll lock it down so I don't do that again. All cams, lock them down. There we go. All right. This is the one I wanted to move, and it's locked in, so I've got to unlock it. Oops. There we go, and I'll move it over here to cover up this other corner. Maybe. Nope, not that one, this one. There we go. There we go. All right, so you see here, starting with the basement. Come on. Starting with the basement, we got the slaughter room. We have the basement hall. This door opens by itself. There's absolutely no way that that's possible because the hinges are broke. You can see here where, well, you can't see because my picture needs to be moved over here. And I've got to unlock it first, so hang on, we'll get it. There. Okay. So you see right here on the floor, the skid marks. As soon as that door is unwedged, because you do have to slam and wedge it shut so it sticks pretty hard in there and takes a pretty good pull to even get the door to pop open. Then when it does, it'll pop open about this point here, and then it starts dragging across the floor, which you can see the drag marks on the floor because it falls off the hinges here. So for this door to open by itself is impossible. We've caught it on camera 3 times opening by itself. So that's the main corridor in the basement hall. We've got the chair room where we have stories of this chair. Back in the day, the maintenance guy would put this chair in a pile down here. He'd come down a couple of weeks later or a few days later, move the put another item in this room, and I'll tell you in a second there, Sir X. I'll get to it.
Yeah.
So he would come down and put another item down here into the storage room, and this chair would be facing the corner of this room. So there's a lot more to that story, but again, that was a rumor that I had to put a kibosh to. They were saying that this was a room used for detention and solitary confinement, and all these nasty things happened to the kids there. In reality, here's your answer now, Sir X. That square that you see in the floor here was actually a drain. And what this room was originally used for, because it's just off of the potato cellar, there was 2 sinks here. And when they brought the root vegetables in from the fields, then they would wash all the potatoes and carrots and that sort of thing off before they bagged them and then put them on the shelves into the potato cellar. So this was where the sinks were, and the drain was over here where it would drain on into the floor. So that's what that square is in that room that you're talking about. Floor plans, yeah. If you want to see the floor plan, Sir X has put up the plans there. Just click on that link and it'll open up the floor plan. Waka flocka fool. One time, let's see, I was in my church at 3 a.m. A pair of eyes jumped out of the darkness. It must have been a cougar. Sadly, sadly, I didn't get her number. That's funny. That's funny. And you know what the ironic part is they actually captured and sedated a cougar in the chapel here that had gotten in, snuck in, hid in the basement all day long. So the next morning, when they come to open up the chapel, there was a cougar, a real cougar, pacing inside the chapel, and they ended up calling Fish and Games to come in. They came in to sedate the cougar to take it out. They got all the way from Pueblo to here, which is it took them about an hour and a half. They realized they got here that they forgot the darts, had to go back to Pueblo to get the darts. And by the time they got back, that cougar had got up on the landing heading up to the balcony and went to sleep. So that when they got back, all they had to do was shoot the lion right there on the steps. On the landing heading up to the balcony in the chapel and haul it out of here. So it's funny you came up with that little joke there. That's, let's see here. Sir X, kind of like in the slaughter room. Yeah, and that's been sealed also. That drain. Yeah, Dennis was mad he couldn't keep her. The other drain that you're talking about, Sir X, is right here, this big square here. This was a slaughter room. There was an elevator here that goes up to the first floor or the ground from the outside. They would load the animals in because they were 100% self-sufficient here at the Holy Cross Abbey. They raised their own livestock. They grew their own vegetables and stuff like that. And so this elevator, they would bring like a cow down, bring it into the slaughter room. This was a big drain here. they would actually slaughter the animal in this room, quarter it up, and then hang it into the meat locker, which is just inside this door over here, and let the meat age for a while. And then when it came time, then they would cut it into portions and then freeze it. And that's why this is called the slaughter room. Okay. Then we have the potato cellar. This is about 150 feet. And I think if I heard correctly, Derek is going to go down there and do an APPC session for about 20 minutes.
What?
At the end of the potato cellar here.
Without
Maybe
flashlight.
not. Maybe not. I would. I would. You guys see me do that all the time. But at any rate, it's about 150 feet one way in and one way out. So if you get freaked out at this end, you got a long ways before you even get to the corridor, and then you got to figure out how to get the hell out of that portion to get back to the stairs to get out of the basement.
Because there's an alien over there.
There's an alien down there,
Fuck that
right?
thing.
All right. So that's the potato cellar. Come on, mouse. Click.
No, the alien.
Click.
Alien froze her.
Click. There we go. All right. Then we have the chapel up on the first floor. And by the way, all this everything you see here is pitch dark. This is IR light that you see here. This big ball of light that you see in this section here, that's a IR floodlight, and it helps to illuminate that big room, which is the chapel. But if you put your hand up to your face, you're not going to be able to see it. It's pitch dark right now. However, I do think there's a light here
There is. Yeah.
in that hallway, because I do see some light
There's a
coming
little
through that
bit of
door.
ambient light.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
that actually could be shut down. We'll see that in the next scene that I'll show you on the other set of cameras. But okay, so that's the chapel. They're out of order now. Let's see here. Actually, that goes up here. There we go. So then we have the library. So this goes into the viewing room. This goes into the priest dining room. This is the library. Again, I have an auxiliary IR light that's flooding light into this room. It's all, again, pitch dark in that room, other than the ambient light that might come through the stained glass windows here on the side. We got the viewing room, and that's from the library. That was that one door back over here, and then you've got another door here that goes into the hallway leading into the chapel. We got the sacristy. This is basically, and you can see that light on in that hallway. And the hallway I'm referring to is right here. Let me switch up cameras real quick so you know. So the sacristy door is right here. The two back doors to the chapel are right here and here. And then back here was the abbot's quarters. And this is that light that we were talking that's on down there. It can be turned off right there at that switch next to the sacristy. So that's the sacristy. Go back to the camera view again here. And so this is the sacristy. Basically, the sacristy was used for the monks, the abbots, the priests, the choir boys, altar boys. This was basically their dressing room. Then we have going up to the second floor, which you see us here in command. Everybody wave to the camera up there. Hi, hi. My command is right here. They have the two rooms across here. I've taken the two rooms, put in four beds in each one of the rooms, and that's where they've been staying for the weekend there, is in those rooms here. And then I have right beside the command center that you see here. Yeah, you'll see him go out in the hallway there. There he is. So that's where command is at. Right next door is a kind of a lounge area. We have a big screen TV set up on the other side so that they can watch the stream live. There's also a microwave and that sort of thing in there so that they can have snacks. So this is the second floor hallway. Another view from the second floor hallway. Come on, mouse. There we go. Is from the bell tower. These are all the workings that make the bells go off during the course of the day. So this is a bell clock tower. This is the long hallway. Again, my command is about right here. The stairwell going down is right here. The stairwell going up is right here. Oh, excuse me, I'm yawning. We go all the way to the end of the hallway here, and we'll end up by the classrooms. Classrooms are right here. Then you see the ramps going up to the 3rd and 4th floor or down to the 1st floor. So that's at the total opposite end of where we're at right now. Then we get up on the 3rd floor. We've got the 3rd floor north. Actually, both these cameras are 3rd floor north. What you can't tell, because this camera really needs to be lightened up, is there's kind of an archway here about halfway. And on the 3rd floor north second camera, then you'll see it's a little bit cleaner and clearer. This is actually that archway that I was talking about. So that other camera is mounted just above that archway to show the rest of the hallway on the 3rd floor. And we have the 4th floor. This is where it's probably one of my favorite floors, very active. This is the floor that the kids hang out on. This is Abigail's room. It was dubbed Abigail's room. Let me bring you up a quick picture of a capture of Abigail's shadow, and you'll know why. Let me bring it up. Let's see. It's in. So let me switch monitors here real quick. This is inside that room that you see. This was a Department of Corrections officer. They're doing close quarter trainings inside the Abbey here. And he and a buddy, after they did their training, were just going randomly from room to room, taking photographs and whatnot. They didn't even notice what we see right here. The apparition of Abigail there, or the shadow figure of Abigail there. Little girl in a bonnet, old pioneer dress, reaching out, touching his shoulder. As you can see, it's about 10:30 in the morning. This is facing the east. We've got the sunlight coming in at this angle right here. We have the overhead light, so it's casting his shadow against this wall as it should. Even if there was somebody standing beside him, there's absolutely no way that the shadow could be cast against that wall. And yet here you see it. You go up there today, the walls have not been painted. This was about 5 years ago now. The walls have not been painted or anything. There's no stains in that wall. There's absolutely no explanation as to what that could be other than a shadow figure. So nobody's been able to debunk that. But again, we go back to the room where it's located. You see here that this is the room right here. That's Abigail's room. So this is the 4th floor. We have a lot of interaction with the kids on the 4th floor. It's just a fun floor for me to be on. I really enjoy the 4th floor. Now let's go back to the other cams here. Close this out real quick. Go back to all these cams that we see on this camera. Whoops. There we go. We've got the front entry so I can see anybody that comes in the door. This door goes down the ramp to the basement. This goes up the ramp to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor. As you come through here, you'll cross through a double door. You'll end up in this section here, which is used for administration offices today, but back in the day, this was the infirmary. It was also the sundry stores so that they could get shaving supplies and toothpaste and combs and that sort of thing, personal items. And then the administration offices were over here. Once you went through these double doors, it became kind of sectioned off, and you end up in this camera here. All these rooms, all these floors are set by basically rank. So you had the abbots and priests on the first floor, the novice and the monks on the second floor, monks on the third floor, and students on the fourth floor. So as you go through that hallway, you end up at the end of the hallway. The stairwells, other camera, hang on just a second. Here we go. So we have the stairway off over here. This is a sacristy hallway that I showed you earlier. This goes back to the chapel. You head up the stairs, or you can head down the stairs. So if you go down the stairs, you're in the basement, obviously. If you come up and around this corner, you head up the stairs to the second, third, and fourth floor. If you go through here, then you end up into the library that I showed you earlier through this corridor here. If you go out this back door, that's where the loading ramp was to the elevator that led down to the slaughter room. Let's see, and then I showed you the sacristy hallway. So that's kind of the layout of the monastery here. But there's a lot of stuff in between that you guys don't see and that I can't share. That gives you an idea of the lay of the land here. So these guys have been locked in here all weekend, kind of doing their thing. And while we haven't had anything really over the top happen or anything really creepy other than arms reaching out in the shower room or something like that, we have picked up one hell of a story.
Yeah.
The story has been unfolding throughout the past 2 days, and the story is pretty amazing. Again, without going into a long detail and how it all came to fruition, you guys are going to have to come back and watch the VOD and catch some of that stuff. Now, I will say that Zane here is pagan, reads tarot cards, which is kind of unique for us because we've had a lot of mediums come through here, a lot of empaths come through here, paranormal investigators. That's all I claim to ever be. I've never claimed to be psychic or anything like that. I'm just a paranormal investigator. In every sense of the word, I investigate, not just a ghost hunter. But it's interesting because you guys bring a different little twist to the game, and this weekend it's been enlightening to me, and especially tonight because you actually pulled out the magic, as you say, and came up with this amazing story, and it totally makes sense. And the players in it, we actually have proof that they were here, and
it was kind of like putting a puzzle together.
Exactly.
Very interesting.
Exactly, and it's been from that standpoint, you guys have had an amazing weekend, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's
slow,
still,
but
it's still amazing how that story, the start of the involvement of that story came from a spirit box session. So if we didn't get that name, then this probably would have just been kind of
snowballed.
Yeah, so with the snowball, it would seem like there was all this random stuff.
And even then, like I'm pretty much a novice with tarot cards. I mean, I've only done it maybe a handful of times before. I just kind of play around with them. But I know like the basics. I'm just not good at reading them without a booklet to help me.
Yeah. You seem like you were pretty confident there.
But yeah, like when I first pulled them out, I was just kind of like, I'll just kind of see what happens. I just wanted to ask, like, where should we investigate first? Earlier this evening, just to see, and then we got like the cemetery, and then that kind of led to this thing, and then I was like, well, that works, so let's just read them again, and it just got bigger and bigger each time. I know the last one that Zelly did with my deck. I think she pulled 12 and 13 cards on that one, and it was like literally half and half with those two.
No, Zelly
figures.
seems like she's been doing it a while. Is that correct?
Yeah, she's much better than me at it.
Yeah, because she definitely was snapping out the story like she was reading it from a, like I say, from a fucking script.
Yeah.
And
It's
the
a learned
story
skill.
is the story is amazing. The information that was shared and whatnot. Now, like I say, to Derek here, now you've left me with homework because now I have to do some of the research behind Balmer and some of the other characters that were mentioned, and then I got to dig up photographs of Chung.
Yeah.
But what an amazing story has developed just over the weekend here. So from that aspect, kudos. You know, you guys, again, that's the fun part for me. And you kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. It's not necessarily about finding the ghost and having that piss your pants moment. You know,
I don't want to piss my pants. So.
a lot of times, the best part of the adventure is those aha moments where you can actually validate things in history, or being in a location with so much history that otherwise you'd never look twice at this building driving past it. But now you've been inside and you know the facts and you know some of the players. You'll never just drive past it ever again without, you know, that's the cool part. Some of the places that I've gone because of ghost hunting or paranormal investigating or abandoned exploration has taken me to some amazing places that alone is the treat. Just being there and being part of that.
How do witching tools work to find water?
Yep.
Like dowsing rods?
Yep. I actually got paid to douse for water. I was actually a good witcher as far as finding water. I could tell you how deep you had to drill, and I would find the locations, and I was paid to do that. So I guess I was a professional dowser. And anybody can douse. I can. You just got to learn what the rods are telling you because they have different. The way that I'll get a yes answer is probably going to be different than you.
It's the same with tarot. It's the well.
Yeah. You know, just because it does X doesn't necessarily mean that's the spot for some people. When a rod goes this way, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the way you need to go, or that that's a yes or that's a no. They'll work different for different people, so you've got to learn what the rods are doing for you personally. And but I believe in them. Now I have never done anything paranormal with dowsing rods, so I don't know. Go find a ghost.
They just fly out of your hands.
Yeah. But you guys can try it. Take some fucking clothes hangers and bend them into dowsing rods. Put them inside a straw. And if you're in California, please use a paper straw. Do not use plastic. But
a metal one.
Yeah, or metal. Yeah, copper tubing or something. But put them inside something where you can't manipulate them. And then walk over a puddle of water. And as you start to walk over that puddle of water, you'll see those dowsing rods get closer until you're standing in the middle of that water. And you'll see them cross. Anybody can do it. Turn on your sprinkler and have the little sprinkler building a pool of water and walk out there with some dowsing rods. And you'll watch as you get closer and closer to that sprinkler head. You'll see
what
that.
The science is behind that. There's got to be something that.
I never understood it. I just knew that I could do it, and I could do it with accuracy. Like I say, I could tell the driller 90 feet you're going to find water, and within 10 feet either way, they would find water. Some of the places I'd tell them it was 400 feet, but they had to drill past us a bed of sea salt. to get there, and unfortunately that was my well, and it was very fucking expensive to drill because I had to go so deep. But at any rate, yeah, dowsing works. The clue game, I should show you the clue game. I'll do it afterwards, Sir X, because I do want him to see that. He had a clue game made. You guys know the game of Clue.
Yeah.
And I kind of think I got the game out in the RV. That's why I can't show you. But he had one special made so that the players, instead of Colonel Mustard and Miss Scarlet, were Ghost Gramps and Little Spirit Girl, Sir X, Nicole and Mike, JK Paranormal. These were instead, so it'd be like Ghost Gramps killed JK Paranormal with a K2 meter in the sacristy. And the board is placed with photographs of the sacristy, photographs of the library, photographs of the chapel and different areas. And it's played out just like the normal Clue game, only the players are actually real investigators. And it's here at the Holy Cross Abbey. Everything is based on the Holy Cross Abbey. So it's really cool.
Wow.
Cool game, yeah. Oh, Abigail's room. Yeah, it's got Abigail's room. So, like, Dennis may have killed J.K. Paranormal with a proton pack up in Abigail's room, you know. So, yeah, very, very fun. And it's well made because you have faces
Oh my gosh.
and stuff on the little parts that you move around and stuff. And then it's got the score pack, and then it's the cards of each room that you put into once you figure out the clues and you want to reveal who did what in what room. Then the little envelope has pictures of all that stuff and the players and stuff that you can pull out and say, yep, it was JK, and it was Gramps, and it was a proton pack in Abigail's room. You know, it's pretty cool.
That's fun.
All right, so what are you going to do, man? You going down or what? Are you going down? If I had more energy, I would, but
It's
I
about
just...
2 a.m.
I'm trying to think because my camera is like about dead. Actually,
And you can go
I could
anywhere
probably-
you want.
I could pull me a quick little game actually. But I need motivation.
I
Well,
get
what's
that.
the game?
I want to go to the basement. I want to go to all 4 floors that has the camera. Wave at every camera, and then come back up.
After that flashlight?
Shit, I ain't got that kind of energy, and I have to watch you in the camera.
Is it me you're looking for?
But I want a fresh one. Can I see that drawing one more time?
The drawing
Yeah.
Oh no.
of of the
The
Yeah.
alien looking thing?
Yeah.
geez, you know I should have saved it to my
We were
desktop.
watching from the other room and we were like, what the fuck is that?
I can't remember what hard drive it was on. Let me find it here real quick. Here's a good way. If I sort it by type, I can find it quicker. It's not in this file.
I want to boost my excitement.
Like, that's what I want to see when I'm down.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah.
That's the one we're looking for there. Oh God, the alien thing. Exactly, guys. That's what we're looking for.
That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, I gotta remember which folder it was in. Too many fucking hard drives on this thing.
They pulled it up pretty quick last time.
Well, then I'm kind of suspecting I did keep everything pretty much in this file here under. Maybe it was.
You're talking about that drawing, right?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
drawing that somebody saw that was in the potato cellar.
I'm gonna
I love the quality of it, to be honest.
like a 3-year-old with a color crayon.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Dang it. Let's see. What did I call it? Alien, wasn't it? That's what I called
I
it.
think you called it alien
Yeah,
because it
okay.
looked like a freaking alien.
So it would have been a JPEG file. Oh, the places I've been. Not here. Then it has to be in Brute, and it has to be in one of these, maybe desktop.
Oh, there it is.
Third one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna drag that puppy right over to my desktop and keep it there.
I want to need to double check my thoughts.
There we go. Copy here. All right, we're gonna close that down and let me show you what he's talking about. This is let me just tell you, there was a group investigating, a group of 5, and they were going down to the basement to investigate. It was getting late at night. They were headed to the potato cellar, and as they reached the corridor in between the kitchen and the stairs, they shined their flashlight down the corridor that led into the potato cellar, and the potato cellar door was open, and hanging over the top of the door was this. This is his artist rendition.
A little bit.
And there we go. So that's what he saw. 5 of them saw this thing hanging over the top of the door.
All 5 of them saw.
Looking back down at them, and it was like they surprised it surprised them. Now what you got to understand is to look at right. This should be in the Louvre, right?
But that was straight into the potato cellar, right? Or was that out?
No, that was in the corridor because the door was open, leading into the.
Like if you're gonna walk into the kitchen, you look left.
So let's see. Well, yeah, I don't have. Obviously, I don't have that corridor. Damn. But it's like you look down this corridor and it was hanging over the top of that door, looking back at him.
Okay.
And there's only maybe 16 inches before you hit the ceiling here.
Right.
So it has to be fairly small to get up there. And they said as soon as they hit it with the flashlight, it's like it looked like it was startled by them. And of course they were startled to see it. And it slid down out of sight, but they think it was a very small creature, which indicates who else is down in the basement?
Crawler.
The crawler. And could that be the crawler? Again, it looks more like something cryptoid more than it looks like anything.
Ghostoid.
Ghost, yeah.
That would probably be like the most defined sighting of a crawler, though, wouldn't it? If that really is it.
Yeah. And he swears by it. I mean, he's got a YouTube channel and actually has posted up this very drawing showing what he saw, what they saw that night.
Yeah.
Needless to say, they ended their investigation.
Right after that, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like if it were us, we'd be like, okay, we gotta spend the whole day in the basement.
That would have been me because I actually did. After they finished up, I went down there immediately to try and see if I'd catch anything. And then the next night I did a live stream and sat almost 6 hours in the cafeteria potato cellar area trying to contact this thing. And I never had anything like that.
Nothing.
I've never seen anything like that. So, again, it looks more alien than it does ghostly. So, I don't know, but I don't discount it. I don't discount anything that might happen in this building. But that's the rendition.
Oh, I wanted to ask you from the last time that this popped up. Was that like similar to the thing that you saw that was peeking over the corner?
It was more humanoid. I mean, definitely.
Well,
More,
I mean, look at the art.
Oh, well.
It might be hard to tell.
well, you talked about from last night, right?
Yeah, when you got up and
Yeah, it didn't look like that. No, it was just a pitch black. It looked like just a pitch black shadow for like a split second. Like, I had like a split second with it.
Just big old shadow people.
Yeah. I can't.
Well, so what are you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Fuck it.
Fuck it. There he goes. He's going for it.
One last hurrah, right?
Attaboy.
Until next time.
All right. Get him, goblins. Get him. All right. So that may be the last we see of Derek.
Yep. Rest in peace, Derek.
Yep. Enjoy. Is there a particular flower you like? I'll tell your next of kin because I ain't buying them. All right, cool. So we conned him into facing his fear. You guys know I'm through here all the time and all hours of the day. I don't mind it, but I can understand, and I encourage people to face their fear, but they got to do it at their level. You know, you can't. Like, you're going to the potato salad, and you're gonna go now. You can't.
I could do it, but I wouldn't be happy about it. That's for sure.
Right. Well,
you'd see me walking all stiff, like.
Here's a good point. Sir X brought up Karina's not afraid. Karina is a little 12-year-old girl, and she comes through here by herself all the time and investigates. Again, she's the little pagan white witch, 12 years old, and she's fearless. She has no problem going throughout this entire building.
I mean, I was fearless when I was 12 too. I mean, my parents' church is a pretty old building. Not as old as this by any means, but I mean, built in like the early 70s, and it's not had that much repair since then. More recently, it's been remodeled a little bit, so it's not as bad. But like when I was a kid, and it was all the orange carpet, everything. And me and my brother would just run around playing hide and seek. And my parents were the leaders of the praise team, and so they'd be there Wednesday nights to practice, and we'd just be running around in the dark. And the rest of the church, like going up and down the staircases, and there's this old like storage closet. Like the basement was like that old like linoleum floor with that wax, like the wax that we smelled earlier.
Yeah.
And it had like this stupid little stage on it. And it's got like a storage closet, and it has stairs that go all the way up from the basement, which is where that is, to the top floor. So it like skips a floor. We used to run up that. I fell down those stairs so hard one time.
Fell down those stairs so hard.
Yeah. So hard.
No, I mean I halfway down, my feet slipped, and I went all the way to the bottom. It's pretty entertaining.
It's behind you. Don't look. Don't look. Run, for Christ's sakes, run!
Oh, we did have a run come through. Was that in the viewing room? No, it wasn't in the viewing room. It was in the chapel. We're like, run, and we're like, nah.
All right, cool. So you're going to do your wrap-up video.
Yeah.
I'll bet you this will be about 2 minutes long. Proud of you, son. Way to go meet your fears there. So where are you starting? It doesn't matter, we'll follow you.
Yeah, you'll follow.
We'll see everywhere you go. And again, let's see, your mom's name is Becky.
Right.
You know where they live and how to contact them and stuff.
No, I don't actually.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, we'll figure it out because she had to sign the waiver. So we'll figure out when it comes time to find your
Oh,
next of
geez.
kin.
I'll put flowers on your grave.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be my camera because last time I didn't have the camera with me, I'm gonna put a camera.
Do you want an IR light? That you got a hot shoe on that?
Yeah, it's on right now. This is built in, so.
Okay. Good luck to you, my friend. All right, here he goes. We managed to talk another sucker into it. Cool.
Yeah, what I was saying is I wasn't afraid of that building back then. I was like, I go in that building at night and I'm like, a little creepy.
Goes down into the abyss. I'm gonna show up in this camera next. Already on that walkie-talkie. Come on, you can do it. There he is. Let's see where it goes from here. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. Oh, that's what I should do. I don't know that that's copyrighted, so I can't play that music in the background. Otherwise, I would. Shut up. Yeah. Make me. Okay. Oh, I'm losing track of.
I was the same.
Hey, wake up here, man. There he is. Thought we lost him. So,
Oh, he's going down the ramp.
he's going down that end. That's okay. We know where he'll end up. No. Did he go down?
I think so.
Okay.
I wasn't really paying attention.
And he should end up right here. Some of these parts we're going to lose him in depending on where he goes in the basement. Here he goes. This is where you got to understand, guys, it is pitch dark down there. What do you say?
Did you just say something?
Yeah, this second I guess in your time.
Yep.
Yeah, we can now.
Operation get into the basement. Operation.
Okay, he's going in.
Godspeed.
Looks like something's following him, like right beside him.
Yeah, my battery's turned low on the camera.
Just gonna let him marinate for
Yeah.
a second. Oh, you look behind him.
Yeah. Dude, run.
I'm really hoping that door opens when he's standing right there.
He's got such a funny walk.
Yeah, his feet are turned out. I was just noticing that too as I was seeing him walk down the hallway. EVP? Sam.
Good for him.
Who is that?
Fuck you guys in command. Okay, we lost him here for a minute. Let's see if he shows up in one of the other slaughter room, the chair room, or the potato cellar. We'll see if he comes in the potato cellar. We'll see the light up here, and I think I could. Yep, I could see the light right there.
Yep, there he is. I'm gonna do the scary one first.
Yeah, that's the
Well,
doorway
he might be
where
in
we
the
saw
chair room
that
actually.
thing.
He might be in
hanging
the
o-
chair room first.
Yeah, and that's the doorway where we saw that thing hanging over the top of it.
Can you repeat that, please?
I forgot my door for a moment, so yeah.
We saw you by the door. Did it get you?
Where did he
I
go?
don't see the light now.
I think he went there. Oh, maybe not. I thought he went in the chair, maybe, but
No. There's the light again. So he's probably in the cafeteria. Maybe he took that loop around the monks area. He might be in the chair room now. Nope, he's in that hallway still. But straight out that corridor, you come into the cafeteria area.
So I'm looking at the door where
Okay.
he was standing on. I can understand. I know that there were 3 windows on the middle there. Do they remember if they saw anything like through those windows?
saw anything through the windows.
Not that they mentioned. They said they shined a flashlight from down where the kitchen area is. So like when you come down the long hallway, and if you would go straight into the kitchen, then they shine the flashlight down that corridor you're in now. That's when they caught it hanging over the potato cellar door.
I wonder if he's gonna try to do it. See if it's.
Okay, yeah, because I see the door right now, and I was just saying there's like 3 hidden windows like in the middle of the door. I don't know if they ever caught like a more of a body than just the head, or it was the head.
That door is a solid door, isn't it? There's no windows in it, is there? Alien got your tongue?
No.
Oh, now he's gone again. There he is. Coming back. He's coming back. Okay.
Were you thinking of ever adding some more of these cameras to some of the blind spots and stuff?
Actually, now that we have Discord, when I go down there in a live stream, I just have to take my phone.
Hey Dennis, wasn't there used to be like a light further down in the potato cellar, or has that been turned off?
Used to be a light.
Yeah, if you come down through the first section there into that very first section where the shelving starts, and then look to your left-hand side, and there's a switch right there. You can turn it on if you want.
Okay, I was just wondering. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Do you see it? Do you see it? It's right at your left-hand side right now.
Guess not.
Or he didn't want to use it. He was just wondering, I guess, if they were. Now those are turned off. I've unscrewed the bulbs. So even if he turns on the light, they aren't going to work.
Oh, what's he seeing?
Too late now. They got you where they
You're
want
cornered.
you. Yep.
Better hope it doesn't run towards him.
How fast can you do the 150 feet dash?
I'm gonna stop for that.
think about it, Terry, his stepdad, did this last night.
Mhm.
And I don't think he'd ever investigated before, had he?
Yeah, he had done a few, I think.
Oh,
You
okay.
were talking to him about it.
I'd be willing to bet he never did anything this size.
Probably not.
Pretty big building. And he's down there during the witching hour, no less.
All that dust. Ugh.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if it goes into the chair room, which is my bad. See if we see the light. No. Turn! You missed it. I say he's heading into the cafeteria now. So we'll lose him again till he shows up in the kitchen if he goes to the meat lockers and stuff. So we'll wait for him to show up in the cameras again. And I suspect what we'll do is we'll see some flashlights over against here. Now, if he chooses to go around the entire section there or not, we'll see. He may just glance in on this side and then glance in on the other side and call it good. If he even shows up there, we'll see here in a second. Oh, he went back to the main corridor. So he totally avoided the.
I wonder if it squeaked or something. You lost?
What was that?
I'm asking if you're lost. You haven't gone to the slaughter room or the chair room yet.
I was in the chair room. There.
Yeah, we missed you.
Yeah, no, I got the slaughter room.
It's on the other side of the kitchen, isn't it?
Yeah, go through the kitchen and then you'll see it by the dumbwaiters.
You gotta go through the kitchen by the dumb waiters.
Alright, but if I hear the phone ring, I'm hoping it's something gone.
Fucking out of here! I hear that phone ring.
About to change your underwear.
Right? Pete, just a little. Just a little. Okay, still don't see the light in the slaughter room, so. That's the, there we go. Now we
There he
got the
is.
light. Here he comes.
It looks like he's freaking out a little bit. Little.
That's kind
little
of scary. I mean, really. And you know what? In reality, this section we've never had anything happen. This whole little loop. You guys won't be able to see, and my viewers won't be able to see, but this loops around the backside and it comes out around the other side of the meat locker and ends up in the canned goods area. And then he can come back into the kitchen. So what we're seeing here now is about the last that we'll see him until he enters that big hall again. So we'll just
can
wait.
now.
We'll just wait and see where he shows up next. Probably in this hallway here.
Oh, hello?
Get you? Got him. Munching on the meaty parts right now. There he is. I see the light over here, so he's coming out the other side. Okay, so he's gonna go back through the kitchen. And then probably we'll see him in this hallway next. It's gonna take a second. Because now he has to walk through the kitchen. Come on, phone, ring. Come on, phone, ring.
Right.
Goes through the kitchen. Now he's hitting that main hallway. Now if he shines his light down that potato cellar, you'll see that door opening where they saw it. Coming down the hallway now, I'll bet, and he should end up in this camera just any second. We should start seeing the light against the wall or something as he gets closer and closer.
What are you looking for?
You went through it.
You just walked through the whole thing. Oh. Yeah, we saw ya.
Okay, as long as
It's awful brave of you to sit up here and watch him.
I know. Oh, there he is.
There he is. I knew he'd show up there. So.
to be quite honest, it feels pretty gentle. Yeah, I'm not startled or anything.
Yeah, there's nothing going on down there. Are you calling it for the night then? Bastard's probably in the library again, like he was yesterday. Can you repeat that? Okay. He is going to the library. Look at that, who is going to the staircase so he doesn't have to walk up the ramp.
Yeah. Find it, if you just lean forward, your momentum's gonna take you up the ramp.
Yeah.
Just
I made the mistake of starting to jog down the ramp, and I couldn't stop jogging down the ramp.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh, I guess I'm running.
that's a 6% grade. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a lot steeper.
I almost ran right into the door.
I'm gonna say we lost in between those two cameras somewhere. Watch out for shit that crawls out that door coming up. It'll get you. I'm telling you, it'll get you. What the hell? I'm going the wrong
Oh,
camera.
I just-
Yeah, come up the stairwell. Walk to the library. Nope, he's coming up to command here. So we catch him in this camera here. Back over here to this floor here. Oh, I was gonna say, where's that light coming from? Okay, he found his way back home. And here's Johnny. He
Or
snuck
me.
in the room next to us.
Putting his gear away first.
There we go. Very good, man. Proud of you. Proud of you.
I was singing that song you and Zoe were doing the other day though to keep my nerves go.
Which one?
Hello.
Oh.
Is it me you're looking for? So here's the slaughter room. You went right through.
I went right through. I was looking around for the camera. I was like, "Is this it?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you done good. You done.
Yeah, I
good.
saw the door though. Yeah, because I was wondering because what I was asking is because it has those in the door there, in the middle of it.
Is out of shot.
Yeah, let me scoot.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I saw the door and I saw the 3 windows in the middle of the door. So I just thought, I don't know.
There is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little skinny.
Yeah. So I saw. Yeah. So I was wondering since they caught the head, I just didn't know if they said anything about seeing like if they saw like anything
Yeah,
underneath
they
it,
saw little feet dangling.
little feet, or if there's like nothing there. or what.
No, they didn't mention any of that, but you're right. Come to think about it, there is that 3 little windows.
Yeah, so like when it went down, I just wonder if they still saw it going down. Maybe they get like an idea of how
Yeah.
tall it is.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it was just dangling or if that's like how tall it is or what. But that's a tall door though.
Yeah. It's a 7-foot door.
Yeah, and I'm 6'3", so yeah, it was taller than I am. So I was kind of like messing with it for just like a moment. I was like, yeah, there's no way I can, you know.
He was kind of messing with it. I have to go.
Like, I have to go.
Like the.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I could have hung up there and see how it looks with the light, you know?
Yeah, the collar was probably looking at
I
me.
even got a chair and got behind it,
Uh-huh.
and I still wasn't tall enough to hang over.
Oh,
the
even
top
with
of
a
the
chair?
door. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know what he saw or what they saw, but there was a group that saw it.
That was kind of creepy. When I turned to I saw that door, yeah, that was like, oh, that one has to be it then.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I was trying to kind of get like an idea. You know, I was like, how tall could this thing been? Crawler was probably looking at me. He's like, freaking amateur.
Time to climb in bed. I'm like right here.
Yeah, but yeah, I walked around almost the whole basement, and yeah, I didn't feel anything at all in any room, honestly.
You should go up to the 4th floor and grab that little fire engine. It's got a little button that'll set off the red lights and inside of it. Put it on my little fishing rod over there. Put it in the room with Robert over there. Startle him awake and start reeling that fucking fire truck across the room.
Oh my god, that was great.
How'd you sleep, Robert?
I have a Bluetooth speaker I can hide under his pillow.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm feeling it though. So
Yeah, well,
Yeah, me too.
I think we've
Waiting.
had a good solid 2 nights of investigation. You guys did.
yeah,
Tonight
And during the day too.
yeah, all day long you guys
we
investigated.
got a lot to cover. So yeah.
Good for you, man.
And we finally got the places we didn't get to last time: the cemetery and the classroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Just need to see who's on still, who's out tonight. Mute this. Otherwise, we'll hear echo.
Yeah.
What I'm interested in seeing though is going back. Excuse me. There's what I'm looking for. All right, guys, we're gonna probably wrap it up here for tonight. Again, we were with it's late. Tiger Paranormal out of Pueblo, Colorado. They've spent 2 nights here investigating the hell out of this building. Been an interesting weekend, but I think you guys are ready to call it. I know I am.
Yeah, I am. I did my little last fun thing. I just did that for
Yeah,
fun, honestly.
cool.
So
Cool. So we're gonna go find somebody to raid here real quick. Who's some people that could use a little help.
I guess I'll get myself set and ready.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's check out what he's doing here, Mr. Kevion. You guys have somebody you'd like to read, a friend or somebody? I'll take suggestions. Got somebody? I prefer to help the smaller channels if I can.
I don't know if I know anybody that's
Going crazy with Fortnite. Let's see what's
Except Dennis.
right.
Here we go. How many?
Nobody.
Yeah. Well, you guys, I'll be up before you head out, or when are you gonna head out?
Well, I know.
Oh
that
God, that's way too early for me. No.
I know that Robert will at least be around 10ish, so
Okay.
I know I'll probably be around the same time. I might be a little later, just depends how late that's.
All right. Well, I probably won't be up. So
Yeah. Well,
any
in case-
time between or before noon. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, thanks, man. And like I
Yeah.
say, you're welcome back anytime.
Yeah.
And we'll.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get the feeling better, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks. It's been a hell of a month and a half.
Yeah.
People can't tell, but I've lost a shitload of weight.
I noticed
This used
that.
to be,
I actually noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so altogether, right around 50 pounds.
Oh wow. Yeah. Actually, I was gonna say, like, I think it was the twin paranormal video that I noticed. I think you were looking a little skinnier.
Yeah, it started dropping
Yeah,
about then.
yeah.
Over the last 3 months. I've
When
been
did they
doing-
visit? Was it February?
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, yeah, you guys are welcome back anytime. Like I say, we're talking about our friends and family. So,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll definitely keep in touch.
all right, man.
All right. Well, you have a good night. If I don't see you, then yeah, I'll keep you posted. I guess on Discord or Twitch or whatever. So.
Yeah. Cool. All right. You guys be safe. And I'll be in touch here when I start gathering some information for you. All right, guys, that's it. We're going to call it. I'm going to go ahead and let's go raid. Let's go raid. How about going crazy? Looks like he's playing some Fortnite. Could use some help. So let's go ahead and check him out. Let's see. Raid. Yeah, whoops. Raid. Space. Control V. There we go. Let's enter. There we go. Let's go raid, guys. Thanks a lot. We'll see you again. I'll probably be back. I don't know. Just keep an eye on my schedule and check it out. Don't forget, once you raid, to hit that F5 key so that he gets the acknowledgement that you are raiding. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go on in and raid. You guys have a great night. Thank you for watching. All you new viewers, please come back. I hope to earn your follows. We do a variety of different things. You just have to drop in and see what we're doing next. At any rate, have a good night, and we will see you when I see you. Let's go raid. Dun, 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 dun.